Nova. We are already starting, so we're gonna have to be a little bit speedy with the introductions, but I am here joined with Bamia. How are you doing today? Are you excited for today's matchup?
Doing really well, and I'm super excited for today's matchup. I heard a little whisper that we are maybe seeing some of the best survivors from the tournament here, and also a really talented hunter with both meta and also Lucio. So I'm really excited for what they're going to be playing right now, especially that we're going into Ever Sleeping, which is a really good map for a lot of different strong hunters. You can see here at Korean Retro Band with a Archer and Meteor pick.
Yeah, it seems like they're really expecting potentially the Goman or Operamon because they should know that this hunter has that this hunter has a smiley face, and smiley face on this map is very scary. And I'm looking at this mercenary right now. I don't know how he's
Yeah.
gonna do anything into him. Maybe by spawning him somewhere where he's safe. Absolutely. But look at these bans, Lanternus and Puppeteer. What do you think that tells you? Are we looking at the smiley face because of that Lanternus, or do you think this is more centered towards the Goman?
I do think that Mercenary should be able to clear to make a movement as well. But yeah, no, with the Puppet and Lantern Band, we could both be seeing a Smiley and a Goatman. I'm not quite sure at the moment. What they're gonna pick though, Magician is a really good pick as well.
I
In
agree.
my
Yeah, no, absolutely. This free, I would say free kiter comp is really strong, right? Because yes, Archer can support, yes, Archer can harass, and yes, Meteorologist can support to a certain degree. But I find interesting in this team comp is that every single survivor is very self-sufficient, so they can kite on their own really well. No matter the
yeah,
hunter, I would say. Obviously, they might have some counters here and there, like whether it's an addition to kind of do something, but I think this is a really good comp. I think it is.
for sure. Oh, it's a Kiosk. Um, I didn't really expect that pick, but
I mean, seems like you and me got already surprised because okay, so here's the thing. You remember what I said about self-sufficiency? Yeah, this is kind of the problem in TQS. What's going to happen here? We have three characters that can use an item to kite out the speed boost out of his out of his ball, right? He hops out, he gets that 5 6 seconds of speed boost. Magician can use his wand, Archer can shoot him, Meteorologist can cloud. And look at this, we have double Sui on Meteorologist and Archer. You having broken windows into QS is really detrimental for him. We can kite this speed boost out. So honestly, for QS, this is a very tough matchup. What do you think?
I do think that, as you said, his no presence first chase is going to be really challenging for him, as he doesn't really have anything to work with, and everybody has something to kite with. Like, he'll just hop out a ball, they'll use either broken windows or their iron to get away, and what's he gonna do? He needs to go back into ball, and then he won't get anywhere with the chase. Um, so until he gets that first presence, he's he's in a very bad position, in my opinion.
I agree, and I think what most QS, especially in higher tournaments, obviously not necessarily in EL League, I think what this QS really has to do is just start walking. We don't necessarily need to really go into these balls, try to get our first chase going. We can just play it slow, right? We go to middle. Let's see if Magician can rotate into someone. Maybe we can catch someone off guard if they don't communicate properly. And what we're gonna do is really just lock down the ciphers, especially in middle. Maybe the one from Magician. Those two are gonna be two ciphers that we might want to block, right? And then we just wait a little bit until our insolence is almost about to drop, and as soon as Insolence or just before, we can start chasing whoever we feel is the right choice. By that time, Blink is going to be very close. The ciphers have not really been decoded, right? Because they've been regressed, or let alone you've been walking around the map. So survivors have been moving. So I think a slow start for QS is still okay, but he needs to make sure he cipher pressures. Let's see how Corazon from Origin is going to play into Nova Survivors.
Yes. How is he gonna counter the bad no presence chase? I do think that a slow start is definitely the way to go, but I am very curious about this.
As we get into the game, as we see, oh, this is the A tier skin, very very nice. What are we gonna see today? We are gonna see Insolence Detention here coming from our QS with a Blink, Mercenary, or we've already seen, but just in case, Tide, Mercenary, Magician, Broken Windows, Meteor, and Archer Botsui with a Meteor who has Tide. As we can see, we are gonna opt to actually walk towards the Magician, push him away from Cypher, and lock down middle Cypher here for Mercenary.
Which is definitely a really good choice. As you can see, just forcing out an item and then going back onto that Magician. That Mercenary will now opt to decode middle, which is currently being regressed, which is good. He might actually go away from middle, but that's still a really good thing for the Hunter, as middle Cypher is just something that you generally want to be done. And now they're going for the Wendy, actually. She does have Broken Windows and Tide. She can get without Broken Windows. Though Blink is almost up. One hit and the first presence will be up as well. Maybe Blink for first press and then down with using the ball. What do you think?
I think I did. Oh, the damn! I think he actually blinked through the wind there. Very good job. We do get our first presence. We can probably down the Meteor. Can we get the down? No, she actually dodges it. She still manages to get the vault though. Very good. And we're already gonna have a Broken Windows over here. It's gonna be very hard to catch up to this meteorologist now. The ciphers are looking pretty nice, 79, 74, and 50%. But we do have one of them who. Oh no, actually none of them are locked. Everybody's decoding a cipher who isn't. So this is a pretty long chase already. We do have the blink. Let's see if we can get. That's gonna be another pushback from the Meteor. Maybe we can catch up with the ball and our cue ball.
Triple fast pallet break with the speed boost from the QS leaving the ball. It's just really, really fast. Though a really good pushback from the Meteor here. She was going to get hit if she hadn't done that. Does look like she's going towards Graveyard or Tram, maybe? Is that going to be open in time? Really well timed from this Meteor, though this is looking a bit unfortunate for the QS. He will get it down if he just goes over to the next tram stop, but that does waste quite a lot of time for our Hunter. Especially
now
because that Meteor was going to go down anyway.
Yeah, exactly. This will be the guaranteed down for Meteor. But I don't know, but Mina, these ciphers are looking really, really good. So
yeah,
unless we can get a good stuff, especially on this Mercenary, it's looking like a tie, right? And the only thing that's really beneficial maybe for QS right now is that the Meteor does not have BT.
no BT and no util. So as you were talking about, they might be looking at a tie, even though the ciphers are really good.
We are trying to push the Cypher over here, which is going to be last Cypher at 60%, trying to pressure the Magician out of here. Do we get the Cypher lock or do we not? For so far, we do get the Cypher lock. But this Meteorologist now is getting away, trying to get an item for her chest. We're going to start the middle Cypher over here. Are we Cypher locked or are we not Cypher locked? We have middle Cypher, double two-story, and we might have Graveyard. I'm not too sure. Can you check?
It does look like the Archer is starting Graveyard at the moment. Yeah, we have... they're kind of all nicely lined up here, though I don't think that's going to be an issue if they just decode all of them.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how far away Graveyard is in terms of locking it off from middle, but I do think it's quite far, so it might be a bit challenging to walk it over there. Though it does look like he's just going to regress that now.
We are going to be opting to chase the Archer here. Very nice flywheel, dodging the hits, making sure we do not give more. Everybody has been reset, though. Those two Cyphers in middle are getting regressed. We are Cypher locking them. But this Cypher in Graveyard is not really... Oh, wait, can we get a blink here, maybe? That's huge. We're going to have to use a wand. We have 3 wands to work with. That's going to be a cue ball wasted. That's going to be a 1. And do we have Basin? We do not, but this Magician is also going to go down. He does have BT. But Archer's here for support, and we are currently decoding that 2-story Cypher. So I don't know if we can do much here. That Cypher's pretty much going to get popped here. And Magician has 2 wands. He can get out of the chair with the invisibility.
Yeah, it does look like he is going back for the Cypher here, as it is being... But it is being dual decoded, so I don't think he's going to be able to prevent that from being primed. Just running away from the Magician, letting him get hit, and then they pop. When everybody's far away from each other to start that good end game with somebody already going over to the gates.
I think they pop here. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
We're trying to stall as much time as possible here, especially for QS, trying to make sure we get more contact points, perhaps. But now chasing after the Mercenary, who has only 1 elbow pad. Maybe not. Maybe we're trying to switch still for the Magician, who still has 2 wands. So you can definitely kite this out. We have cue ball here. Can we get it? No, we don't know where he's going. We have 2 pilots here, 2 very good pilots to work with. No blink. The others are opening the exit gates. That's a very good cue ball. And...
Yeah, the one was unfortunately on cooldown, so the Magician does go down here, but both the other gates are open, so this is looking like a tree escape.
And I think with this one, we can congratulate Nova Survivors for getting the 3 escape into Origins Hunter, who unfortunately, I mean, as we said, right? You see that? Like, we have 3 very self-sufficient survivors that can kite the Hunter, and we have broken windows, so no matter what we do, it's going to be so hard to really get that first chase in. And sure, we might get the blink off, we might get the cue ball, but if we miss the cue ball, it gets tough. It gets tough very quickly.
Yeah, and that's what happened with the Meteor. Despite the really good blink into the insto, unfortunately, he did miss that cue ball, which bought her a lot of time. I do think that Tram also made it very difficult for him to squeeze anything out of that game, especially when he didn't commit to her, not knowing she didn't have borrow time.
Now, though, that's going to be 3-0. We are going to be getting into the second round. Or not the second round, sorry. The second half. And now it's going to be Nova's Hunter. Now, you need to remind me who is playing first. Is it Minion or is it the other person? Let's see. Starting lineup. Minion, yes. So Minion, if I'm not mistaken... plays Hullabaloo, has a smiley face somewhere over there as well, very cheeky smiley face. And I think he has like maybe one more like meta, I'm not too sure. He has a pretty short roster, right? Pretty short roster, but his hunters are really strong, I want to say. He's a really good hunter. So I wonder what the survivors from Origin are gonna do now that their own hunter has gotten a 1K, sorry, right? I think we need to really try to push for something here. It's high would be ideal still. We don't really... Sure, we lose the round, but we don't lose as many points. I think it's still recoverable. Or, I mean, if you can get a 3 escape too, like, go for that, right? Like, a 3 escape would be very nice to tie. Oh. Oh, yes. Wait, hold
on. But yeah, no, as Justice was saying, right? They really cannot be getting 4K here. Honestly, that's going to make the point gap way too large. A tie would still be fine, and obviously a 3 escape would be the ideal. I think even a 1 escape is all right, but the thing is, when you get 4K, you actually get 0 points, and the opposing team gets 5, which would then make a point gap really large for these teams for round 1. Like, yes, if they do get a tie, that's still going to make them have less points. It's still recoverable, but if you get that instant, wouldn't it be 8-1? That's going to be really rough for Origin to actually get back from.
Yeah, that's the thing, and like, honestly, I know that this. Ooh, wait, I'm asked to switch. There you go. I know that this. What you call it? This season, I find, especially in tournaments, last year's you would usually expect hunters to almost every single time on the first round they would immediately 4K. There's no other outcome. And there was a time where really round one and round two, it was really, really hard to aim for anything else than a one escape. It is really, really hard. Now, though, I feel like hunters have been, let's say, not nerfed enough that they're not necessarily like a 4K guaranteed. Sure, Goatman is really strong, and you can play him in round one. Opera Sting are the same. But we are seeing more diverse picks in round ones. We are seeing more diverse picks in round twos. It's not always meta. And I think the reason for that is because survivors are better. So now round ones are not necessarily a 4K. And if we can get that 4K on Hunter, that is huge. That is extremely, extremely huge. So this free escape for Nova survivors is actually sure, right? It's really good. It's really good, but it's not something I wouldn't consider unexpected in today's, like, I don't know, climax of the meta.
Mm.
I think in later rounds it'd be easier for hunters to really get the 4Ks because there's less survivors and more off meta to pick off, or maybe meta to still pick off. So that's when we can really see hunters shine.
Yeah, for sure. And as you said, it used to be the opposite for tournament before, where you'd see the survivors performing better in later rounds and the hunters performing better in the first rounds. But now it's kind of been flipped on its head, honestly, which is fun to see because it's no longer, oh wait, can they get the dungeon? No, they're all deep fried because we have an OP Hullabaloo that's going to absolutely attack everybody. Um, it's like nice to see a change of pace, honestly. But as you said, then I don't think it's going to be impossible for Origin survivors to actually do something about this, because it's not like they'll be going against the most impossible to beat hunter in the game, whoever that may be. Like the OP dentist is gonna come and remove everybody's teeth, and then they can't do anything about it.
All right, we are going to be moving into the match, though. We do have Archer, Seer, and Gravekeeper banned from the Hunter side. And we have picked Enchantress, Aeroplanist, and First Officer. Last ban is Doctor. I don't know about you, Bamina, but I myself, in the Koa predictions, have put Doctor for most picked survivor in Koa. And if she's not banned, she will definitely get played. So this does not surprise me. The last
Yeah,
pick
for
we'll
sure.
see, the last pick we'll see is Magician. What do you think the Hunter's gonna pick into this team comp?
I'm not sure. I wasn't really invited to the lobby, so it's a bit difficult for me to
I
comment.
got you, actually. I can talk a little bit as well. I think this Hunter could potentially play Hullabaloo. He could play Smiley Face in this map. I think he has maybe Opera or any, like, I think maybe off meta that I might not be aware of. Maybe like a Wax Artist or something of the sort. So knowing this, I think Hullabaloo wouldn't be too bad of an idea maybe into this First Officer Magician.
I do think that you might be right. It's, I mean, if we look at the bands, it does look like they're planning on picking something like a Goatman, but when it comes to the survivors, I'm not really sure if people want to play Goatman into a Magician and Enchantress. But it's not like it's completely impossible, but that Doctor band really does say a lot about who the hunter might be, honestly. Like he does hard counter like most of the current meta hunters. After her buffs, she's really, really strong. And especially Goatman, you don't want to be dealing with that if you want to play him, you know? But
I agree.
oh, it does look like they're choosing Wax Artist. Which is a really strong hunter on Eversleeping. Into Enchantress as well, super good. Same with First Officer. Magician can be a bit annoying, but it shouldn't be way too difficult to deal with. I think the main issue for a Wax here would be the Aeroplanist, as they'll just be able to get distance, which is what especially No Presence Wax is the weakest to, just breaking that line of sight. Enchantress really doesn't have a lot to work with because, you know, whenever she does stun him, she does get more wax, though No Presence that shouldn't be too much of an issue because it's not like you'll take damage from the wax, and you can actually use it to force 100 stacks, though it is a bit challenging to play around because, you know, the wax can just go out of the stun range and then get the wax from afar, and then you can't do anything because you're stunned. But yeah.
I agree. We're gonna get into the spawn selection here. We're gonna see a Tide Broken Windows Magician, a Flywheel BT Enchantress, and a double Tide on Arrow and First Officer. And what I actually wanted to say is that although, as an Enchantress player myself, although she, by popular belief, Wax Artist may counter Enchantress, Enchantress can still stun out of Wax's range. like out of how you when you stun wax, you can still get waxed.
What?
She can do that. She can stun out
Oh,
of the range, which means that sometimes you can use the one stacks not when he gets too close, but when you think he's like behind a wall or something and you have enough distance, as soon as the icon is available, click it so you can. That's how you get as much distance on Enchantress as possible. And the thing is, I was actually going to say Aeroplanus is not might actually be a good chase for Wax because or even Magician because most of the times Aeroplanus in these cases is going to bring exactly like we see here, which is a fat tide. And although he might have Graveyard here to rotate into, as soon as that hover is gone, we're going to be able to catch up very quickly. And I would not be surprised to see a Wax Artist with Warp to cut down that distance that the Aeroplanist might have gotten earlier. So although the first start of the chase might be quite good on Aeroplanist, as soon as that Warp comes out and he gets close to him, now we might have a problem. But let's see how it goes.
that's very true. You do still have 3 tides though, so even if one of their tide turners is on the chair, they'll still be able to rescue a tide twice, which is really good.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it does look like they're going for the aeroplane. It's just like you were saying.
yeah, or either that or going towards middle to catch the rescuer, who is going to be the first officer to get a pocket watch out of him, or try to get the Chloe, the magician, to get his cut his rotation off. We're going to see a warp with Insolence Attention. We do have warp, as I said before. Chloe not making sure that he does not get mind game. This pallet is going to be dropped down with a broken window speed boost that we can use later into the rounds. Does Chloe see that he is getting cut off? Maybe not. We're going to use a broken window speed boost once again here, getting a lot of distance. This rotation works wonders for Magician. This pallet is probably going to get dropped as well. No, we're going to keep our distance to make sure we are not in line of sight.
Yeah, he's just constantly cutting line of sight around this building, which is a really good job from the magician. Because that's what you want to be doing. Also going into cabin here, where he can't wax over the walls on that side. Just using warp here. They do have insolence, so maybe they just want that early hit when wax is around 80 into a wax bomb. So it does look like the magician can maybe get on tram here. No, but it does force a 100. So even though he gets that first presence, it's not a guaranteed down. Because he did get stunned. If you get hit when your wax is on around 80%, then that's a guaranteed double hit, honestly, when it's insolence. Using that broken windows from that pallet to once again cut line of sight, getting away, going towards 11 here. 3 ciphers. They're almost, one is on 70%, so basically all of them should be done. Going to the aeroplane cipher, but it won't be able to be blocked off as it is on 100% already, though the wax artist does try. I think this is a really good first chase. What do you think? No, I mean, not first chase, but first kite.
No, yeah, this is a really good first kite here from the magician. We're going to be dying on middle cipher, which is not going to be able to get completed. Sorry. Completed here by the first officer due to his low decoding and the early rotation. His pathing was really good, actually, from the magician, going from area to area really well, using the broken windows. Let's see who is going to go for first rescue. Looks like it's going to be Aeroplanus going in. Are we going to use a hover? And maybe no. That's going to be a really good rescue. No double down. And it looks like we have full presence as well on this wax artist. Can we maybe use this broken windows to get away from... Can we cut line of sight? Or are we just... I think we're just going to die corner. Yeah, we're just going to die corner.
Oh, yeah, see that tram hit actually not really getting to the corner, though, dying in front of the tram, maybe trying to bait the wax to meet his fate. Yeah, they don't want to pick up. Yeah, that does buy some time. Though unfortunately, due to the tram, they couldn't quite make it that far from ciphers. They did complete middle during this time, probably just going for a rescue when the cipher is prime. They won't be able to cut these cipher off. Like, I mean, lock them off unless they leave the chair, which does maybe allow a free rescue.
We missed it.
Ooh, that can be a bit detrimental. As the ciphers are moving very quickly, and if they can't block them off, then they will probably be primed in time for the rescue. See, they needed to go away from the chair to lock off the cipher, allowing the survivors to get a free rescue, and they didn't even manage to lock off the aeroplane cipher, which is pretty rough for this wax artist. So he does get the down on the magician, who does not have borrowed time, so they'll probably just drop it when he hits the chair. They can't really do anything about that. No force healing, not really anything. Though he does get away from the ciphers. It's gonna be done. This is looking like a tie. Their warp is on cooldown. I don't think they're going to lose in this situation anyway.
Oh wait, I think if they push the gate here, it's a win because there's no
That's
way.
true.
I don't think Wax Artist reaches. He might be able to block the door. But I don't think he reaches in time. We have all three survivors here. That's the door locked. It's not
Yeah.
open. That's gonna be scary now. We're playing into a maybe tie, like you said before. I thought this could have been a three escape. But the other two survivors are rotating away towards the other gate as the first officer is going to try to buy as much time as possible with 97% hype
Oh,
wax, and he's gonna get downed.
unfortunate. Yeah, that gate is on 80%. He did make it over in time, even though his work was on cooldown. The thing is that he can cut the gate off from pretty far away because it is Every Sleeping Town. If it had been any other map, I think with that amount of distance, the survivors would have been good for a escape. But it's just a really good map for him as he does have access to a lot of different ciphers here. Yeah, 20%. No, not 20%. 20 seconds until his warp is up. He's not making it over to the other gate. So that is a tie, which I think is fine.
I think
Even
he's
though,
contempt with his tie, as we
Mm.
can see. That's why he cheered in basement. It's probably like, yeah, this will be a round win for us. Let's try to move on to round 2 and try
Oh,
to get another round win instead.
yes, because it is a best of three. So if they win another round, then that's going to be the win. Um, I think the survivors played this really well. It was a bit unfortunate that the magician didn't have borrowed time, especially because they did get chased and they had a tie that they never got to use. But it's always also kind of sad that he actually made it over to the gate in time. But yeah, it's still a tie. I think it's really good that they forced out that warp, honestly. Because
At
if
the
that
very
warp was
end,
up,
yeah.
then the end game would have been very difficult for the survivors. Because Wax Artist with warp endgame, you can just lock off both the gates, and then you can, especially when you get it down like that, it's easier to work with and
I mean,
maybe
even
squeeze out a
if
trick.
he got the down in basement, like getting out
Hmm,
of basement and warping to the other gate, and then
that's
one of the
true.
survivors would have had to go back to basement to get the rescue. That's a lot of free time that the wax gets for them to get out of basement. So, but yeah, the first guy was good. The first rescue was good. There was no rebound. I think that's really what killed the possibility of a four
Yeah,
person endgame. And also the no BT, like you said, not being able to pop there to make sure that well, yeah, it would have not been primed, unfortunately, by the time the magician got down, and I think the reason for that, like I said, is no rebound, but even twice. Like there was no rebound on the first chair, but there was also no rebound on the second chair. We didn't manage to protect the magician. I think if first officer maybe took a hit there instead, it
yeah.
would have been a possibility, right?
They could have maybe tried body blocking a bit more, at least of the wax, because he did get down quite quickly. Maybe they didn't expect a wax artist to know which first officer was the magician. That you can see that they should have definitely tried to keep him alive a bit longer, though, as it would have made their
Sure.
end game a lot stronger. Mm,
Uh, it looks like we are going to be seeing no subs from either side, from both Origin or Nova. So we're going to be looking at the same hunters for both, which I think means that we can maybe expect what we were kind of saying before from Nova, right? Like a Hullabaloo maybe, or a Smiley Face, considering, or yeah, we might have to consider the map here. It looks like Origin is going to have to ban a map. It's going to be Arms Factory here. And we're also going to be looking in a second which map Nova decides to play. Honestly, for Hullabaloo and Smiley Face, which maps do you think Nova will opt to play?
Um, I mean, if they want to play Smiley Face, we might just see something standard like Chinatown. It does look like
Exactly.
it is Chinatown that did get selected. Well, probably one of. I don't think it's one of. I think it is definitely Smiley Face's strongest map. It's very annoying to play as survivors. Very difficult to actually not lose if you don't have like a really strong counter comp. So you might be seeing like the Smiley Face counters, like Magician, um maybe who counters Smiley? Bro, my brain is completely fried. Who do you
We
think
got
does the revenue?
Magician. We got
Magician.
Magician and Enchantress who have already been picked,
That's
unfortunately. So
true.
those are going to be a little bit of a problem. But there's way more hunter. There's sorry, no hunters. There's way more survivors that can counter Smiley. We can still go Doctor. Something like Coordinator wide in the open, the gun might look like a hard thing to shoot, but again, if we're wide in the open, I don't think it's too much of a stretch. Mechanic could do quite well into Smiley Face, especially in a map like Chinatown, where there's a lot of thin corridors where you can use the bot to body block, right? I think that Priestess, if not banned, can probably do quite nicely into Smiley Face using the portals at the start, making sure like you can kite out at least 2 portals at the start of the game. Gravekeeper unfortunately got banned, but like last game. So if we decide to pick him now, this would be, I think, a very good choice. I think Archer could also play very well into Smiley Face, maybe Journalist to body block with the little Orpheus, or perhaps maybe someone like Psychologist who doesn't necessarily have anything to block, but at least can tank that first dash and then get herself in a better area. So
Mm.
there is definitely a couple picks that the survivors can take here, but I think honestly, we might just consider banning the Smiley Face and then prepping for something different like Hullabaloo.
Yeah. I mean, the hunter is an S badge on Hullabaloo. Um, so I'm not sure if I mean it's probably going to be a Smiley ban as it is Chinatown, and they know that the hunter does play Smiley. Um, though at the same time they might not want to deal with that Holla. Though he's not all too strong in the current meta, he's still a really solid hunter. Though he might not be as annoying as Smiley on Chinatown, as we were talking about. It is a really good map for him.
Yeah.
But
I don't want to go into a I don't want to go into a Smiley Face in Chinatown. I think there's like the three big maps, right? So like Ever Sleeping Chinatown and Moonlit. I definitely think that Moonlit is Smiley Face's best map
Mhm.
or one of. I don't think Ever Sleeping is really good for him, but the reason I think Ever Sleeping is still okay is because you do have some areas where there's guaranteed safety, and if you really think about it, Chinatown and Moonlit, there's very few areas where there's guaranteed safety too, right? Like if we
Yeah.
think about two-story hotel, right, in Chinatown, that one pallet at the top, that's a guaranteed safety. It's really hard for Smiley Face to go up the stairs, for example, or
Mm.
perhaps the window in a hotel again, where maybe we can do something about it. The restaurant window, not as much because it's quite short, and Smiley Face can very easily mind game around it. We do have a lot of drop downs as well with two-story connected, etc. So the Smiley Face can't obviously he can't drop down with a drill. He's gonna have to go back, so that gives you a little bit more time to position yourself. But there's not a lot of those like big strong areas where you can really kite Smiley Face. So it ends up being a lot of you making sure that you have survivors that can really counter him,
Mm.
or you making sure that you win the mind games, which is obviously what Smiley Face would rather have, winning mind games, other than having areas that are just entirely super strong into him. So yeah,
Mm.
it's I don't know. I think Chinatown is a very good option. There's really only one area where you can really safely stay. So depends on what the origin survivors are gonna opt to do. Are we gonna ban Smiley Face or are we gonna ban Hullabaloo?
Mhm. Um, how do you think Hullabaloo works out in Chinatown? Like in your opinion?
Right. So there are pretty good jump spots. He kind of destroys hotel if you have a lot of distance. You decide to go up the stairs, and he has his jump available. Kind of works. There's a lot of spots in Chinatown that are quite open, visible. Like there's a lot of vision for him to use his clones in, which makes it harder for survivors to kite.
Oh,
But at the same time, Chinatown is one of those maps
oh,
we're gonna see the Hullabaloo ban, it seems like, but that Chinatown is one of those maps where rotations are really important, and they
mhm,
can really extend the kite like really long, right?
for sure.
So a hunter like Hullabaloo, I was gonna say actually is not necessarily needed to ban because we can use those rotations very effectively, but. We're gonna see the Hullabaloo ban. Doctor Archer bans, like I said before, Archer Doctor into Smiley Face could be quite good. And as expected, look at what we're gonna pick on the survivor side. Gravekeeper, really good counter for Smiley Face, and Antiquarian, kind of like a 50-50. I'm sure you've
Um,
had the issue of fighting the air. against Smiley Face.
Uh,
So
you have a basically guaranteed dash cancel with her stab ability because it has a really big hitbox, which is quite good against Smiley Face. So obviously, once that is burnt, it does go on a 20-second cooldown, and canceling the dash again can be quite challenging. But I do think she's okay into Smiley. We're also seeing a Gardener who has that bubble to avoid the dash, with a Seer ban as well from the Hunter. But you do end up fighting the air a lot, yeah, especially when you want to go for the swings to cancel the dash. It's a lot. It's a lot like attempting to fly wheel as Smiley. You need to be very patient with it, especially the good ones. They do tend to bait that for a lot of time. Mm. We're seeing a
agreed.
Psycho pick. Psycho. I mean, she can take 3 hits, but she doesn't have any like inherent items that can cancel a dash, which might be a bit challenging for her to deal with. Like if she's going to take chase here.
I think this is definitely what I was speaking to you about before. The fact that it's not really about whether psychologist doesn't have anything to counter Smiley Face, but it's the fact that she's a 3-hit survivor. So it's
Yeah.
no longer about getting that first dash, getting hit, right? And then waiting until your insolence pops out and you're dead. Now it's actually about getting that first dash hit for Smiley Face and then getting your insolence hit. And now we might even have to use our blink to get her down. You can't get a fast down on psychologist. It's going to be impossible for Smiley Face. And if she do get her down before she has her limit, then it's really worth it for her to. She's gonna have rebound into Smiley Face. She's gonna have something guaranteed for her dash again. And I think this is also why Gardner is pretty smart. She's gonna have that bubble for the first 50 seconds of the game, which makes her a very solid choice to just decode. She just needs to decode at the start. She does not really need to care about whether the Smiley Face is coming her way. Whilst someone like Psychologist or maybe Antiquarian might want to position themselves advantageous, like in an advantageous position, where
Yeah.
Antiquarian, for example, is like in restaurant where she can hit very easily. The Smiley Face is very hard to maneuver, or where psychologist maybe goes hotel and she has that palette at the top.
They definitely don't want to. Oh, we are seeing the QS pick. This is the second time we've seen a QS, but we didn't quite expect it. I think Antiquarian into QS is quite decent. Like, it's the same thing, right? Like all these survivors have something to work with to prevent that to delay that first hit as long as possible, except for the psychologist. But as you were talking about earlier, she's not going to be a fast down even if you do get that early hits. Though I mean you have presence. QS presence can be quite annoying. That oh they're spawning in 4 corners with
Interesting.
the Gravekeeper not taking hotel. Okay, that would have been a bit surprising. The Gravekeeper spawning top right, Antiquarian top left, Psychologist bottom left, and the Gardener is taking hotel with a Tide Broken Windows, Tide Borrow Time. So Tide Broken Windows a Gardener, Tide Borrow Time on the Gravekeeper, full kite on the Psychologist, and a Flywheel Borrow Time on the Antiquarian. Who do you think is gonna go after? Probably the Psychologist, right? Or
I
do you think they'll be daring to do an Antiquarian chase?
I definitely think this is on psychologist, but I'm excited, or not excited. I'm curious rather to see what they have planned for the psychologist, because this spawn, like bottom left, is
Mm,
usually, and I don't like, almost never good.
yeah.
QS can just put a line in the middle, around the middle ish of that, in like inside of that building. And if he sees the psychologist somewhere outside, he jumps and then that's it. Now, the psychologist does have one way to kite that first speed boost out. She does have that broken windows that she can use, but this area doesn't really lead you to go anywhere. She can maybe go right side, take a first hit, go hotel, perhaps work with her gardener, who might be destroying the chairs over there. But apart from that, I do definitely think that this first chase is going to be psychologist and most definitely not antiquarian.
Yeah, for sure. Um, I don't. It did look like if we look at the build names, that the Psychologist does have struggle. So as you were saying, they might opt to work with their gardener here to maybe get a struggle in. Um, but maybe they changed your build. But the QS is having insolence, detention with a triple pallet break, and impulsive, pretty standard for QS. Also carrying a blink. We are seeing the psychologist rotate into hotel here, working with the 2 pallets over at the gate. She does still have her broken windows up. Unfortunately, that does hit. Kira's charge attack hitbox is kind of insane. Especially with that impulsor, it's a very difficult thing to avoid those charge attack hits. Really good ball from our Kira's here. Just breaking that pallet, broken windows over to this other area. Though that is going to be another hit. Blake is up in 10 seconds, probably going to be up by the time that the psychologist stresses out. We might just be seeing a cue ball down. Maybe just going to cue ball here. Blink is up in 5 seconds, though. Oh no, she does dodge that, so she might be forcing out Trey here. She does have a flywheel to work with, maybe for a blink predict. Though I don't even think blinking is necessary here. A really good flywheel, and there you go. You have the blink, so the flywheel was used to force out the blink, which is good. But the ciphers are a bit far behind for a QS, with their 60% cipher being the one abandoned by the Gravekeeper here near middle.
I agree, and this is scary because now we can actually lock down this cipher over here, and it's just gonna get regressed for free with nothing really what we can do. I think the problem actually from this psychologist here. Oh, we're looking. There you go. Okay, I think the problem with the psychologist here is that we were initially going to rotate into hotel, but then we kind of like we didn't decide to do that anymore, and
Yeah.
we kind of on the lines of QS. That it's gonna be a very good rescue hit on chair from Gravekeeper. Psychologist trying to go down in corner. Seems like we might go for some gardener play, perhaps. Not doesn't look like it too much. We have this chair over here, but there are 2 chairs. That cipher in middle is going to get locked down by the cue ball, which is going to last quite a long time, which means that the Gravekeeper is actually not going to be able to finish down this cipher. Oh, looks like the gardener's coming in here. We have a chair. It's not broken, so we can chair.
Uh, yeah, it just looked like the QS realized that that chair was going to be broken and then went for the other one. Which, really quick thinking from our QS here. I do think that the gardener is going to go for the second rescue, as they do have tied. As you were saying, that cue ball does last for quite a long time, fully blocking off that Gravekeeper cipher. So they really only have the Antiquarian decoding here. We're seeing a bubble into a rescue. Body block from the gardener into a broken chair, takes a hit, but it does allow the psychologist to get quite far away, though the QS does have 2 connect points at the moment to work with. They had 4, but you know, they used them. Dying in corner again, probably opting to be harassed for by the gardener. Really smart breaking the chair beforehand. The gardener is going in for the harass on half health, which could be a bit risky. Oh, just putting that cue ball, really smart from the QS, preventing the gardener from breaking it.
I do think, unfortunately, though, this is not going to be enough for the go. Wait, we're dropping because we do have the gardener, but she does have a bubble here to work with. We were going to use broken windows, but I think we're going to get down. This broken windows is not going to be enough to get away from impulsive Qist. And that psychologist actually does not have struggle 3. This is not a very good area to use the gardener strategy in because there's 2 chairs that are very hard to get to for gardener. You have to stay kind of in the middle. If one of them gets broken, it's kind of hard to play around. And now this gardener doesn't have BT. Last cipher being started very, very far away, which is really good for these survivors. But look at how many contact points we have here from the QS. We have 6 contact points. The survivors have not really managed to burn his contact points to get any pressure on the map. He kind of has been able to just stall them for free.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's close enough to lock off that cipher, so it does look like he's going to be forced to go over there. Though still, this is going to be quite difficult for the survivors, honestly. Yeah, just using those contact points, blocking off that cipher, letting them rescue for free. Oh, unfortunately, the tolerance didn't allow the Antiquarian to get that first hit into a wall. Though she does still get the disarm. He does have, I think,
Nice.
really well played from the anti. Even though she didn't get the hit into a wall, she just immediately flips over and forces out Blink. I think that was a really good play. They're not starting. They haven't started a new cipher yet.
Damn, she's not getting the hit. Sorry, on the QS because Insolent's pushback is destroying her so much.
It's very difficult to counter that as Antiquarian. I do play her myself, and I know that it's completely impossible. It basically reduces it by half, essentially. So it's very difficult to remind yourself like how different is it going to be, like when do I need to push back to actually not get completely destroyed because I don't get my disarm off, you know? So
Yeah.
it's really sad to see her not being able to hit the QS into a wall. And she has unfortunately blown all of her resources. The gardener is opting for harass here. Blocking of the Gravekeeper Cipher, which is currently on 60%. They do get that block off. They only have one contact point at the moment, but they're tearing closer to the Cipher as well. And the Cipher that the Antiquarian was previously working on, which was on 60%, is now back at 27. The Gardener is probably going to have to stall this rescue, but the QS is just going to go over to the Gravekeeper and prevent them from decoding.
Ooh, this is some really fun dashes here from the QS. QS realized that's all he wanted. He wanted Gravekeeper off the Cypher to try and stall as much time as possible to get this hit on the Antiquarian, getting her downed fully. But now we can't finish the Cypher. We need to make sure that neither Gravekeeper or Gardener gets hit. Play this as slow as possible. Or as slow as possible is just going to make regress the Cyphers for free. But I think that Antiquarian finishing the Cypher from far away is going to be really good for the survivors here. Gardener just making sure to run away as possible, as far away as possible from the Cypher while the Gravekeeper pushes the other one.
It does look like the QS is now going to go over to the Antiquarian Cipher. The Cipher that the Gravekeeper is working on is currently on 78%. She is going off the Cipher. She has a flywheel to work with, but yeah, the QS is used to her cue ball, so she's probably going to be able to kite until it's primed, even if...
Ooh, that's a
Yeah.
hit, though. We're going to pop here. That's very
Oh,
good. We have Flywheel, though, for the end game, and we do only have... We actually have 0 contact points for this end game. If we decided to open the gate, it's probably going to end up being a tie. Look at the contact points. They're too far away from the gate. I do not think this QS will be able to make it to the Gardener and Gravekeeper's... Yeah, he's waiting for that last contact point. It's over. I think it's going to be a tie.
Yeah. I think even though it was looking a bit grim for the survivors, they still managed to get a tie here. They played the end game really well. Like or not the end game, but the last cipher situation with pressuring both the ciphers and forcing the QS across the map. If they'd been cipher locked, this would have been basically impossible. But the ciphers were far enough away, which if the QS wanted to block them off, he needed to actually go over to the other side of the map. So I think that was really smart of them. What do you think?
Agreed. Maybe just like going back to the start, I find I think both the hunter and the survivor made a critical mistake. I don't think like we don't have to like necessarily go over it, but um at the start, QAs didn't really use this cue ball to get early into this chase from Psychologist. Psychologist has no way to go anywhere really. We have to cut her off as quick as possible, especially with those cue balls. And I think that Psychologist's plan, maybe that wasn't the plan, right? Going to hotel at all. But she kited every time she got a hit. She ended up kiting towards where there already was a line that QS already used, which made it possible for QS to not have to use anything. I think that's the biggest problem here, that QS did not have to use any extra lines for the first chase. We've allowed QS to basically roam for free every single time we got a hit. But it was a pretty good kite nonetheless. We did manage to force out Blink, which I think was huge. And then maybe also the down on the Cypher, which kind of sucked for the survivors there. But from what we've said at the start, remember that the Cyphers were looking quite like bad. I want to say not bad, but like not super good into QS. I think they still managed to really bring it around, right?
Yeah. Even though that Gardener's Ras was a bit unsuccessful, it still managed to buy quite a lot of time. If we notice by the end of her going down, they were only at one cipher left because the QS was preoccupied in using his points to try to get the psychologist to the chair instead of locking off the ciphers. So it did put them in a quite okay endgame situation. Though, as you were saying, psychologists didn't quite commit to their previously planned rotations. I guess they got a bit scared when they got hit and then just decided to run back because they weren't sure what they were going to do, which is very valid. But against Kios, you want to force out as many of the contact points as possible, as when he has a lot, he can just lock off ciphers, and it's very difficult for your team to deal with. But this hunter we know for sure plays Smelly Face, and also
Wu Chang and Abra and Goatman. So we got a lot of options here, I think,
for sure.
We got a lot of options here for our hunter. honestly.
Yeah. Especially on a map like Chinatown, it's very strong for a lot of different hunters. So I'm curious what they're going to play. Um, I don't. I think. I haven't seen a lot of Goatman on Chinatown, though it's Goatman, so I'm sure he'll be able to do fine. Um, but it would be fun to see a Wu Chang, honestly, and maybe another Wax Artist game. It was the other team that played Wax, right? And they do have quite a lot of games on him as well. And you know, Wax Artist is quite solid on Chinatown, but we might just be seeing something like a smiley face or a Wu. That's what I'm expecting. What do you think?
Well, honestly, at this point, might as well treat us with a mirror match, right? First match was Qist into a Wax. I think that boy, or
Yeah.
Corazon, the hunter from Origin, also has a Wax. So maybe we can get a treat here. We can get a double, like, I don't know, hunter on each side. I think though it really just is going to come down to the bans that are going to be played here for our hunter, and the survivors are going to be picked, right? If again we have like three self-sufficient kiters, then maybe someone like Wu Chang might be a bit hard to play, because as soon as you get teleported on, everybody can just kite for free. So we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see.
Well, we're seeing that Eng Puppeteer ban might be looking at a Goatman here. Both of those characters are they're banning the Wu. So, but Wu has the same issue that QS does. That if you can't get that first presence, it's very difficult to get that first down. So his first chase very weak, but then he becomes really strong. As the game progresses, if you can actually get that presence. We're seeing Aeroplanist Seer. How do you think these characters play into a Goatman? If that's what we're expecting, so also seeing an anti-ban, this is looking like pretty standard Goatman bans. Also, obviously, a smiley face, as all three of these characters also counter him.
I
But
think
I'm
that
not.
I think that Seer actually for sure really nice into Goatman.
Oh,
Airplane is kind of like a 50-50. Engrave is also kind of like a 50-50, because if we want to go for rescue, we do have to. It's not like the shovel consumes the cage, right? I do
yeah.
like that they respect this Wu Chang pick. They don't want to mess with that late game. Probably, they probably know that Corazon is really good Wu Chang players. I mean, I don't know if you've seen his win rate this season, but 100% win rate in peak tier. I would be scared
Oh,
too. Yeah, I would be scared too. So, really strong synergy here as well. And if you see Novelist and Airplanist with a very long pallet stun, perhaps something like that could be used. I don't know though. Into Smiley Face, like Airplanist doesn't really have a lot to offer into a Smiley Face. Sure, the small hover maybe, but I don't know. Seer as well. As soon as that owl gets kind of gets negated, and maybe the Novelist, as soon as that first book gets negated, it's not gonna be a treat anymore. I don't know what this is gonna look like. Probably a lot of flywheels. They're gonna opt to go flywheel.
do you think we'll be seeing a Flywheel Gravekeeper? Hmm?
Flywheel Tide Gravekeeper. I'm honestly all for it. You know, it's the new meta. Flywheel
Yeah.
Gravekeeper. And I think they should just actually take Seer with Tide here. Seer Tide,
Oh.
Gravekeeper Flywheel, because obviously Gravekeeper is like super weak. So
Yeah,
we need it.
obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Maybe full
Um,
Kaya, actually. Yeah. Full Kai Gravekeeper.
you
Oh, we're
might be
seeing the
onto
Opera
something.
Singer. Um, Opera Singer quite decent on Chinatown. Gravekeeper is pretty viable to chase if you want to go for that. I think the issue with uh as when you're playing as Opera is that she's obviously so fast. So if you want to chase something like Gravekeeper, Seer, probably going to be a Seer first chase as he doesn't even have Bird for the first like I don't know how long of the game. I'm not sure, but he
I
doesn't
think
have
it
Bird for yeah.
It depends on how far the survivors are, because you get the owl as soon as the owl
Oh,
scouts every survivor in the map, right? That's
yeah.
because you'll see like a small indication of like a white dot, like a white
Yeah.
owl dot next to the survivor. And the thing, by the way, the thing with this spawn, right? Because I realize upper single and bottom right in hotel is actually not bad at all for you to kite in. Because if you go out of hotel, there's not a lot of areas where she can dash. It's very open. However, if she decides to chase someone like Novelist or the Aeroplanist on this side of the map, I feel like there's going to be way more options for her to dash into, especially inside of the building. And outside of the building, having more things that she can latch onto. So I think either Novelist or Aeroplanist are going to be a good chase. I don't know
I
which
think
one is better, but what do you think?
I think pretty standard, at least from what I've seen. Though the spawn is not too common. Opera spawning top left
Mm.
generally goes for middle, like top middle, aka the aeroplanist. And he does have Tide Burrow Time, not a lot to work with. But obviously his util, like his hover can be quite good. I'm not sure how well does she chase Lion Pagoda. Um,
Uh,
is that a really good area for her?
Restaurant. I think
Yes.
restaurant is okay for her. Yeah, she has a lot of places to dash in. It's kind of, I guess it's a little bit easy to mess up your dash in because they're very close to each other, the shadows. But it's very easy to dash in, if that makes sense. Like
Yeah.
it's not like it's super far away. It's just easy to mess up. But we're gonna be going into the game right now as we see our opera singer who's gonna maybe opt to chase the airplanes. As you can see, yeah, you see how many shadows there is
Yeah,
next to
exactly.
her. Yeah, we have Blink here with trump card detention as we decide to chase the airplanes who's already going to be using a jetpack to get as much distance as possible. Maybe double hit through. Very, very early hit on this arrow as we have, well, we don't have castback around. That'd be quite huge on her actually.
Um, yeah, really good first hit from the opera singer here. She swings really quickly, so you need to be very careful about dropping those pallets. A good flip back here, forcing out the hover. He does still have one jetpack to work with, though against an opera singer, the jetpack won't really do all that much, as you know, she's very fast. He's forced to mind game at this pallet. I think if he had broken windows, this would have been he would have been able to get out of here, but oh, yeah, he's just delaying. Maybe wanted to go for a blink first out, but unfortunately he does die here, not winning that mind game again, dying on the Gravekeeper Cypher. Cyphers are on 60, 50, and 70. Already forced to go into Shovel. I mean, it's smart that he goes into Shovel this early as Opera is very fast. So he might actually be hit out of the going into Shovel animation, so it's a bit important to be cautious. I think he was trying to go under that pallet, though unfortunately didn't quite make it. He takes a hit here. Shovel is on cooldown, though it's going to probably just Shovel here. Oh, missed blink. That's really unfortunate for this opera singer. Though it does allow the aeroplanist to rebound.
That's actually going to change the tides of the game a little bit, like considerably here, because we don't have Blink to guarantee the down, a quick down on Airplanus. He still has a jetpack,
Yeah.
which means that he can make it to this window, like this area over here. And we have the Novelist coming in for support. We're going to see the synergy here, maybe getting a stun. No, we don't get it. We didn't really communicate well there. Can we get the down on the Airplanes? I don't know. I don't understand what's going on. We're trying to body block here. The Cyphers are looking all right. But now it's actually, I think now we're actually losing. Oh, we messed up dash here, unfortunately. I think now we're actually losing the lead we had again by the survivors. Because sure, we managed to pop the Cypher in middle right now, but we're not really starting that second and last Cypher. And I think the Opera is really making sure, yeah, this down is still going to go through. And she can still... she does, yeah, this airplane is going to be second chair with no rebound, really. And we're healing in front of her, so I don't know.
Yeah, and the Seer did use their owl as well, so he doesn't have anything to protect his airplane. No rebound potential. Though, I mean, he does get the rescue here. Might just go for a hit on the Gravekeeper. He does have a shovel with a bit of durability, though it is on cooldown. That is a palace stun. Hopefully she does not lose the aeroplanist here. The dungeon is over there. He is trying to hide, though he did still have a trail. Yeah, she does see him here. No blink, but he doesn't have anything at all. Sacrificing a dash here, and unfortunately she does not get that hit through the pallet, though he's kind of stuck in this area. Kind of difficult, unfortunately. That is a slow ball, and that is going to be the down and elimination on the aeroplanist. And they don't have the last cipher started, but they're just resetting at the moment, so no decoding is being done.
And just a small reminder as well that the survivors here definitely need a tie in order to go to tie the round, correct? Like if they get a tie, this round is going to be tied, which means that no matter what, they'll go round 3. However, if the survivors somehow manage to get a 3 escape, this would end up being a win for Nova. Doesn't look like it, absolutely not. But so far, this looks like a tie, maybe a 3 kill, which would be really good for Origin here, getting back up in those points. What we said with those points before, we kind of lose a bit track of the Novice here. We're starting the Cypher at Hotel. We missed a dash, unfortunately. Blink is back up, We are forced to use our backdash, but we do see this last cipher being completed, so we're gonna opt to change the targets, pressuring this cipher. We do not have a last cipher open, which is gonna be very scary. This Gravekeeper has been spotted out quite wide in the open. We have Blink that we can use. That's gonna be the last shovel he has. We're gonna have to use this shovel and try to die as far away as possible. We can also trump card here.
Yeah. The novelist has started a new cipher though, so it might be a bit risky to go for an abnormal play, as the survivors are really fast to not only decode one cipher. Though the Seer is going to be forced in, making them abandon their 76% cipher. Just going for the slugging play here actually might be a bit of a risky decision, as the other cipher is on 90%. He does also have book. Yeah, into that Palestine, and that they can just pop it here, honestly.
Agreed.
A very
That's
it was
gonna
a bit
be, yeah, it's gonna be quite an early down. I mean, you see that Novelist doesn't have BT, so that's definitely the play, like 100% always. But look what we have available right now. We have that trump card. We can definitely use this trump card to get a 3K here, which would be very, very good for Origin here, tying not only so yeah, they would tie the score in general, 1-1.
yeah. I do think that they're a bit reluctant to use their teleport, yeah, because of the Gravekeeper potentially going in for the rescue here. Might just be going to pressure the gate manually and then teleport back to the chair. Oh, we're seeing a blink down actually. That should be a tie then for the survivors. I mean, Opera Singer is quite fast. They might not make that gate in time, especially because it is basically a straight line on over to the other gate. Yeah, the Gravekeeper is going back to rescue the Seer, while the Novelist is going to be working on the gates here. Really smart from the survivors, and Sombra is quite fast, so she might have realized that the Gravekeeper is going to be going for the other rescue. It does look like she's just going for the gate though, and if that Novelist does get down, that is going to just be a tie, as the other gate is on 66%. The dungeon is on the other side of the map though, so I don't think there's a risk of a tree escape here. Just going back for the chair, but unfortunately the Gravekeeper does get that rescue. Another Terror Shock. Though both gates are on about 60%. Gravekeeper has used her self-heal. I'm not
This
sure when
is
that happened.
close. We don't get the gate open. Actually, we can have a chance here for a 3 kill. This Seer is still kiting in this area. The Gravekeeper is basically on a timer. How much can this Seer last until? Oh, we missed a dash. It's gonna be huge for them. I think this is gonna end up being a tie though, as Seer manages to kite just about enough. For this Gravekeeper to probably get up and survive. It's gonna be another Pallet Sun. Very well played here. We probably have an owl. Oh, I think we're selling for the owl.
Do you think he's going to be able to get the owl in time, or is he just going to go down here? Because if he does get the owl, the dungeon is over in that corner. Though unfortunately he just got down with that hit through the pallet. I'm assuming the Opera was a bit scared of another Palestine, as she did get Palestine quite a lot of times here, opting to be a bit more patient. But that is going to be a tie, making the round a tie as well. Though Nova is still in the lead for points, right?
Okay. Yeah, Nova is still in the lead. This is gonna be a apologies round tie.
Mm.
Which is still 1-0 for Nova. So now definitely Origin needs to win this next round no matter what. Regardless of the score. I will quickly leave you with chat because I have to go to the door. I'm gonna be right back in a second.
Okay, yeah, don't worry. Oh. Oh. Guys, how are you feeling about I don't know, about IDV in general? What do we think about life at the moment? I wish I could Palestine that much. No, real. I always get hit through all the pallets. Yeah, the Seer was really cooking. Let me read these comments, as I wasn't really able to do that while we were commentating on the match. Let me see. How is it going? I know you asked 40 minutes ago, but it's going well for us, I think. Justice is just taking a quick bathroom break. We hate IDV rank. I know. I think me personally, I've officially reached a match spammer status, and I actually have about 1,000 survivor games. Ooh, that's we don't tell anyone, okay? But we listen and we don't judge, okay? The commentating is good. Oh my god, thank you. I'm kind of being carried by Justice at the moment. Don't tell him I said that, okay? As he is currently away. Um, I'm happy but broke because I got Lady Truth code. Oh my god, Lady Truth, such a beautiful skin. I really wish I had more Truth and Inference skins. I want to buy some codes, but at the same time it's like no, that's so much money. W Lady Truth, yeah, I know. It's so cute. Like I think the novel, not the novelist skin. Oh my god, the Mr. Inference skin is so chopped, honestly, and it's so expensive for what? Like who'd waste their money on that? Am I right? But I might be a bit biased. But I want Lady Truth so badly. It's so cute. I know that Justice has this. I'm gonna steal his account. But don't tell him I said that. I'm loving
Huh.
it. Oh, you're here. Really? Really?
Right. Right.
Um um
Right.
when
Um.
did you come back? Actually, you weren't supposed to. You didn't hear anything, right? Mm?
Uh-huh. And who exactly are you
What?
talking to right now? I'm not entirely
Uh,
sure.
ooh, I'm talking to our chat. Our beautiful chat.
Uh-huh.
We were having a conversation about truth and inference skins, and
Uh-huh.
yeah, and I was just admiring your Lady Truth. As
Mhm.
that's a really nice skin, though obviously I would never like take it, or anything, or dream of doing or doing something like that. Like trust, I'm a good nice person, and it is like such a thought would never cross my mind. Okay. Um, why
Mhm.
do I feel
Sorry.
like
What was that?
what was what?
What?
What was what? What
Um,
are you hearing
so
something with this?
anyways, so we're gonna be moving on to
Right.
right. We're gonna be moving on to round three, correct?
Yeah.
And I have no clue what they're gonna do. Are
Let me know when the love
they
is up so I can get invited, by the way. It was a bit sad to be forgotten last time, though I know you just hate me. Um,
wait,
yeah,
I'm
no,
just
but as
making
you were saying,
sure.
like, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Global ban is QS, and wait, who's playing first? Have they decided?
I don't think so. I think we're still discussing what we wanna play. But
Mm.
until then, until yeah, we were trying to see if yeah, okay. We're trying to see if what subs, if we have any subs or if we have any um which maps we're gonna pick, etc. Now, I do want to ask, out of this new updates very recently, right?
Yeah.
With all the new skins, have you managed to cop yourself anything new? The Hollow Blue skin, maybe you got any new skins from the Essence? What have you guys like, or what have you got, if anything?
Me personally, I don't really spend money on essences for male characters. I'm a bit biased, so I did get the female dancer skin. I think it's really pretty. The same with the acrobat skin. I thought it was gonna be limited, so I was planning on buying it, but then I figured out, oh wait, it's just a shop skin, so I'm not wasting my money on that. Though the new opera singer skin that's going to come out next week, I'm so ready for that. It's so pretty. What about you? Have you gotten anything?
Uh, yeah, I actually very much have. I personally got um so I got the Hullabaloo skin. I managed to get it. Well, I don't want to say early, but I didn't have to go to 200.
Oh,
I
nice.
also managed to get myself the barmaid skin, but especially I was very interested in this new furniture that they came out with. And the thing is, I am obsessed with furniture in this game. I think it's really, really good. And I had 12k echo, not 12k echo, sorry, 12k clues ready
Right.
to go. So I bought 6 new walls, bunch of new little furnitures, cute furnitures. I think the walls are very good
Yeah.
to divide your room. So yeah, that's it for me. I don't know if chat has done anything.
I've been playing for 5 years and haven't gotten a single S tier limited skin from any essence. Oh.
Girl, I don't know. Maybe that might be a you problem, Mick.
Yeah. Make more
How
67 might
Because
be my
here's the
solution.
thing. How many essences and how much do you play? How much have you played throughout these 5 years? Correct? Because, for example, in my alt account a long time ago, I think back when she was released, I don't know when she was released. When Kroto was released, I played a lot that season. I was like, that was my well, that was not really my alt. It was like my main. At the time, I didn't really play on any other account, and I don't know. I made it. I started playing a lot of rank. I got like a thief badge. I got like a female dancer badge, and I got Croto. But that's also because I played a lot, right? So I got a lot of essences, and I feel like yes, you might have not gotten an S tier in a long time, but that also you can. Let's say you can. Let's put it this way: you can favor yourself. You can favor yourself quite a lot for an essence. If you've played for 5 years, you're telling me that in 5 years you have not managed to save up more than like for example 2000 inspiration or maybe 3000 inspiration, um which is like 30 extra pools, like you get if you play a lot, if you do those your 100 dices and you get like 1.5k in the logic path. I think you can get up to like 30 essences, right? And IDV does give you 10 essences for free sometimes, just like we did today, like this time, right? So you do 30 essences plus the 10 essences for free, plus the inspirations you've saved up, and you also have the free essences that you get from like the pity system, right? Because they give you like little coins that you can use to trade for any kind of essences. So yes, but also, there's something you're doing wrong. Like, you can get a free S tier limited, but you really have to make sure you commit to the grind.
Yeah, you need to actually save inspo. So maybe if you burn them way too early, you won't actually get anything. Like obviously it's about luck as well, but if you save up enough inspirations, then it's not going to be way too difficult to get one. Though neither me nor Justice are free to play. That we're
Um,
directly supporting that is here. Oh, I'm not calling you a whale, but
I'm
um
free to play.
right, right. Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
how many
everybody
S
believes that.
tiers do I have?
Um,
Fa. Oh, wait, I actually don't know how many I have.
I'm going to check your collection.
Oh, um,
But
yeah,
I'll
I'm free
check,
to
don't
play.
worry.
I'm free to play, basically,
Right.
guys.
2 SS tiers and 75 S tiers.
Well, like
That looks
SS
really
tiers
stupid.
can be can be saved up. You just do something, guys. Magic. Have you ever done magic, Marina? I've done magic before, and
Oh,
the
S
skins just kind of drop, and
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, honestly, very relatable. I'm quite close to manifesting the little girl SS tier with my magic powers. So, no money, no money use. We're all free to play here. I would never support NetEase. Very, very bad company. They make really bad games like Identity V.
Right. Oh, really bad games. So you dare to say that
Hey,
IDV is a bad game? A
dare to say IDV is a bad game. Is there really anything good about this game? Huh? But why aren't you spending money if you love this game so much? Because you are free to play, right?
Well, let's make it a question for the chat, guys. Do we have anything in Identity V that is worth playing for? I hear crickets and silence, so I think you got your answer. Uh, I
There's no reason to play this game.
crickets and silence.
Crickets and silence. I mean, you shouldn't
Crickets
be
and
too sad
silence.
though. It's not like we've blown any money on this. Oh, it did look like we are seeing a hunter sub here. With their hunter being swapped out. I don't know if anybody talked about that. I didn't mention it. I should have mentioned it. And we were seeing a lakeside ban into a moonlit river park pick. Um, they swapped Violet in for in Corazon's place, and they also subbed. I'm not sure who these people are, Justice. You need to help me out. Who got subbed out, please?
I believe Dust was the person who got subbed out by Chevy. Chevy is the person, the peak tier in the team, basically. So very easy to spot out over here. I have seen Chevy before in rank. Run with them a couple times. I know that they play Fire Investigator, if I'm not mistaken. They should have reached S badge at some point. I'm not too sure. But yeah, that's and Seer for sure. Seer and Fire Investigator, they definitely played those quite a lot. But I do know what Vio plays, which
Ooh.
is the hunter we have over here. And he does have a lot of meta that he can offer us today. He does have a Hullabaloo. He does have some Ivy, I'm pretty sure. And we do we he has been in the past a Esbadge Bonbon, like in the first Bonbon and first Gamekeeper. So maybe we can see some of that too. Really good on those. He's quite good on those too. And I think for Gamekeeper, especially on this map, kind of juicy spots we can get with the hook now. So I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see until our survivors and hunter are ready to start.
Yeah. Looking at the survivor you were mentioning earlier, they did have their badges open. It does look like they're actually second meteorologist. They do play fire investigator and seer as well, but I'm really excited what they're going to play, as you know they are a high tier, and I think I've gotten them in rank before. Though I'm not too sure. Oh, it does look like we are starting. But yeah, Bonbon can be a bit iffy on Moonlit as it is quite a big map. Though it's definitely doable. But I do think that Gamekeeper might be a bit of a better choice, as there's not a lot of tall walls. You can hook on the first and fourth platforms actually. Like, despite the elevation difference, you can grab them from there. It's a bit annoying to deal with as a survivor, so that makes those areas very difficult to kite on. You need to make it over to walls ASAP, or he's just going to directly grab you. We're seeing a forward ban. And who else are they banning? Forward Priestess. Priestess definitely a really must ban on Moonlit, especially as it is such a big map and you can portal through the main river. Hola Goatman ban. Just getting rid of those two meta options. Do you think we might be seeing a Gamekeeper then? Because you know, Hola Blue and Goatman are
Uh,
banned.
I mean, we do have Goatman and Hullabaloo band, and I don't exactly know if Vio knows how to play Goatman as much. I do know that he's a Hullabaloo fan. Like he plays Hullabaloo quite a lot. When even this this morning in rank, I'm pretty sure I got him. So, but yeah, as expected, we're gonna see Fire Investigator and Prospector. I didn't really expect the Prospector, but I think the Fire Investigator we all know is gonna be for Chevy here. Interesting survivor bans though. What is the four? I don't know if maybe any of these survivors plays forward, which is kind of scary maybe for Vio. As we see the toy merchant pick in this map, quite scary, I will say. Very good survivor, honestly, right now in the meta. Just not for tournament as much, but for rank, absolutely destroys. Absolutely destroys. We're gonna see a Baldy ban, and also a mechanic ban as we see our last survivor pick, which is gonna be a patient.
Oh, oh, I um Fire Investigator. You can cancel Bane's Hook with your airbag, courtesy of
Uh-huh.
Mello. We love Mello for that TikTok tutorial. He's
Uh-huh.
also pretty solid into hunters like Ivy, who's also a meta option that wasn't banned here. Though honestly, I don't know anything about Ivy. I'm very uneducated. I don't like her. She destroys me. I always ban her. Bye, Ivy. Um, but yeah, no. Who do you think Dodger is gonna play? We talked about this a lot. Fire Investigator, Patient, good at pulling distance, especially against the Bonbon. And also it's a big map, so I'm not sure if they're going to go for that. Though a Gamekeeper would probably be all right. What do you think?
Now, is the question, are you asking me what the hunter's gonna play or
Yes.
who? Yes.
Yes.
Right. So I know that he has some other secret weapons here that they might have not considered. One, for example, being a wheel, or
Oh,
potentially a hermit who is in an open map. So we'll just have to see. It is looking like he's gonna play gamekeeper, which wouldn't be too bad overall, especially into the prospector. Whom if he does not magnet him early, is gonna still manage to get the hook off of him, and he's not really gonna be able to do a lot. So I think prospector's a nice first chase. I don't think fire is necessarily the best. He's gonna be able to use his ball to block the hook and also get himself some distance. And neither is Toy Merchant really, unless we wait until she
yeah.
uses her catapult and then catch up with the hook maybe. And same thing with the patient. It's kind of like getting distance away from the hook every time he uses it. So I don't know. I don't know. This is scary. He definitely likes chasing fourth and first stop.
Yeah.
He's very used to that on Gamekeeper, so we don't necessarily have to expect him to go for whoever's on Bridge or Two Story. So I think whoever spawns over there, Bamina, is actually going to end up being our first chase.
They might opt to spawn like not directly on the platforms and rather like spawn a bit closer to the walled areas because they know where Gamekeeper is strong. As that does look like it's yeah, the toy merchant is spawning on the second stop, though the patient is still spawning fourth. I don't think it's going to be way too difficult for him to get on over to the circus ruins, though. Avoiding first stop is really smart because you don't really have a lot of areas to kite Bane there. And also instantly getting that coaster stop turned off can be quite useful. Probably going for the patient, though he can probably just hook away from Bane's hook. You know, it's hooking versus hooking. Who's gonna win? It's the ultimate hook off. In terms of builds, we're actually seeing no burrow times. We're seeing a tied flywheel on both, on all three patient, toy merchant, and fire investigator, and a full kite on the prospector, which might be a bit difficult for the hunter to deal with. But at the same time, no burrow time. I'm not sure how they're going to deal with this.
Yeah, this is really a. I honestly think this could be like, I don't want to say an all or nothing kind of strategy, but it's more of like I wanna think of it as we're gonna make sure that even if the first kite is good or bad, we want to make sure that the first kite is good, and even if we're just gonna use our triple tide or double tide to get 40 extra seconds of saved time, so the borrowed time is not really gonna do anything. And we're gonna like they're I think they're really expecting for everything to go well, right? Like the last cipher is not going to be super difficult to pop. I think maybe there's no stuffed rescues, because I think if we start getting stuffed rescues and he starts spreading the damage here, this is going to end up being really really bad. So we'll just have to see. I think this is obvious that the gamekeeper is going to be chasing the patient here first. Yes, sir. We do see I believe that is Warp Detention trump card here from the side of Gamekeeper as we decide to chase the patient here in 4-stop. That pallet is going to be dropped. We're going to have to break this for sure. Patient still trying to get away. We do have really good hooks here to play with. You're going to be using a hook early to get as much distance away as possible from this. Um, Basically from hook range. Funny that they both have hooks.
Exactly. Now after he's gone around the stop once, he is going towards a more walled off area, which is good because then you can't directly get hooked. Just breaking that line of sight. Unfortunately, the gamekeeper does miss a hook here, places a trap at the window, forcing the patient to go out. Yet another really good hook. Patient is incredibly strong on fourth stop as he can just fully maneuver around. Oh, we're seeing a warp out with another hook up though, so maybe he can pull distance again. Using the pole here to block off, though unfortunately he does get hooked here. Good waiting for flywheel from our gamekeeper. That is the first hit. The warp is used and he still has a hook to work with. The gamekeeper's own hook is on a 3-second cooldown, just going up to the roller coaster. Oh, really good hook spot once again from this patient. So that might be the down.
Ooh. This is very scary, Bamina. We have a basement here. I don't know. He manages to get enough distance though. Very honestly, this patient did get a very early hook off of that platform, but his pathing, I
Yeah.
want to say, is brilliant, making sure that the hook does not really
Sure.
get anything done here. Very good dodge, but this is still rather close, rather pretty close to basement. Fire investigator trying to get a hit so we don't die. Basement fire investigator is probably going to use his ball to block it. We do have anti-struggle, which I don't think we're gonna block here. No. Are we gonna block? There you go. That's the block. But I don't think we can actually afford to go into basement anymore. I think he manages to probably crawl out. Let's see if he has full struggle. He does not. Fire investigator going inside to make sure to give more time for this patient to crawl away. I think it's probably easier for him to go. Oh, this
Yeah,
is
just
really good
blocking off the
support.
basement again. Really good teamwork from the survivors here. I don't think he could have gone for basement again, but at the same time, I don't think he would have been able to go for the chair either. Just really good support from this fire investigator overall, even though he didn't get the first body block. Fails a bit here, though. the ciphers are on 60%, 60 and 30. It's not looking all too bad for the survivors. So this is going to be a chair on the toy merchant cipher, which is only on 40%. As that's probably going to be the last cipher. Unless the Fire Investigator does start a new one. He does have one in circus that he can start doing. That's max presence on the Bane into warp potential stuff. No, he does hit the chair. Ooh, that was really unfortunate for our gamekeeper. As if he'd gotten that stuff, it would have been in a really good position. But unfortunately, that chair hit. Maybe he needs to be a bit more patient. Really good hit though that is into a flywheel.
Oh, the elbow pad unfortunately doesn't work there though. The ciphers are pretty far still. They're like midway through. Perspective trying to go in for harass, but I think he's too far away. He's gonna chair quite close to where both the toy merchant and the Fire Investigator are, and this is what the wait
Again.
what? Does he
I
make
think
that?
didn't you say that he had triple anti-struggle?
He has two. This is so. Oh, he actually does. Oh wait, right, because
Maybe that's-
Patient is right. My bad. Patient is still second chair. I thought Patient was dead. That's why I find
Yeah,
it so weird.
yeah. No, he's not that on cherry. That's why. So I think that's a really good play from the Hunter, forcing them to decode the other one. And then Norton is going to go in for the rescue. We are seeing a pulse seduction. What do you think is gonna happen here? Norton is full kite. They're going to need to get out of the basement with no borrowed time. Though he does still have 3 magnets to work with. Might just pop after the rescue, or the Norton maybe dies for the patient. Who knows? The patient doesn't really have a lot to kite with though. They could, I guess, go for a cell if they wanted to, but it does look like this Norton is going in for the rescue. I'm really curious what's going to happen. Wait, let me read what our beautiful chat is saying. I got 4 limited skins while being free to play. Hey, I have so many limited skins, and I'm definitely free to play. Okay, I've gotten about 8 to 9 for free. Okay, bro, can you share some luck with me in single pulls? Okay, I'm gonna do all my pulls in single pulls. Mad Eyes, bro. I wish this was a Mad Eyes, but unfortunately, it is a Gamekeeper. Though Gamekeeper can be fun to watch too. UB go exactly, bro. This is make your 3,000 plus prospector exactly. Like it was like, oh yeah, we wanna play a team that pulls distance, and then the Norton is just like, I want to play Norton. It's like, okay, play Norton. And you can also see once again that we have a flywheel tied on everybody except the Norton. He's just doing his own thing, guys. He's locked in. I'm hyped about this game. What do you think about this game so far? Yeah, they are really cooking. I'm literally driving now, but when I park, me and my squad are pulling up heavy to your next stream.
It seems like they're gonna like probably had some lag. I'm not entirely sure what was up there. I think they should be good now. This position is really scary for the survivors. Look at this. This hook can really come in hot. Prospector, none of them. This is really bad. She doesn't have VT at all, so she can't really get up anymore. Prospector can save her from the magnet, so I don't think he knows that, which is unfortunate. That's a really good drop down, but are we gonna do anything here?
Just go for the
What
chair.
can we get? We need to make sure that this Prospector is the one that goes for this rescue, and I don't think this is exactly what we can really do. Oh, the magnet is gonna beat the patient! Patient's gonna go down here. We can't really pop. He is gonna. I don't think he knows though. Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that nobody has BT. Prospector needs to be the one who gets the hit here, no matter what. That's a catapult going up. Can we? I don't think that catapult is gonna do much on that toy merchant. Maybe she's gonna use it to. I don't know what's going on. This is so scary. This could really go both ways. Maybe a double down on either, or a slow down. We're still playing this really slowly. We're playing this really slowly. Still really slowly. I don't think if we hit the Prospector, we're in trouble. This is as much as we can get. I don't know. We're playing patient. We're playing patient. Prospector hits. Can we maybe get out of basement now? No drop down. That's gonna be the first hit drop down. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. If that Prospector gets one more hit on hook, it's not gonna work anymore. He's going out. Very nice flywheel. Toy merchant gets out as well. Everybody gets out. We have a flywheel out. We can pop here. Probably open. That's gonna be the down. We have trump card available. One person is on the gate already.
Yeah, the patient was able to get on over to the gate while they were doing all these basement shenanigans, and you can see that gate is opening really, really quickly. It's on 66%. The fire investigator is trying to hide here. Though unfortunately, I do think he was spotted out through that window. We saw him anyway, though maybe the gamekeeper did not.
Don't.
Um,
Oh, he hears him. He sees him. He sees him. I don't know if he's gonna be able to get him here. Probably getting this the 2K necessary. Oh, can he get the rescue off? It doesn't seem like it. We're gonna break this over here. If we can stall, if that's gonna be the
yeah.
that's gonna be the tie. Yeah, there you go.
Trump card to blink, and that's a tie. Oh, this could have definitely been a win as well because they had no borrow time and they were all in basement. I think the survivors played it really well getting out of basement there. The toy merchant had used their tide turner, so the gamekeeper might have anticipated that they didn't have borrow time, or they could have, but I don't think he'd flywheeled yet, so obviously he had no way of knowing for sure. And that basement situation was really scary though. Really well played of the survivors for getting out of that. Um, that was honestly really really like there was a lot going on, okay? But
Yeah,
I'm glad it
yeah.
worked out.
Honestly, a tie is. I think both teams might be happy with it. I'm not too sure. I think the hunter definitely could have gotten more. I think the survivors, but the simple fact that none of them had BT, this is probably one of the safest, not best, but safest scenarios that they could have had. I think best case
Yeah.
scenario obviously is if the toy merchant manages to get out and not get hooked there, and she still manages to kite a bit longer. We would have the possibility for the survivors to get all the way to the other gate, or maybe force out the gamekeeper to switch teleport there and try to force out something different. But I think a tie, honestly, based on the circumstances, is probably pretty nice.
Mhm.
As we go onto the second half, the scores being 11-9 in favor of Nova, which means that now, no matter what, uh, if Origin wants to win this matchup, they need to get a 3 escape. If they
Okay.
get a tie here, they will lose because they will tie the round and it's BO3, so best of 3.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, they need to make sure. Origin needs to make sure to get a 3 escape, and I don't know how they're gonna do that because now we have another hunter in play, I believe. From the oh no, we don't. So this is still the same hunter, I believe. So that was Opera Singer and QS played from Minion, but we still have Hullabaloo and Smiley Face, right? And I think we still have. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't Qist. No, it was Qist and Wax. Sorry. So I think we can maybe have Opera Singer still available, Smiley Face still available, and Hullabaloo still available. I don't quite know what else Minion plays. We'll just have to see right now. But this is scary. A 3 escape or a tie. Obviously, like anything less than a 3 escape, and it's over for Origin.
Yeah. And Moonlit is quite a strong map for like it's a very hunter-sided map. So getting a tree escape might be a bit challenging for the survivors, especially now that they've blown most of their good like they've used most of their strong meta survivors. Though I'm curious who this hunter is going to play. We're probably going to see another Holo Blue ban. That's what they banned on Chinatown. Though I'm not quite familiar with this hunter's roster, other than the ones that you've said. But I'm only familiar with that because you said it. So I'm really curious who they're gonna play. I mean, they are a peak tier hunter. Most of those two tend to have quite versatile hunter pools. I just wish this hunter's badges were not hidden so I could stalk them and know what we're getting into. Though obviously that does give the other team an advantage, so it's smart to keep that closed. Um,
Um, I think a lot of these high tier hunters in this tournament
mhm,
uh don't actually have. So I think in other cases, if it was a normal tournament like NA and the EU, most
mhm.
people would actually have less hunters. I think most uh hunters have their hunter picks already, like quite comfortable, and they have their green ping, so they'll always play that. But I think because of the fact that EU players are forced to play hunter like other hunters, we don't usually play off meta as much.
Mhm.
Like we don't usually play meta as much,
Yeah.
and I think most EU hunters, a lot of them, tend to have a wider roster than any hunters. Um, but that's not necessarily the case either, because if you look at what Minion plays so far, from what I've seen at least, I don't know if he, I have no idea if he plays Goatman or Opera, right? But Qist, Wax, Smiley Face, and Hullabaloo are that's for hunters, which is enough for rank, but it's not enough for tournaments because if we're in this round where it's round 3 now, we have 2 hunter bans. Those 2 hunters have been used. Now, what do we do about Hullabaloo and Smiley Face? We just ban them, right? So we can run out of hunters very easily in these kinds of tournaments, and especially if your team manages to reach quarter semifinals or finals where it's no longer a BO3 but it's a BO5, right? It's
Oh,
best of 5. There's going to be so many different hunters that are going to get global banned to the point where if you don't at least share your hunters with another, like let's say for example you have another hunter player, right? Not only one, then maybe they play some and maybe they play some others as well. Like you get to play some others. You're gonna need maybe like 5 to 6 different hunters, probably more. I think 6 is okay, right? You get like at this point you see how you have 2 here and then you ban another 2. Imagine if we have to go for another round, right? Like round 4. The bans would still be 2, but now it's 3 global bans, right? So now it's 5 hunters that you can't play, right?
yeah.
And then it's 6 hunters that you can't play in round 5. So you see how, especially in these tournaments, the later you go into the rounds, or the later you go into the group stages and in the final stages, you really need to make sure that your hunter knows how to play um a lot of different hunters. What did Minion didn't Minion play Wax Artist?
Yeah, I think they played Wax Artist Qist, right?
And it's showing like that too.
Yeah, yeah, those are the current global bans. I think it was a bit of a issue with it showing Opera Singer previously, though. At least for me, it was showing Qist.
Okay, yeah,
So
it should
I
be
think it's
fine.
good now.
Yeah.
We're seeing a mechanic forward ban. Might be planning on playing something like an opera singer. I don't know. She's good on Moonlit. She's meta. Just yeah, Goatman Hullabaloo bans. Forward is very annoying when it comes to harass for opera singer. Though obviously his kite is not all too strong into her. Um, but overall, they're not banning Smiley Face actually. And didn't you say that the Center
Hmm.
had a Smiley Face? And it's the Moonlit River Park pick as well. That can be a
Yeah,
bit dangerous.
yeah. No, the hunter like 100% has a smiley face. I'm certain. Um, the problem here is that, as you can see, we have a doctor and a prospector, which doctor's gonna do really, really well into smiley face. And prospector is more of a 50-50 once again. Yeah, you see, I think they are expecting a smiley face. With the doctor, prospector here, lanternist, probably gonna be picking flywheel to make sure the lanternist can spectate and then get the little flywheel off of the way.
Well,
I don't
Lanternus
know.
is
I
pretty.
think I think we're expecting a smiley face, still. I really don't know what else Minion has in his roster over here to offer to us. Although that mercenary pick is scaring me, Bamina.
Yeah, it's scaring me too. I think Mercenary is really bad into Smiley Face. Oh, they're going for Novelist instead. Might be a Tide Novelist play here, though. Obviously, might take Chase as well. Maybe a Tide Flywheel for the added survivability. As you were saying earlier with Lanternist, um, I think she negates the need to mind game the drill, which is really good for the survivors because you can just spectate and then you can intentionally get hit by it. Then you don't need to time your flywheel correctly. Then you only do it with the spectating, which is really really good. As most of the good smileys just try to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth to bait the flywheel itself. So obviously, if you can just spectate, that's easier. And even if the smiley decides to, oh wait, they're spectating, can the hunter see that actually? And then they decide to like not run into the survivor, that still buys some distance. So yeah, I think she's just an overall really good pick. Kiting with her can be a bit iffy, though you can definitely play it right and leave your clone behind a pallet and then drop the pallet. If it's a good enough pallet, then you should be fine. I think this would be a really strong comp into a Smiley. And I think it's smart that they opted out of choosing the mercenary.
For
As that is a
sure.
very, very dangerous pick into a Smiley. I think Novelist is definitely better here if they want to play him as a primary rescue. Though they do have a doctor. she might also be going for some rescues. Main issue with Smiley is that he gets in a really advantageous position, especially after getting double downs or just getting injuries all around. And the doctor is really good at negating that with her fast healing. Um,
Agreed. And I don't quite know where. It seems like we do have an opera singer, so I wasn't. I didn't forget it. Oh wait, my microphone is playing some tricks on me right now. There you go. This opera singer pick though into this survivor team. Doctor does not do well into opera singer at all.
yeah,
Doctor gets. She likes a lot of the hunters right now because even after they get the first hit, she manages to get enough distance and enough coverage with the heal. But in this case, even if she gets hit with the distance that she gets from veteran speed boost, she's most likely going to be forced to use both of her vials if she wants to get the first heal off in her first kite. But because we don't have a rescuer, and this is going to be a hard chase maybe for Novelist going against the Opera, I don't know. I think this we're definitely chasing the Novelist here, and we don't have a tide. And keep in mind, once again, this has to be, no matter what, a free escape for
yeah,
Origin. If Origin does not manage to get a free escape here, we do not get the win on this matchup, and Nova gets to the next, basically to the next stage. Um, so if Novelist's first kite is not enough, and this Lanternist manages to get, she somehow manages to get a good rescue, I would expect either the Prospector or the Doctor to really, really go in for the support here.
yeah. They need to have good enough ciphers for support to be an option. So the novelist first kite does need to be quite strong. Luckily, both the novelist and the lanternist are bringing tide. In terms of build, it was a tide flywheel on both lanternist and novelist, and a borrow time broken windows on the doctor, and a flywheel borrow time on the Norton. I'm quite sure. It was smart to spawn the doctor far away from the opera as well. I mean, spawn her on fourth office. That's I don't know how common that is to chase, but she did have broken windows though, which is also really strong against Opera. Though, as you're saying, we're probably seeing a novelist first chase here. He does have book to work with. Though, Opera, even though she gets an early Palestine from novelist, you don't get all too much distance because she is so fast. But I'm curious to see how he's going to play this. Already spawning really close to him, not too difficult to dash to catch up either. Immediately rotating into Circus here. Opera's just making sure she isn't getting mind gamed with the early rotation here, taking her time, just making sure that she's actually going for the novelist. Does mess up her dash here, forced to go back. Unfortunately, goes to her furthest clone. The novelist is aware of this though, taking being very patient here in Circus Ruins. She is closing up on him though, but I do think he's going to make it to a pallet here before she catches up. Though it is very close here. Oh, unfortunately, he does get hit through that. And basement is at Circus, so he needs to leave ASAP. Does have two pallets here. Might go for a stun soon, though no pallet stun. Might be the down. Flywheel is up, though flywheel isn't really all too good. Okay, we're seeing a metaphor. Still has flywheel. Blink is up in 2 seconds, so unfortunately he does go down. Might have been better for him to opt for a pallet stun and not using his buck in the open. And this is still going to be basement, which is a bit unfortunate. Though the Lanternist does have tide. Lanternist is quite solid with basement, in my opinion. Especially if she's the one getting rescued. I'm not too sure how she is with basement rescues. But she does have the ability to go invisible, so I think she can fully prevent the hunter from getting a drop down hit at least. But she is probably going to get first in early here. What do you think, Justice?
Yeah, I mean, as the Lantern is going in, she's like you said, very, very easy, very safe for her to go inside of this basement without really getting drop down hit. We're gonna try to stall as much as possible this turn, maybe using one of those slowdowns. We don't get the hit, we do get the save without getting hit on. That's gonna be a hit on Novelist. It's very scary, right? As I said before, if we make this Novelist die, that's gonna be the second chair for him. Regardless of the Cypher progress, as soon as that Novelist dies, I think into Opera Singer, especially considering that she has Trump card, it's going to be so hard. I find it's really, really hard to come back. and get a free escape. We're gonna be looking probably at a dungeon escape or something. Perspective coming in for harass. Can we get something? It's I find it hilarious how he's waiting for the harass. Are we gonna get this stun? We're not really dropping. We managed to drop. That's gonna be a pushback. We still have 2 magnets to work with. That's gonna be the second magnet to work with. Can we get the stun? We do get the stun. That's gonna be the wait. Still no hit on Novelist. We have a flywheel to work with. That's a hit on Perspector, and that's exactly what we needed, Bamina. A rescue
Yes.
on this Novelist to keep him alive.
This, yeah, she does make it over to this pallet as well, and his book is up soon. That is a Blink Force out, but that is going to be basement again, as this novelist has nothing to work with, which might make this rebound very challenging for the novelist. He does have a flywheel. Blink is out, so it is basements. That is a bit challenging in my opinion. The Opera basement is not all too strong. He can just walk around and maybe get it down on this prospector, preventing future harass. Good flywheel bait. The lanternist is in basement though, just stalling the chair here.
I'm not too sure why that would be the play. I'm gonna be honest.
I am
Because
not
she-
sure either.
She doesn't really have like the. Yeah, that's it. It's over. Oh,
Yeah.
it's not. Obviously, it's not. I'm sorry. It's not over. But again, Opera Singer here, like, I don't know. Trump card endgame. That free escape is gonna be so hard. I feel.
Yeah, for sure.
Alanjin is going to be using her ability here, probably trying to get away as far as possible from this Opera Singer. Opera Singer does not really go for this shadow. Maybe we're going to try to get it here. We do have 2 survivors here. We might be playing together, the Doctor and the Lanternist. But the moment that Perspector starts that new Cypher all the way over there at the other side of the map, we might be looking at a potential trump card switch to teleport. We don't know if he's decoding it because Lanternist is saving it. That's going to be 1. No vials used. But she could probably get the heal off without using the vials. Very huge. Doctor's so stupid. Oh my god. Second hit,
Yeah.
no. Second hit on Doctor. Now we're probably going to be dying somewhere around corner. Whilst that, or just trying to survive as much as possible over here.
It does look like they're retargeting onto the lanternist. Good palace done from this lanternist. I noticed that she's really good at dropping her clone fire behind the palace so she can get that safe pallet drop. That's really good against Opera Singer. As you know, her swing speed is really great. Going back to the doctor, though, you don't really want to be changing targets off a doctor as you can just, heal up afterwards. This should be enough time for the Cypher to be primed actually, and Dungeon is
sure.
over at Circus Ruins here. We might just be seeing a trump card switch. Because if she does commit to this doctor, if she manages to not get blinked, there is the potential for a tree
There
escape.
is, for a free escape, the
But-
dungeon's over here. Yeah.
But it is looking a bit grim, because blink is up. I just blink here. Yeah, unfortunately that is going to be the tie. It does look like the lanternist is moving towards the doctor for the rescue, though. I don't
Well,
think
yeah.
she's just sharing basement. She knows she only needs a tie.
They
Probably just
have
gonna
to get greedy here. They have to, if they want to win,
Yeah.
they have to go for the. You see, they're both going for it. So, I don't know what the play is here. Both don't have a chair, so maybe if we do some, if we trade the survivors, this might work. We do have 3 magnets. It's not like it's over, right? We still have Lanchas with flywheel, Perspector with flywheel. If we both go together, we might have something here. It looks like we're gonna opt to open the door first, but I don't know. I don't think we have enough time. I don't think we have
Yeah.
enough time at all.
The gate is open on the other side of the map, but I don't think so. Detention is out in 50 seconds. That doctor is going to be dead on chair. I'm just going to stand in basement here. They need to rescue together to actually get the doctor out of the situation, because if only one person goes in, it's detention, then they're just gonna die instantly. I don't even think Okay, that's a really good stun from the prospector, but that's just a down on the doctor,
Yeah,
and
the
that is going to be a
doctor.
negative. Unless, yeah, forces out the magnet here. The Norton has 1 more magnet, though unfortunately he does go down, and that is going to be a 4th kill.
Yeah, it would have been a tie, obviously, and if supposedly this was what they could have, if they could have kept going, right? If this was not the last round, but unfortunately they needed that 3 escape, and it's
Yeah.
just over. It was basement, Opera Singer. cut the tension. There's not much they can do, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Lanternus is also crazy, like super nerfed after the gate opens as well. So she didn't have anything to work with either. Like she couldn't walk into basement like she had before because her clone only lasts for like 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Really, really well played from the opera singer. Like yeah, it would have been a tie, but unfortunately they needed a 3S game to actually move on. So that is going to be the win for Nova. Really well played from both teams here. Though congrats obviously for progressing. Um really fun rounds. I feel
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel we saw a lot of the same hunters from the same teams. No, from the different teams, right? Like we saw an opera singer from both teams. We saw a QS from
Cubist.
both teams. And who was the other hunter?
Wax artist, but then the other team opted for a gamekeeper. That was the only difference.
Yeah.
Wax artist and difference were like the wax artist and gamekeeper were the round differences. But yeah, honestly, really fun matchup to watch from both ends. I think both teams played very well. Um, I unfortunate that Origin couldn't move past this stage. We're gonna have to be saying goodbye to them. We won't be able to see them anymore in the next rounds. But Nova, who so far undefeated, has been able to win against Origin. Nova, if you didn't know, was managed to win all of their matchups in the group stages, and is one of the favorites technically to win the tournament next to Delayed by Ping, as those are the top one and top two teams. So, if we base it off of that, then those technically would be the two last teams to face in the finals. But we'll just have to see how it goes. What are your predictions for the finals? Who do you think is going to progress?
I honestly I'm a bit boring, but as you were saying, I'm honestly predicting that the top one and two teams will be playing. I really can't imagine Delayed by Ping losing their matchups. Though I might be a bit biased. I did face them in the group stages and they were really I think we got beaten in 2 rounds. So our team at least got destroyed and it made me a bit happy to think that oh wait, the team that destroyed us, they destroy everybody. We're not bad. It's just them being really good. And looking at how this team played, I also think that they have really good chances going into the final here. Though, and as you said, they hadn't lost any previous matchups, but I'm not sure. I do think it's probably just going to be that, though. What do you think? Who is going to win your tournament and take your money?
Well,
But I really think
I would always cheer for my own team, who is still who is still fighting for that place. Uh, I guess we'll have to see if we can get the next win. But yeah, I think Nova and Delay by Ping and even Blood Angels are still around the corner. Blood Angels and Delay by Ping. I hope I get to see that today. I think that's today. If I have to make sure to check. But yeah, I think with that we can probably say bye bye. Um, and see you guys, and we'll have to see you guys in about an hour and something, probably.
yeah. For the delay angels.
Hello, hello, everybody. We are back after a little break in between games. Today, we have another very exciting game. These games are going to be quite nice. Every single one of these are in the finals or going towards the final, right? And today, we have TFC against Delayed by Ping, which is also one of the favorites to take on the Cup of EL League. I am here. I'm Justice. I will be joining you today here as a commentator, and I am also joined by a recurrent commentator and also a player of EO League. Hello, Mello. Would you like to introduce yourself a little bit to our audience today?
Yes, of course. Thank you. I'm Melloway. You may know me from TikTok. I do some guides and stuff, and I'm happy to be commentating again.
Do you have any expectations for this game? Perhaps any specific hunters you would like to see from either side, considering that we have already gone against Delayed by Ping, but we've also seen a little bit about TFC.
That's true. Specific hunters, I think in general, it's always interesting to see non-meta picks and how the hunters play and stuff. I think that's what I would be more interested in. But of course, there's a lot of variety, and in this current meta, there's a lot of hunters that can be picked and that can be really good. So I'm excited. But what about you, Justice?
Agreed. So I know that TFC has a bunch of different options for that. Maybe that team might be able to satisfy you a little more. I don't quite know if they're gonna end up putting Pablo playing Hunter at some point, because I feel like Pablo has a lot of different Hunters. So I would love to see. I mean, I would like to see Pablo play on Hunter, but I think he's mostly gonna stay a Survivor. Of course, we do have his Bonbon. He's very famously known for his Bonbon. I think that's definitely as off meta as you can get. And then for TFC, we do have Moat and Elvin, and I know that Elvin has a sneaky Clerk that he doesn't usually play, I think, in these like round ones and shenanigans. But I mean, still, like, Clerk, 20-minute match Clerk. Let's go. If you're ready to spend some time here with me, then I think Clerk is your play.
I mean, I'd be interested to see a Clerk since we don't see her often, and I don't think we've seen a Bonbon player yet in this tournament. Either.
Yeah, which is quite unfortunate, because the matchup that just concurred from Nova and Origin, I would have loved to see Vio play Bonbon. He has been an S-Batch Bonbon. He has been an S-Batch Gamekeeper. Seemed like he opted for the Gamekeeper instead, and he played really nice. So yeah, but we are getting into the game, or not into the game. We're like, they're setting up for game, and I would like to see RV set on the map. Do you see? Is this gonna be Ever Sleeping Town?
It seems so, yeah. Ever Sleeping Town. So pretty standard map pick. A lot of good hunters that can be played here. Doesn't really reveal anything specific yet, and yeah.
I just want to quickly make sure. Do you have perhaps access to the channel that they're playing in, or should I?
I have access, yeah.
Okay, just making sure. It seems like the first four survivors are gonna be Pablo, Dakiri, Spicy, and I believe Umi, right? If I have to see
Yes.
where he's at. And then the hunter on the other side, I'm assuming it's gonna be Elvin. That's what they usually go round one, and then they switch it up for. Yeah, there you go. It's gonna be Elvin, and they're probably gonna switch it up for Moat. And I might see Moat play, because I'm also a little bit bored about I tend to be a little bit more bored about meta. I think that watching a good opera singer player though is really, really exciting, because the dashes are really. It's like, ooh, please keep playing, right? Keep playing. But Moat does have a Dream Witch, and I love seeing Dream Witch, especially because of what she can do, like pressuring around the map, really snowballing games. I think she can really turn games around, or she can get destroyed. I mean, either is good for me. So I would like to see some of that in the later rounds. It looks like we're just waiting for everybody to arrive, though. Let me see. Who do we have to invite?
Indeed. Yeah, I would love to see a Dreamwitch too. I love Dreamwitch gameplay.
Okay. I mean, if we had to expect anything, Alvin is probably going to be playing meta though. So, meta round 1. I think that Pablo, Dakiri, Spicy, and Umi have a lot of survivor picks. I know that they like to play Bald Guy. I don't know how good he's going to fare into TFT.
Bald guy.
though. Yes, the Bald Guy. We unfortunately do not have anybody who plays shopping. But that's it. Nobody plays shopping, unfortunately. I don't think.
Sad.
Yeah,
No
um,
shopping today.
No shopping today, guys. No shopping.
The ones who get it, get it.
The ones who get it, get it.
But yeah, probably, yeah, meta. Can't really blame them for playing meta, since there's a reason for it. We just want to secure a good start for survivors. So from the hunter side, it's of course pretty nice to go meta right off the start. Especially since there are no hunter bans yet, so.
Yeah, you can play anything you want. You can play meta, or you can play that off meta hunter that nobody likes to see, but nobody can ban. So, yeah, let's see what we can cook. We're still, I don't know what time it is. I'm gonna see. Yeah, okay, they have about 3 minutes for everybody to join around. I will say, like, this is probably one of the teams that by ping that has a lot of different mains on Survivor side as well. Like, they can play a lot of things. So target banning isn't really an option. Granted, if your hunter doesn't like a specific survivor and they play that survivor, then you might want to ban them. But I think it's more of like a just ban for banning. Don't try to really target ban, because they'll still have other things to play. And I know that this team, especially Pablo and Dakiri, usually like to play Doctor in rank. So I know that they will absolutely abuse Doctor the moment they have the chance to play her in tournaments. And that's going to be scary. And I want to see some good, synergy with Doctor. I know that Spicy also plays Novelist, maybe. So like Novelist, Doctor, something like that. I don't know. We will have to see. That's Umi joining as well. We're waiting for the hunter.
Yeah, Doctor would be really interesting to see. She became really good after a buff, and like incredibly good. And she's not to be underestimated. Though we also have seen a lot of Doctor bans, understandably. So she also might be banned, but we'll have to see. Like you said, Justice, they still have a lot of survivors. And yeah, a lot of good survivors. They
You know,
could choose from.
honestly, I'm thinking, right, like, this tournament is, well, I think there has been another, like, EL League, or not EL League, but I think it was mostly a Russian tournament, I've heard. And this might just be the first proper, as far as I'm aware, the first proper European league, right? The first European tournament. As both a commentator and a player, how do you feel about this being the first, how would I put it? The first edition, and would you be excited to see more, maybe?
I would definitely be excited to see more. I mean, since I'm also EU, it's like really nice to see, since, I mean, it's not really a secret that the NA side has always been a little bit favorited, and I also, like, from what I've seen, like, the EU League has encouraged also a lot of other tournaments, and I'm just happy to see that there's so many players just willing to play tourney and are happy to join in. So definitely nice, and I definitely would love to see more of EU League. And I think there's also a lot of people who share that sentiment.
Agreed. I hope that most people so far have been able to really enjoy EL League, through the bumps that we've had, but also through the good moments, and hope for a second edition, which we'll see if we reveal at the end of the tournament. But now we're waiting. Would you like to introduce us? What's going on right now? Tell us.
Tell us. Yeah, I can tell you. So we are entering the ban and pick phase, and as we see, we have a seer and a doctor ban right off the bat. So no doctor, understandably so.
You know, I did put her to be the most picked survivor in Koa, and if it isn't for her getting banned, I definitely think she's gonna get played a lot. So, I mean, you can see it here already. I don't think Elvin really wants to see the doctor in delayed by ping's hands, especially in round one. So, but we're gonna be seeing a first officer and antiquarian pick. So, pretty standard antiquarian, really scary. You see how it's crazy how hunters prefer to ban doctor over a character like antiquarian who is so self-sufficient in kiting and can really destroy characters like Goatman in his cages. Hullabaloo kiting Hullabaloo is really easy, except maybe someone like Ivy, and then even against Opera she's just really good. So scary.
That's true, and we see another Lantern is banned. Lantern is also a really strong survivor, so it's understandable. I'm not quite sure what a hunter could be going for here exactly. Do you have an idea, Justice?
Honestly, not too sure. I mean, I don't think Elvin has a smiley face. I think we've gotten a bit tired of smiley faces today in the morning. But I don't quite know what Elvin is thinking about with this Lanternus pick. Definitely something that, whatever his ability is, whatever his character is, something that he just does not want that ability to get delayed whatsoever and cancelled with Flywheel. As we do see the second, this is a bit scary though on Delayed by Ping's side. We're opting to take two different like soft harassers in round one. So that's gonna be Enchantress and Antiquarian gone, which means that if Elvin decides to ban Archer in later rounds, he won't have to worry about any really strong harassers. As we do also see the Puppeteer pick coming out and the Mechanic ban coming out. What do you notice about this team comp?
What I notice, they have a lot of good support with the harassers. We also have a tanky character of Puppeteer and a pretty solid rescuer with First Officer here, so I'm not quite sure what they're... It seems like they're going like a general round one team comp, which could be used against several hunters. I don't know if they're expecting a specific hunter here.
I definitely think that the Puppeteer here has a lot of synergy and a lot of room to work with the Enchantress and Antiquarian. I think that Goatman is not really going to be an option anymore for Elvin to play. This is just sounds like a death sentence to go into any of these three survivors as a first chase, regardless really of who he chases.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that Hullabaloo, on the other hand, perhaps might be a bit better into some of them. It looks like, though, our
Ooh.
wishes, or your wish, is going to get accomplished.
We do see Clerk here, really excited. And yeah, the Doctor ban would make sense, since if we were planning to go Opera, I don't think we would particularly go for a Doctor ban here, but we also have to note that the survivors have a lot of harass, and Clerk is quite weak against harassers, so we'll have to see.
This is scary. I really fear for Elvin here, especially considering that this map has really good spots for survivors to die in, like in corners. And Antiquarian can't do so much against that, but I find like Enchantress can really destroy here. Like if you die anywhere in the corner of the map, this Enchantress can really stall a lot of time for the Clerk. And we are going to be seeing a double Flywheel and double Tide on both Puppeteer and First Officer, which aren't really the ideal traits into Clerk, I want to say. I think having broken windows into Clerk is definitely super optional. You get as much distance away from her. You can kind of cut out the recording, etc. So we'll just have to see here the plan that Elvin has for us, whether he would like to chase after Puppeteer first, or whether he would like to chase after an Enchantress first.
Yes, I think they will probably go after Enchantress, since you mentioned earlier the synergy with Puppet and the harassers. Once done, and Puppet can probably Puppet away from the balloon rescue, right? So maybe you wanna aim for harassers first here.
And perhaps as well, we are gonna be... Let's not forget that we can bring excitement, so it's not a bad idea, I think, to chase, maybe if you bring Desperate Fight, that one trait in the Persona Web really destroys Enchantress, I find. So we could opt to chase Enchantress here and just make her use stacks and stacks and stacks after stacks. And the stun reduction will make it possible for Clerk to eventually catch up. Clerk is one of the fastest hunters in the game, without having like, not like Hullabaloo and Dream Witch, but her base speed is quite fast. So she catches up to survivors rather fast. And I think that also Enchantress has a very, like a harder rotation, somewhere that's less safe. Puppeteer takes 3 hits. He has the entirety of Corner House. So I think the choice is clear.
Yes, I would agree. And we see Clerk here with Trump card and Detention and Addiction. So they are preparing for a little bit of harassers.
As we do decide to first chase the Enchantress here, who is going towards the blocked Cypher. This is honestly like a pretty good starting chase for Enchantress. Let's see if she can win these mind games. It's like we're not gonna get the first hit, but that's gonna be the first trade-off. And a very nice pallet stun here on the Enchantress. But you see already that desperate fight going off. The stun is gonna be almost non-existent.
Yes, so far really good rotations from Enchantress kiting where the Cypher is locked, so not to disturb any Cyphers. And nice pallet stun here.
Yeah, you see this kite so far. Oh wait, could be excitement here. We don't have to use it necessarily because we have, you see, non-existent. The desperate fight is basically killing the Enchantress here. I think if you don't use our flywheel, that doesn't come out. That Enchantress is gonna go down. And something you need to know, Mello, into Clerk not being able to kite those 3 first ciphers is really scary because we can lock down the cipher here from anybody for a long time.
Yes, that is definitely one of Clerk's strong suits here. As soon as they got someone on chair, they can just keep harassing Cyphers and locking them. But we see First Officer coming here in for the rescue, already using a watch. Clerk is trying to stay a little bit out of this distance, still keeping watch with the Cyphers. And can we get a rescue here? Yes, we get the rescue.
But there is addiction nearby. I don't know if we're going to be sending in the Antiquarian. It seems like we are going to be sending in the Antiquarian to support here. As this middle cipher is not being completed yet, but these ciphers are looking alright. 3 ciphers completed very soon. Puppeteer also supporting Antiquarian nearby. We want to pressure the cipher to make sure it's off. I think we're just waiting it out. And now Enchantress actually has enough distance, most likely, to make it all the way to Graveyard. So I think she now has a pretty good area. Or she could take Trump.
And she... Ooh! She got that last second. Oh my god, if that was me. But yeah, we've seen Clerk lock the Cypher in middle here, but she still got, like, Antiquarian still was able to finish it with a triple disarm to get a little bit of time for a teammate here. And we see Enchantress has a lot of distance right now.
And she's check spotting to make sure that she does not get mind gamed here. Antiquarian playing real close to the Enchantress, making sure to keep her alive. This is basically what you want to do against Clerk as well, making sure to keep your teammates alive. The moment that first person dies, we should be very scared. First hit on Antiquarian though, a little bit unfortunately that actually connects. These servers are looking really nice though, I want to say. Although there's the jump to get closer to the Antiquarian. That was hilarious. Puppeteer still has a Tide available. We're not popping the excitement though.
We're opting to go for a hit here on the Antiquarian. Also keep in mind we haven't used trade yet, so the survivors are also not knowing what to expect quite yet. We see Clerk sharing here by the Cypher the First Officer was decoding. And yeah, so we're back and just disturbing the Cypher machines right now.
And we do have to start probably a new Cypher by that Enchantress all the way over there. This cipher, there's one cipher that's 99. I think they're just trying to really keep it there. If this First Officer gets hit, that is going to be quite scary. Antiquarian does not have anything to work with anymore here, but she's probably going to get downed unless she gets a real good pallet stun here. No, are we going to vault this? I think that doesn't connect, but that pallet is going to get up, and First Officer and Antiquarian are going to go down. This is going to turn the tables so much for this Clerk, I think, Mello, don't you think?
Yes, it looks really good here, and we see Puppeteer trying to finish the Cypher no matter what, but we aren't really able to, and we see like all 3 ciphers, they are almost finished, but Clerk just keeps stopping these cipher machines.
This could really turn either way. If they manage to pop all the ciphers here together, we're really trying to stall as much as possible. It's going to be the puppet is going to take a hit here. Tide is going off. We are able to lock down First Officer Cypher, but can we get a hit on Antiquarian is the question. This is not going to be enough. We can just block the way. Very good body blocks, making sure the Antiquarian has enough distance. Both Cyphers in 99 and 95, but the problem is, can we pop them before the Antiquarian manages to get down, or are they going to get locked?
Oh, so we are able to pop the ciphers here, and we have a 4-man endgame, which is really good for the survivors. We are still chasing Anti-Quern. We still have trump card to work with, and Anti has no stick left, so it really depends on how quick Clerk can down Anti here. Really nice recording usage here.
But can we get this trump card teleport to the other gate on time, or can we not? We don't see them there. That gate is going to be open. Can we get it open? We don't have... That's going to be the 3-stack on Enchantress. They can get the other gate opened, if I'm not mistaken, though. So this is probably... Oh, wait, no, because we are recording. Can they both force this out? Puppeteer's coming in.
It really depends on if they can, like... if they will lock the gate or not, it seems like, since the gate is like really close to being done and they manage it like last second. It's really good for them.
Damn, so close for this Kirk potentially getting a tie, but unfortunately, the survivors managed to... Well, the ciphers were really close throughout that game, but damn, like that was still very well played. The cipher lock potential for Clark is crazy. You can see it there. They took a long time to pop all those ciphers. But really good support from the Antiquarian on the Enchantress, which allowed them to get a free escape. Now, we are going to be switching sides. So, second half now for this first round. And we're going to be looking at Never. Can Never basically... Well, best case scenario for Never right here is obviously a tie. Because that would make them win the round. But I think anything other than that, anything more than that would be more than welcome and more than... well, honestly, really good for Daily by Ping, just getting that point lead.
That's true. The pressure is definitely on the TFC survivors right now to match that performance from the Late by Ping's survivors from the round just now.
And this is also kind of what I was saying earlier with Bimina when I was commentating. I find that now the roles have kind of switched. I don't know if you agree. Before in Koa, the previous Koas, I think the previous 2 Koas, round 1 was extremely favored towards Hunters. I remember, especially when I was playing tournaments, that getting a 1 escape in round 1 or even round 2, especially round 1 though, was a miracle. Like you were asking for a miracle. Because there were so many meta hunters, it was so hard to play against. But now you see that in round 1, there's a lot of really good survivors, and the meta hunters are not necessarily like a guaranteed 4K anymore. So these free escapes are gonna get more common, I think.
I would agree. Yeah, definitely. I think especially in this meta, the survivors, or I think mostly hunters who have the most variety in their character pool, are definitely gonna have the most advantage, especially since since we mentioned earlier, a lot of good survivors nowadays. So it's really hard, I would say, on both sides to counterpick and even target ban if both sides have a lot of variety in their character pool.
Alright, we do see Never coming in here as our hunter player. Now we do already know kind of what Never has in store for us. We are probably looking at a peddler, maybe an opera, maybe a goat man, or a cheeky little mind's eye. Hey, cheeky little mad eyes behind
Maybe.
closed doors.
That would be definitely interesting to see. We see Never starting here with a Seer and Antiquarian ban. So we're not really afraid of the Doctor, which makes me think that they're probably gonna go for a potential opera singer.
Or any, honestly, any hunter that is really fast-paced and chased. I think Peddler into Doctor still does. If she's the one who gets chased, That's tough. But if Doctor is the one that's getting support for their teammates, then Peddler does have a lot of trouble because those doorways are going to end up being body blocked by the Doctor, so it doesn't actually end up doing a lot. So I think Peddler or Opera is probably what we would be expecting here out of Never.
Yes, and we see Gravekeeper and Aeroplanist picks, so really solid survivors here, also choosing a rescue right off the bat. And from the Hunter side, we see a Mechanic ban, so we definitely don't want them to get a tie.
For sure. No, I mean, we did leave this Priestess open here. And really strong rescuers, both Gravekeeper and Aeroplanist. But it's still a bit scary, right? We have to make sure that we have at least 1 or 2 survivors that are going to be solid in their own kiting, and I think that Gravekeeper might fall flat into some of the hunters, like into Opera Singer. Sure, he's going to do all right, but there you go. Something like Novelist, right? Where at least that first hit is going to be quite hard to get, or maybe that Pallet Stun is really going to get you far away from the hunter. But Priestess, Arrow, Grave, Novelist, do you think Goatman works, or do you think Opera Singer? What do you think? What's the best hunter choice here for Never?
I would say they have a good comp against both, I would say. It really... Maybe it also comes down to a comfort pick for Never, and in which hunter they feel more confident in.
I think he definitely goes Mad Eyes here.
Mad Eyes, could be, yeah.
That B badge Mad Eyes is gonna... tells you everything you need to know. I mean, if you want a 1k, like... I think, unironically, Mad Eyes might not even be a bad choice because of how fast he breaks pallets and like how fast this thing is. You could bring like what, full Sadist, like a full camping build or something, and you just use the walls to kill 1 person. Is that like a thing? Like you need a 1k and you just go Mad Eyes for that? I don't know if that's like a crazy take. Because maybe like endgame. I don't know. Maybe there's something there.
I mean, Mad Eyes is
smoking.
really good on this map.
Oh,
But we're opting for the wheel. Interesting.
That is kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie.
It is. Wheel is kind of all or nothing pick, I would say. Like, it can go really well or really bad.
I think it really depends on how good that first chase is. If the first chase is really, really long, like 3 ciphers with trade outs, the moment we rescue, it's kind of hard for Breaking Wheel to keep the pressure up, because if those ciphers pop, he usually wants to go around the map to disrupt the decoding progress, but that's not really going to be possible anymore. Gravekeeper here, though, we have a tide on him, and triple tide, matter of fact, on Aeroplanist, Priestess, and Grave, as our Novelist and Priestess are going to be being Flywheel as well, Priestess being Sui. I think that Priestess is not going to have an easy time against Wheel. Neither is Aeroplanist, unfortunately. But Novelist and especially Gravekeeper is going to have he's not going to have to do much. But I think Novelist is going to have a okay time as well. But I don't know. That graveyard window, it looks very tasty for this Aeroplanist.
It does, yeah. It's really good that we have a Flower Wheel here. The survivors might have expected a wheel, maybe. Or they were really, it seems like more countering a potential Goatman, since Flywheel is not really good against Opera Singer.
I mean, honestly, Broken Windows into Opera Singer is good, but like the moment she's close to you, I think it doesn't matter whether you have Broken Windows or not.
Honestly, like, ever since the Broken Windows buff, like, it's been even strong against Opera. Like, it's not to be underestimated, in my opinion.
The 8% extra for 8... Is it? No, it's not 8 seconds. It's a little bit less, like 5 seconds, I believe. I think that's a really good small buff.
Like, you can really transition from an area with it now against Opera Singer.
All right, let's see. As we're going into this game, Breaking Wheel, there's going to be TFC Survivors versus Everybody Playing Hunter. We're going to be seeing a Blink Trump card, sorry, Insolence build no detention as the Breaking Wheel is going to start going for middle Priestess, who does have a good window and a good hold to kite in. That's because she'd be dropping down quite early though.
Yes, and we see here that she's kind of trying to dodge it in the open. We get a good, nice spike on her, and it seems like we're kind of having a little bit towards the window here to graveyard. We couldn't really get it. We're circling back to middle. Can we portal? No, we're actually getting trapped. There was a really good trap here and a really fast down.
Yeah, that's a scary wheel for you. We tried to kite it in the open, like you said, but it didn't quite work out. I think this is just like trying to expect that second spike and just use the portals to kite in, but damn, that's tough. And we are going to be pressuring the Cypher, so the Cypher proc is going to be quite slow on the Survivor side. You can't really pressure the Aeroplanist from the window, so you should be relatively safe to stall this out. But this chair is going quite fast. Wait, do we have Sadis perhaps? No, we do not.
There's a really nice jetpack here. Get the rescue for half, and we see a portal. Really nice here on the Survivors.
I don't think we're. Oh wait, no, we don't blink. I thought we were gonna play around. I thought we were gonna play around the. Sorry, the blink here from Priestess, but we do end up we're getting stuck on nothing here. This is gonna be almost full presence. We can't use our snap yet. We do end up flywheeling. I think that flywheel might have not end up being necessary. Breaking wheel, spending a little bit of extra time waiting behind the portal just in case that Priestess decides to do the portal trick. And he doesn't even need to use blink. And this is what I mean. You see, if the first kite is short, you see how easy it is to then down the second one, and then we still have our blink. Now we have full presence, and we don't have our flywheel anymore. So this Priestess might as well just die. Like she can't do much, I think, anymore.
Yeah, it's really Will is really such a snowball heavy hunter, and we see exactly with this game why that is. Like as soon as he also gets full presence on the snap, it's really hard also to not get farmed from the chair. But we see they are wanting to go in for a second rescue with Wavekeeper here. We are just waiting a little bit in the shovel to kill time.
That's gonna be a pretty good portal though. That's gonna be evading the full presence. We might have to blink her down here. Yeah, that's gonna be the blink out, which is quite good. And honestly, the Cyphers is they're looking a little tough. I think actually, yeah, for Breaking Wheel, this is a little bit tough. Now that he has Trump card though, we do the Survivors can tell that he doesn't have the tension anymore. We're switching to Peepers though, so I think this Breaking Wheel might be going for what we call the 5 minutes of painful wait.
Yeah, from here on out, it definitely will be a slow game. Since the Survivors also want to play it slow and not give free easy downs or be caught out of position against a wheel. But we see the wheel going after falling down, but immediately switching to Corner House into the Aeroplanist who already got shipped.
The full presence very smart, does not affect when we are below, but very nice pathing from the Breaking Wheel himself. That trap is not gonna hit. That's gonna be an unfortunate path drop. And is that basement right here? No, that is not basement. And that's it. All right, well, we're gonna have some fun, guys.
And
Get your
slugging
perks
can
ready.
begin. But yeah, we see here a switch to the Novelist. We're trying to dodge the spikes, but not quite. We cancel the third spike. A little bit risky running into the wheel here. And another really good trap.
That's quite unfortunate. I think that book wasn't necessary to cancel the full presence, because even if you get 3 spikes, snapping won't actually just fully kill you, right? It will just leave you 0.5 health, which is still fine. I think saving that book for later on might have been a better option, but now we have a bit of a problem because Aeroplanist is gonna be forced to use a self-heal, because we do know where this Gravekeeper more or less is, unless we're trying to really save it, right? Let this Gravekeeper coming for the rescue. Aeroplanist crawling. Oh no, Aeroplanist is coming in as well. That's scary. We can now slug the Aeroplanist. Cancel. Wait. A bunch of downs here. This Novelist is probably going to go down, and that's going to be double down on this. Gravekeeper is probably contemplating his choices here. I don't know what he can really do. Yeah, exactly.
And they're cutting it short, just surrendering. Yeah, it would have been hard. Aeroplanes couldn't self-heal anymore. It's
It would have been like a slugging position. Out of shot. First of all, it's like a hit out of shovel, then a hit, then another hit, and then you just chair, and then it would have been over either way. But I don't know. I think they had a shot there. Priestess definitely. First kite was a little bit of a whoopsie, but her rebound was quite nice. I just hoped the portals could have helped her a bit more. Unfortunate. Very well played from Never. The first control on the first stage was really good. So I don't have anything else to say there. As we're moving on to round 2, with a score of, I believe, 8-1. Could it be?
let's check what they're saying.
I think it is. Whoops. Okay, guys. I'm an unk now, so I need to sleep like 4 hours earlier. Just kind of happens like that, you know.
Dang.
It just
Crazy.
kinda happens like that.
That's
Looks
what
like
IDV does to someone. You
Yeah,
just have to enter the retirement home early.
yeah. Just like Joseph in my own tier list, you gotta retire. You gotta enter the retirement home. I don't know. Let's see what our chat is saying. Chat is active. They're alive.
Oh.
At least they're alive. All right. Wait, we should be looking at a sub from TFC if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, exactly. They always switch
Yeah.
out Elvin for Mods. Now I want to see some Dreamwatch gameplay.
Yes, we would love to see some Dreamish gameplay.
Feed us the Dreamwitch. Feed us the dream. Oh my god, I just saw that in English one. What the hell?
Oh, what they sing in English? I'm in English too.
Wait.
I'm happy.
Oh, it's in English too. Never mind.
Oh,
In fact, the name.
Is
the
it-
name. Yes.
is it the send for barmaid skin? Is it that one?
Yes. That
Oh.
is. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh well. People have. Oh my god. Why am I? I'm yawning so much. I am so sorry. I swear. I just probably need like a 30-minute nap or something. You know, after this.
Aw.
After this, I need like a small nap.
Power nap.
Mm.
I mean, I could also just scream into the mic. Maybe that would also help wake you up.
Aren't you already doing that like right now? Sorry? What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay.
I just said I can scream into the mic if you need like a wake up call.
Oh, I am the wake up call is here. Oh, wait. Oh, there you go. We're gonna be looking at a Leo's ban. And
the Lakeside pick. Okay, we don't
Interesting.
see a lot of Lakeside picks.
from TFC, Mod plays Dreamwitch, Opera Singer, Goatman, Hullabaloo, Ivy, basically the whole meta deal. I don't know if he plays anything else apart from that, and like Dreamwitch, right? Like Dreamwitch, and that's it. I don't
mean-
know. I don't know what he's gonna play in this map. Like, what's good out of those in this map? Goatman? Not really. I don't know. I guess he is. Wait, what? Why is Elvin there? Oh, he's probably gonna invite Moat T. You know, cause T.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
I mean, since you mentioned Ivy, maybe Ivy. I feel like she can cut off chairs pretty nicely if someone is chaired like really far from small boat, like the chair in the corner.
Yeah.
I feel like Ivy can cut that off really nicely. But I'm not too sure either. Like Lakeside is really unusual, but
I mean, there are some strategies that you can do in Lakeside, but that would be mostly for survivors. Like I'm thinking a toy merchant, for example, or gardener strategies. There's plenty of them that you can do here, but I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, since you mentioned that, maybe it is more for the TFC survivors.
Right, and not necessarily for the
Hmm.
hunters. Maybe they have something in mind against Never's hunter pool. We did use Breaking Wheel round 1 here, which leaves us still with a lot of options for round 2. Like Goatman, Opera, and I'm sure he
Peddler.
plays Wax and Peddler. Um, but Goatman doesn't do too well into Gardener, like that Gardener strategy. So I wonder where they're gonna go. I think Watt might play Ivy. Let's see what the bands look like in a second, but something tells me that Watt is gonna play Ivy. I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't know, like something tells me that as well. Like a little tingly feeling, maybe. Like spider sense.
Spider sense. And if it's not that,
Sensing the
then
ivy.
I don't know. Maybe an opera here. Could be. Could be in play. I don't know. Because he does have a wax from like Never has a wax. He played it into us, I believe. So we'll have to see. Everybody's in the lobby, so now I guess we're just waiting for everybody to be ready and set to go. We still have a lot of different survivors, but this is what I said before. Now that this Puppeteer and Enchantress and Antiquarian are gone, that Goatman looks very juicy.
It does, it does. I agree. But we're jumping right into the ban and pick phase, and we'll see a seer ban. Are we
Doctor
hovering
ban.
over the seer?
Yep.
Yeah, seer and doctor. So
Yeah.
pretty standard.
To be expected, unfortunately, my little friend Doctor. Goatman will be banned. We're not dealing with a Goatman into round 2. That's probably what Delayed by Ping is currently saying in their VC. As we're gonna see the first 2 survivor picks, which we are not hovering. No, we are hovering now. It's gonna be a Gravekeeper, looks like, which is pretty good into Hala. Okay, into Ivy, and we also have a Lanternist pick, which is also, I mean, into his hunters, probably not crazy, I would like to say, especially into Hala, like nothing crazy, unless she is not first chase, because then we can delay the hit if we all bring Flywheel or if we bring something of the sort.
Yes, and as you called it, there's the Archer band, so they don't have a lot of active harassers anymore to choose from.
Yes, this is kind of the problem that I think some people are starting to call it the trifecta of tournament, which is the 3 girlies, Archer, Enchantress, and Antiquarian, and you have to choose. If you play 2 of them, you're gonna have a very strong game, right? Which is what happened in round 1. But then the moment you chose those 2 and you don't choose that Archer is gonna be getting banned very easily the next rounds, and you're not gonna have any more of that solid, easy harass, like quick harass with fast decoding progress. And I feel like that tends to be a problem. Yes, we do have Prospector though. Like Prospector is being picked here, probably gonna be played by Omi most likely. But
Yes.
Prospector, I find, doesn't offer the same amount of harass currently that Enchantress, Antiquarian, and Archer offer. Alas, Prospector's played well, which obviously Umi has been Prospector as batch for as long as I can remember. So maybe we're gonna get some treats.
Yes, maybe. Prospector, definitely. I'm interested to see how they'll play here. And we see a Hullabaloo. Okay. I forgot about Hullabaloo.
I mean, into Lanternist again, we kind of know what the problem is. If we're on red, we can't really use the ability. Novelist is okay into Hullabaloo, I would like to say. I think he'll be fine. Prospector as well. Prospector does pretty good into Hullabaloo, but mostly for harass. I think his first kite is going to be just about okay. And Gravekeepers, I think, is kind of the same issue as some other rescuers when going against Hullabaloo, where going in for the rescue tends to be okay or relatively okay, but then going out of the rescue is impossible. And that is because if you use your shovel early, you can make this rescue, but then going out of this rescue is possible. And if you save that shovel, then you might get stuffed. And if you save that shovel and you get the rescue, sometimes he's gonna put you on red and you can't even go out. So that's a little bit scary.
Yes, indeed. So we'll see how the survivors played here. Do we think the Hullabaloo is gonna go with the Gravekeeper and just get the rescue out of there? What do we think here, Justice?
I mean, honestly, that doesn't even sound like a bad plan, because if we consider the other options, Lanternist and Big Boat, if we don't bring Peepers, might be a little hard to find, especially if she can rotate early on. Even if she has Flywheel, she can probably make the most out of her ability early in the game. And then this Novelist has one of the best areas in the map if we don't have confined space on Hunter, or once again these Peepers to really know where the Hunter is, where the Survivor is. And then I mean Prospector with full kiting, I might as well just not chase that. So Gravekeeper, probably a fast first chase. We get rid of the Tide. I think it's a good option. Nobody can really go for this rescue anymore. Like, I guess Novelist could try, right? But I think other than that, not really.
Yes, so we'll see who Hullabaloo is gonna go after here. We see him with Trump Card and Insolence. And I don't even see what the trade is. What is that?
I believe that is abnormal. Yeah.
Abnormal, okay. But yeah, we see him chase Gravekeeper here. Pellet already dropped and already hopped into Shovel.
Yeah, we are not wasting time with these shovels, really making sure. You see both of these pallets have been dropped, and because he has very slow pallet breaking, these pallets are quite tough to it will allow the Gravekeeper to get a lot of distance. Oh, he used the ability. Do you know the ability cancel to make sure that you get your shovel? I still need to learn that on Gravekeeper. Very useful to learn. This is a very we don't have the black. We do have the black almost available. That's gonna be a shovel hit though. Still on cooldown the clone. That's a very good pallet drop and a very good vault.
Yes, a really good clone bait also here from the Gravekeeper. We're jumping into a second shovel. We need, the second shovel is also broke here, and Hullabaloo only needs 2 more colors on Gravekeeper, but the ciphers are looking good so far.
It's 2 colors. We don't have any more clones anymore, but we can keep the Gravekeeper in this area. Can we get a good, very, very nice clone here? Can we get the abnormal on any of these ciphers is the question. If we manage to get to the abnormal on this middle cipher, that would be extremely detrimental for the survivors, losing so much decoding progress. It seems like they don't realize this, and this is going to cost them a lot here. This abnormal, this is actually a pretty good position for the Hunter. We don't have any more Tides anymore. Gravekeeper can't really do too much. We don't have a lot to work with after rescue. This is not bad for them.
Yeah, indeed. Like, if the kite was just a little bit longer, they would have popped that cipher, but so it's just good for the Hunter. And we see a really nice rescue from the Lanternist, and we see a little bit of support from the Prospector here, trying to help the Gravekeeper transition, sorry.
Ooh. Honestly, I just want to point out that rescue on Lanternist was really, really strong, and this support might have just turned around the game considerably for the survivors, now that this Gravekeeper actually has a chance to rebound, as this Prospector is coming in for the second magnet, taking in the colors for his Gravekeeper. We're gonna have to be forced to break out this pallet. The last 2 ciphers, 2 out of the 3 last ciphers are being decoded, which would leave 1 of them anymore. Prospector, if not hit, could be the last one for rescue.
Yeah, that was a really nice jump from the Hullabaloo here. We see Prospector is still trying to support. We drop in time though. Prospector has no more magnets to work with as of right now, but it seems like he is gonna go for the second rescue. He is positioning himself.
Now this has turned into what I thought was going to be a win position for Hullabaloo, into then a win position for the survivors, into what it looks like now a tie position, as we have 2 survivors who can come in support for this Gravekeeper, as the last cipher is being decoded. 30% on that last cipher. 1 of them has no BT. We're stalling as much time as possible. A Terror Shock would be very, Not ideal. Lantern is going down though. Prospector has one magnet to stall. Gravekeeper is also gonna go down. This is a lot of downs. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of damage here. We commit a lot, and we see the rescue with the magnet. Can we get a quick down, or we get a hit on the prospector? We're trying to body block the colors here.
Oh, the color turn. No, he's still gonna go down though. No more magnets available. We are gonna be able to pop the ciphers most likely though, which means that our lanternist and our prospector are both gonna go their respective ways. We still have trump card, but we don't have detention. So how is this endgame really gonna play out for the survivors and the hunter?
As we see, we just pop immediately since everyone has a lot of distance from the Hullabaloo. We are not forcing the gate, just seeing who the Hullabaloo is chasing first, and we see a commitment onto the lanternist for now.
I don't know if this is going to be easy for Hullabaloo. She does have the dungeon here, but nobody is on the gate yet. That's going to be the pallet dropped and the clone. We're not on red. We haven't... No, that's going to be the second clone not able to get through. We don't have any more jumps. This lantern is flywheel. We're going to go teleporting to the other gate, but we don't really see... Oh, we do see both of them. We do see the novelist and the prospector. We're going to opt to chase out the prospector, who doesn't really have anything else here. The question is, can we make it all the way? Oh, close. Can we make it all the way to this dungeon?
It's gonna be a little bit hard, but we still have a book to work with, so that's really everyone's game right now. We see the other survivors are pushing the other gate, and it's almost open, so it's really gonna be... Oh, we see a book swap here, but Novice is still quite far away from the dungeon, so... He will probably need to farm another book, honestly.
I think they wanna reset and try to go for this rescue. Actually, they're healing right now to see if we can maybe get some support. Prospector with 2 magnets, this is definitely possible, and I think that lanternist having that flywheel and the images could potentially help the novelist kite out. This over here, he's not gonna get down just quite yet. The red switch is gonna go down. This we have another clone. We do miss. No, we don't miss the other clone. Are we gonna go out or are we not gonna go out? What's going on? Yeah,
Seems
it looks
like the survivors are discussing it, but yeah, it seems like the chair's too far away, so they're just gonna settle for the tie. Well played.
Yeah, it looks like crazy. Oh my god. Crazy. All right, yeah. We're gonna settle for the tie, which means that TFC also has to go for a... No, sorry, this was TFC Hunter. So the survivors, or rather the delayed by ping Hunter, if they manage to get another tie, they would tie the round. But if they get a 3K on this round, they would be able to fully win the matchup for today. Let me just get Never here. All right. What did you think about this match?
It was really interesting. I didn't expect the Hullabaloo, and I also didn't expect Abnormal, but I think what really was the turning point for the survivors was really the support for Gravekeeper after the first rescue. Really not enabling the Hullabaloo to further share on that cipher and harass the cipher, and helping the Gravekeeper transition to a better kiting area, since they were able to pop that middle cipher, which was really good for them.
For sure, and I personally think that it's actually because the Hunter ended up getting a little bit too greedy. He went back for the Lanternist who was decoding the cipher, wanting to get that extra hit, that extra color hit on the on the Lanternist. But because Gravekeeper was already trying to run away, he ended up getting too much distance for Hullabaloo to catch up before he managed to get to a safe area. And I think really the magnets over there from Prospector managed to help that transition a bit easier. Now, we're going to be looking at Never playing here. I believe Never here I don't know if he has played in Lakeside before. I have done like some 1v1s a long time ago into Never, and usually he would go Opera here. But we've seen that he has plenty of options, so keep us surprised. or keep us excited. I don't know, and we'll just have to see what he decides to pull up.
Indeed, I'm definitely interested to see. I mean, maybe we do see a Peddler here. Peddler is also really good on this map, I would say.
I think for Shaq actually, she does work pretty well. It's just when Shaq has basement, the doorway cannot be placed where the basement usually appears because now we end up losing distance. Like we end up losing a little bit. So I think that's what makes it a little bit bad. Peddler's not bad though. Like there is some good areas for her to put the doorways in. Kind of destroys that big rock area. I think not as much for Big Boat because there's a lot of drop down, so the vine can be easily dodged, I would say, and also a lot of windows. But those windows become less useful with the doorway, so I don't know. Could be.
Yes, we're starting into the ban and peak phase, and we're seeing another Seaban and Antiquarian, so same as before. C is not getting released from ban jail, sadly.
Nope. I think, well, Seer and Antiquarian are definitely staying as the number 2 bans for Never so far, so we are gonna have to see. Knight is gonna be the first pick here for TFC as we also look into the second one. I don't really know what they're... Well, we do know what we're expecting, right? Us as the commentators. I hope that the survivors from TFC do too. The question is, what is going to be their play here to make sure that we counter the survivors from Never? Embalmer, maybe to guarantee the tie. They are trying to cop that tie at the end of the day. They don't really want to get 3K'd or 4K'd, as that would be a GG's match over.
Indeed, it's good to know what you need, right? And sometimes it's just good to settle for what you need instead of being too greedy. And we see a mechanic ban from Never here, so also not giving them any like good decoder that could guarantee that tie that they're aiming for.
A magician pick here. Interesting. I don't know if they do know that Never has a peddler, so I wonder how magician is really gonna do into this. I don't know. That's a bit. I don't know.
I mean, I wonder as well. I mean, Magician in general is a really solid pick. So maybe they just went for it because of that. And we see the last ban on the Hunter side is a Meteorologist. Makes sense. Really good survivor on this map.
And also the last survivor we're gonna see for the team is gonna be a Professor. I think this comp nonetheless this comp is rather good. I like the Embalmer pick. I think it definitely fits into the tie theme that they want to go for here. Professor does do pretty well as well into Peddler with that guaranteed chip that she can just can't really do much about. But we do have we still have that Wax Artist, obviously. We still have the Opera Singer here, obviously, which, not gonna lie, into Knight, that's a very scary matchup, because Knight can very easily mess up with how fast Opera Singer dashes, and if he does 2 attacks and she's just kind of dashing, then it was there goes your helmet. So I don't know. I think Never is probably gonna decide to go Peddler here, but he does need a 3K at the end of the day, so...
Yeah, Knight could definitely be a little bit of a scary pick for the survivors here, so maybe we'll be seeing a kiting trade with Knight here. It seems like we would want to guarantee like at least a good kite because we don't really have active harassers. We have a little bit of passive support with Professor and Knight, and that's it. So I'm interested to see how the survivors will play this.
A Hermit. Interesting. I know that he does have a Hermit, but I did not expect him to pick him here. Now, Hermit in this map, there's a lot of tall walls in some areas, but some others are quite easy for him to fight into. So I wonder what who he's gonna end up chasing, or rather where he's gonna spawn to opt to chase.
Yeah, I didn't expect a hermit either. Pretty interesting.
I like seeing
Yeah.
hermits. I like seeing like good hermit. It like when they get the stuns correctly, when they like get up in the air, like the teleport thingy, and they also get the stun. Super satisfying. I think it's one of the most satisfying characters to master. And Hermit, you know, before he used to be like well, noob stomper for sure, but he used to be able to be played in tournament as well quite well. Now, I don't know if he can anymore. He's still very useful, but because most survivors have been able to keep track of like they can manage to kite quite well, and especially with broken windows being buffed like that, it's quite hard for him to keep up the pace, right? I think with audience effect, I think to a
Yes.
certain degree, he kind of got nerfed because audience effect would work really well into hermit, because most ciphers wouldn't end up getting decoded by the time that there was one first chase if it was bad. So,
Yes.
yeah.
When it comes to survivables, we see BT, Flywheel, Professor, Tide, ET, Knight. We see Sui with a Tide and Flywheel on Magician, and a BT and Knee Jerk build with Embalmer here.
As we get into the game, and we are gonna be, I would say chasing Embalmer is not necessarily the best of ideas because he does have a really good area into Hermits. But I guess it's also okay if we want to chase Embalmer. We have Warp for something to catch up to him. I think Knight might not be too
Yes.
too bad of an option.
I would say if you spawn there with Knight, you're kind of asking to be chased. I'm not gonna lie, but we see Hermit
Ooh.
here with Inso and Detention, and with Teleport.
Teleport.
Yeah.
Which I think kind of tells us that we're gonna opt. Ooh, that Knight is rotating really nicely there. This kind of we're going back into him here. I think that was a bit of a blender. We had so much distance. We don't have that distance anymore, unfortunately. But what this means, I believe, is really, ooh, really good prediction. Now we only have,
Ooh.
there you go. We only have the attack prediction, though. He's just going to wait out. I think he's guessing it correctly. A first hit, though, on Knight without even having to use his shock is quite unfortunate. And we do have that teleport that we can use, even if, like, I think basically what Never wanted to do is, if this first chase was not too good, he's just gonna look at the ciphers and he's just gonna end up teleporting. So, oh wait, this is scary. Do we hit him here? He's dead, no?
Seems like we're trying to predict, and we're thinking Knight is not going for the stalemate. So the predictions still work at the end of the day. We see ooh, that's a really nice
Ooh.
prediction. Huge, actually.
Yeah, because that actually keeps him fully alive. We do have a teleport though, so this is a lose-lose scenario for him, I believe. Nice. He's gonna go down here. That's gonna be 3 helmets used, unfortunately, and that is not gonna spread the damage throughout the survivors because they have all switched out. Now, Mello, I think this is a pretty good start for Hermit. Didn't even have to use this trait, and this isn't the best for the survivors. Now, everybody is full health, but the person who is currently coming for the rescue is the one with no BT. And no BT into Hermit means that they're going to be healing very slow.
So we see a really nice rescue though from Magician, and it seems like Knight is kind of here in this pretty bad area, sadly. We get the hit, but thankfully we didn't share damage here, and we're just gonna die in a corner as far away as possible from any chair.
I think the cipher that Magician is currently decoding is the one that's at 46. He's trying to decode the one over here by logs. Yes, that's the one at 51%. Now, Professor's going to be the one who's going for the second rescue. Ciphers are looking 74, 36, 51, which is still rather okay. I think he could connect them right now to make sure that the spread is quite nice. There you go. But we don't see this Professor coming. Oh, we're going to be... Oh, wait, we're going to be selling?
It seems so, yeah.
Hey.
Knight has no more items, so we just decide maybe it's just better to sell and try to go for the tie. But we see a teleport here to the middle cipher.
I don't know if I mean, they are aiming for a tie, so this is not necessarily a bad idea. But I don't know if I really agree with this because, especially having that trait that we've never used is quite scary. We can teleport, we can warp. I don't think he's gonna be using blink, and this is basically what's happening right now. Like we get this hit on, we start applying the pressure already on these survivors, and especially with magician who doesn't have BT. Remember, and especially endgame hermit, like 3v1 hermit. I find that quite scary. I don't know.
We have a coffin here on the magician, so the survivors might just use it since he's shared by ciphers that have a lot of progress and the survivors want to do here. So yes, we'll see the coffin usage here, but we also see a target switch from the hermit and instead deciding to chase Professor.
Probably very nice flywheel, making sure to dodge that, but we still have a skill. Are we going to use our teleport? No, I think we want to make sure we are in line of sight, playing this very, very patiently and very slowly. Can we get this vault? No, very nice dodge. We're going to be using the scale to get it out, but we still get hit. Unfortunately, the magician is going to be red. If we put red, that's a very nice teleport. Unfortunately, it does not hit him. The red is not going to go through. We can just hit him. I don't think he knows. I think Never doesn't know that Professor used his scale to get the shock out of the way.
Yeah, I think Never didn't really realize that. And it doesn't look the best for the survivors right now since they have a lot of damage and they just need to heal, but it's gonna be really risky going for this rescue since they're on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, that and I mean, if they can't sell anymore. I don't know if they can really make this rescue. I don't know. This is looking quite tough on the survivor side. I don't know if our Never doesn't bring what you call it, fast rocket chair.
Sadist?
Yeah,
Sadist?
status.
Yeah.
But our professor is still gonna die quite quickly. And the moment that professor dies, I mean, we see them right now. I don't know. Can we go for a a tie here? Is that possible?
Well, there are still 2 survivors alive, so it is possible technically, but it's gonna be really, really hard since they still, like, the ciphers are not close to being done and they are not gonna be able to get that rescue.
Damn, those stuns are so fast.
Yeah. Really
I wonder
nice
how
one from the hermit.
I wonder if it's just. I mean, right now technically you could just chair the embalmer, the magician, and he would still get the win. So I guess we want the style points, the style points for the 4K here for Never. But hey, I don't know. I mean, it's not done yet. This is giving them an opportunity for magician to get up and start decoding again.
It does. I mean, maybe Embalmer is just releasing his inner Persica and just gonna kite 10 ciphers, you know? This.
I agree. Now he does have broken windows here that he's gonna be able to use to kite this. You know what? I'm gonna do something different today. I'm gonna spectate the survivor POV, the survivor camera.
Ooh.
Yep. Now this looks very scary from his side. Oh, that's. Ooh! Wait, do we get hit here still? Oh, we do get here. Did magician use his selfie? No, he didn't. So I guess we're just stalling.
Yeah, it seems like we are trying to go for bleed out tactics, maybe. Trying to get the 1-man, though. I don't know, because they need the 2-man, so.
Yeah, it's GG's, isn't it?
It is GG's.
Isn't it? Isn't it, GG's?
We do finally use a pickup here. Hermit has a lot of charges, so it's gonna be a quick down on the magician, and we are going back to the embalmer. Just yeah. Oh no, we're not teleporting. We're just
It's
intimidating.
It's okay, guys. The embalmer is going to cook here. He still has broken windows, and this is winnable for the survivors. Okay. And basically, the way this is winnable is if they go pick up the magician, right? They go pick up the magician, and then like there's like embalmer basically can revive a person, right? So
Mm-hmm.
he can revive someone from the dead, which will turn it into a 3v1, and basically give the survivors the time they need.
Yes, I'm sure they're gonna go for that. They are planning it right now. But yeah, we've seen a magician almost having bled out, and Bomber's also gonna go down here. So this time it really is GG's. Well played, though.
I think it's winnable for the survivors though, right now.
Yeah, yeah.
It's winnable. Damn, I don't know. I mean, what can I say? Really well played here from Hermits. Some nice predictions at the setup. That one prediction on the little teleport felt so nice from the Knights. Not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
that was so satisfying to watch.
But yeah, I believe that does give us some time to leave the job for our next commentators and the next matchup, who is 1 second. That is going to be Blood Angels versus Homelessness. And that gives me time for my. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna power nap, but definitely need it. So, you guys, we'll see you later. But I am glad that I was able to see this matchup. Really well played. I think the Hunters played well, but I think the Survivors really showed like round one powerhouses. Like there's so many round one powerhouses that it's very hard to do something there. And yeah, I mean, Delayed by Paying is gonna move on to the next round, facing whoever they have to face right now, based on whoever wins. And I don't know, what do you wanna say? What did you think of this?
I mean, I share the sentiment. Sentiment was really nice to watch. Of course, like we've seen why there's a lot of powerful survivors. Like the Late by Ping really demonstrated and only chose like really good survivors, and they had also really good synergy in their survivor matchups. So it was really interesting to watch.
Agreed. And yeah, with that, I think we can both say bye-bye and move on to
Yes.
the to be followed.
everyone, and welcome to the Blood Angels versus HLN, aka Homelessness matchup of the quarterfinals of EL. The winner will be moving on to the semifinals, so there's a lot at stake. I'm Bamima, and I'm here joined by Rolly.
That's me.
It's Rolly, our go, our Italian go. I'm so ready to see this matchup. Really excited. It does look like Blood Angels is starting with their hunter into homelessness survivors. Which is
Yes,
going to be
exactly.
fun.
We are
Um,
looking at our dearest and trusted Lolzi taking its place as the hunter versus Morpheus, Akifungo, Cons, and Fluffy.
Yes.
We've got
and
some, as you said, great stakes at hand. We're playing to get into the semifinals. We are getting near to the end of this beautiful European League. It has gifted us so many good matches, and most importantly, green ping.
thing. When
Yeah.
it comes to Lolsi, I'm quite sure that he has quite a strong grasp on the meta hunters here. It does look like the map is Darkwoods, which could work out for like a Goatman, pretty standard. When it comes to his badges, he has an A badge on Ivy, A badge on Hullabaloo, B badge on Goatman, so like the three big meta hunters, as well as a C badge on Opera. So I'm pretty sure that we will be seeing some meta pick here for round one. Though of course he could be playing something like his Hermit. I've gotten him a lot on Hermit and rank, me personally.
Exactly.
So we might be seeing a bit more of a surprise pick here, though he definitely is one of the hunters here that can pull out meta. He knows so many different hunters. I'm really excited to see who he's going to play for this Darkwoods game.
We are getting close to a new phase of this game's life in which the hunters are way worse in round one. So sometimes we are starting to see, even in Koa right now, that the meta picks are being like held back for later rounds. Round one is slowly becoming more specialty pick oriented, so I might like my expectation is to see a Hermit here. But
Yes.
we will see it right now. We are starting the ban and pick phase. Doctor is out.
No Doctor and probably no Priestess if we were to assume that this is a Hermit. Overall, both Doctor and... Oh, it's actually a Doctor
Puppeteer.
Might not be, I'm guessing it's not a Hermit then, because Hermit does counter Puppeteer quite well. They might be
Yeah.
aiming to play something like a Goatman though, as Goatman is countered by both Puppet and Doctor, though it could also be an Ivy. I'm not sure. We're seeing the Psychologist and, well, we're seeing at least a Psychologist pick, the other one is not quite locked in yet. Psychologist
Having-
Journalist pick from HLN here.
Having a psychologist as your first pick implies that yes, they are ready for the Hermit. They are prepping for it. They know it might be coming, and even if he doesn't, you've got a psychologist. It's never bad to have a psychologist.
Yeah, Psychologist is definitely really strong. Maybe not that prep for a Hermit since they are picking a Journalist, but I mean, she does work into him, but at the same time, you can't really body block with the Orpheus, and you can get Terror Shocked, which is free damage for the Hermit overall. Also, an
We're getting
Enchantress.
rid of
Not
Enchantress.
bad.
Strong, consistent harasser. One of the new faces of this new meta that is slowly forming. Lolzi is up to date. That's for sure.
Yeah, and she is also another character that does quite well into Goatman, so we might be seeing that pick from Losey. Followed by a
And-
coordinator pick by HLN here.
Coordinator is interesting in general because its role is rescuer, but after all, she's incredibly versatile.
Yeah.
And she barely has any drawback. Having a slow decoding when someone is on chair is something you can work around pretty
sure.
easily. It's not going to bring down the entire team.
Oh, we're
Like
seeing
a
an
rescuer
expand
would.
by a Florian pick, by the way. Yeah, as you said, because she can decode quickly when survivors are in chase. It's not like she's a complete like, oh, we have a 60%
commit.
decoding debuff, nobody can decode. The ciphers won't be primed, you know? So she's definitely
Yeah.
a lot more versatile as a rescuer. Me personally, whenever I play coordinator, I play her more as a kiter. It's a bit of a weird strategy, but I like spotting her in the rescue spots and then baiting chase on her because she's actually incredibly good at kiting.
That
So
is
she's more
true.
of a kite/harass role when I do play her.
Though
It
obviously
checks
she's
out. It checked out.
obvious, but I don't really play her with Tide Turner. And they're probably not opting to play her with Tide Turner here as well because they do have a journalist. I mean, if we look at this comp, how do you think it would perform into a Goatman if that's what we're expecting Wolsey to play?
I would not see them going incredibly well against Goatman. Fire Investigator is probably the one who's doing best against him. Psychologist is okay as a first chase. Journalist can work, but it's very iffy. Gotta say, in general, this team comp is pretty general. Like, it's going to work for everything. But let's see, the bans
Oh,
are
he
quite
is
ambiguous, and yeah,
playing here.
here comes the specialty pick.
I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense, especially considering they have a journalist, because that rescue is going to be a bit challenging for HLN here.
Probably going to go after the psychologist or the like the psychologist, you know, for more damage distributed overall, or the coordinator. Because you know, Fire Investigator is good at pulling distance, which you don't really want, as Hermit is quite slow, especially when he doesn't have stuns. Yeah, it can be a bit difficult for him to actually get that down if he just constantly rotates the Hermit. But Psychologist doesn't have way too much to work with, and Coordinator does have her gun. But it's not that much. We're seeing a bit of a interesting spawn here with the Coordinator in Hunter's Cottage and the Psychologist at top right corner, maybe aiming to protect her a bit. Tide borrow time on both Journalist and the Fire Investigator here, and a Flywheel borrow time on both the Coordinator and the Psychologist. Probably guessing.
I think
that
it-
those two are chased.
Yeah, I think it's correct to have two Tide Turners here in this round one. You want to squeeze every last second of life out of that first chase.
Yeah.
We desperately need the best possible result. We are going against a specialty hunter. We are going against a specialty pick. We have to be ready. Following Psychologist here, as you said, can be very beneficial for Lolzy. The chase will take 50 minutes or something down that line. At the same time, that means we will have plenty of damage distributed to everyone. We will get rid of the healer, which is a very valuable resource against, the Hermit himself. I don't really see any alternate universe in which Lolzy is chasing anyone else. Aki is going to be our first victim.
Yeah, especially when we have the Coordinator, who was the other viable option on the other side of the map. I don't think we will be seeing Lolzy crossing the map just to chase her. But that does allow her to have the gun for later, though, which could be pretty good. Yeah,
That
no,
also means that we are going to have both our tides ready and available.
yes, for sure. And the Psychologist does have two story to work with here, which could be quite okay for avoiding the stuns. But probably going to be quite a long first Kai, as you said, because it is a Psychologist. She can take a bajillion hits. Loading into the game now with a nice B tier skin on Hermit. He is running the Tension Trump card with Blink. Connecting ciphers and going for the Psychologist, who is actually hiding. Though you can see her head pop out there. I'm not sure if Lolzy noticed. She's kind of hiding and walking into him, which leads to a very early hit on our Psychologist here.
That was beyond early. That was in a rush. No one's rushing you. Calm down, Lolzy. It's a slow hunter. You're supposed to take it slow.
Lolzy was like, nah, this is like an all-pro singer. We're getting that hit ASAP. This basically negates Psychologist's advantage here. With her being able to take so many hits, she's taking 2 hits without a charge. I mean, that doesn't make her. That does mean that she prevents the damage from being distributed everywhere. But it is going to be quite a fast down, which is quite detrimental against the Hermit. With the ciphers being so low, he might be forced to charge her here though. Which would mean that she could take another hit if it's blue here, and both the Coordinator and Fire Investigator swap off. He should be able to tank it, but they might decide to not take damage for her. Good flywheel from Aki. The stuns are on cooldown, but I don't think we'll be able to force blink quite yet. Yeah, unfortunately, she just goes down. The Cypher's out on 40%. Ouch.
And 40% against an Hermit is Dreadfully low. This is a very risky early game for the survivors. They have to somehow stall the rescue against an hermit who is great at punishing rescue stalls. Like, if you overcommit on a rescue against a hermit, that's rough. And we get our first hit on the rescuer.
Yeah, and that's the max presence on Hermit, which means that he's going to have a million stuns that he can use. We are seeing the rescue farm on the Psychologist. Blink is still available though for the next down. This is looking quite grim for the survivors. Swapping off to avoid her getting hits on Tide, which is really smart from the survivors here. And dying as far away from Cyphers as possible. The only thing that's good for the survivors here is that they don't have a lot of damage overall, but their Cyphers are only on 80 and 60%. But it's a Hermit, so that decoding is being shared
Yeah,
across the entire
exactly.
map. But they're still
Um,
kind of behind. Might see a cell here, but I don't think so.
It's weird how everyone is on blue.
On blue,
That's
yeah, for
a
sure.
rare occurrence.
If the coordinator gets cut off early here, we might actually see a stuff. As I do think
Oh,
she's one now,
I
but
think Lolzy was going for a cancel. Like, he was
Ooh.
trying to cancel attack recovery. We blink to end coordinator, probably trying to catch Aki off guard. But our psychologist is still up and running.
yes, we will see
Double vault. Okay.
no stun, but he does have one stun to work with and like upwards charge thing soon. But I think the psychologist is going to go down without forcing that out. They did not go down. I mean, take a hit, bro. What am I
No, no.
saying? It's a hermit.
It's a
But
hermit.
red. Yeah, you can take multiple hits, and the coordinator should be up soon. But nobody can share this damage with the psycho, which is
Wonderful mind game.
as she will go
And-
down here.
Sadly, it's not really a mind game if the hermit can just win regardless.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they did win it once, and Flywheel was back up. Could have maybe tried to see a Flywheel of the stun, but I don't even know if it was up at the time. They're resetting really smart. When you're against a Hermit, you want to keep your health as high, like as good as possible, because you know he's a snowball hunter. You don't want him to kill everybody with one charge. The Hermit doesn't know where they are, so they're just hiding. I mean, the Florian here is hiding. He does still have Tide. Oh,
Ooh, we
I
didn't
don't
see
think
him.
he didn't get spotted, but he revealed himself. That is a bit unfortunate. I mean, he had no way of knowing that the Hermit did not see him. All charge swaps are back up, and they only have 2 ciphers left, which are on about
Okay.
38 and 50%, which is looking quite okay. But they are starting a new cipher, which is a bit bad.
It could be worse. Like, this is going to be the first chair for Fire Investigator. Journalist might go down before him. That's rough. Both airbags are out, and one of them popped right now. Having 2 ciphers at 50 is okay-ish, but yeah, Lolzy is pivoting into art control. He's not going to try and kill the Fire Investigator unless the Fire Investigators...
So the Fire Investigator now,
Yeah.
kind of failed hiding. Or I think he walked into him low key. That is the down on the Fire Investigator. But ciphers are on 62% and 58 with blink back up in 10 seconds. This is looking a bit difficult. I'm probably going to do a cipher swap here and send the coordinator who still has gun into rescue. And we know that the trait is blink. But it does look like he's just going to go for the cipher here. And the
Yeah.
journalist said he goes off.
Going straight for the cipher. Journalist is already upstairs. Making distance, yeah. Already vaulted Divine, but... Oh no! He missed it! Oh no. Did he?
I don't know if that was on purpose or not. I mean,
I
it
don't
worked out
think that
either
was
way.
on purpose. But it's hilarious that it worked out.
It does get them closer to
Oh.
the Fire Investigator.
Great
Gun
shot
didn't
there.
miss. Yeah, that was good. Going back to the coordinator here, that's going to send some damage over to the journalist. Smart of the journalist to not swap though, because you know if they did swap, then they'd probably be forced to be on the same color as whoever's taking damage, and then they'd go down.
Okay. Fire Investigator is officially itemless now.
Yes, both his balls have been killed. And journalist is now on blue, but then if you make the coordinator blue, the journalist will go down. I don't know if this was the best decision from the survivors.
Well,
But
it was
I
a
mean,
beautiful Miracle Orb for sure.
I mean, it does let the coordinator live for longer, so maybe that is the right call. Though I do think she will be
Yeah.
going down now. She doesn't have flywheel or gun to work with. Might make this pallet, but blink is up, so we might just be seeing. Yeah, that is a blink, and basement is right there, and the fire investigator is forced to go back to heal the journalist. And they might need to
Yeah.
heal twice as well to actually get this rescue. But I'm pretty sure Lozi knows exactly where they're healing, so he's gonna go on over there.
Mhm. We are basically staring at the 4K
Mhm.
right in its eyes.
Exactly. Just walking on slowly, ominously over to the healing fire investigator and journalist.
Let's
Oh,
go, Grandpa.
they opted to full heal the journalist here. That means if that fire investigator gets on a cipher, he's probably going to die to sheer damage, which is very unfortunate for him. Um,
Trying to bait chase. We get a hit. We
yeah.
are going towards the chair. I'm not sure we can make the rescue at all.
So
Investigator is has just started decoding. Okay.
doesn't if he had gone on the cipher then they would both be dead, right? So I guess he just wanted to wait
Yeah.
until the journalist couldn't share damage anymore. But at the same time that just means that they don't get any ciphers done. The last cipher is on 69% though, so they might be able to do something with that, but it is a bit challenging into a hermit who can share that damage around.
Mhm.
Really good stun from the hermit here. Both of them are on the ground. They do both have self heal to work with. Journalist self heal being almost done actually. She's probably gonna get up about here. Or okay, maybe waiting for the
Oh,
fire
she
investigator
is
to get
crawling.
cheered.
Yeah.
Yes. Probably waiting for the fire investigator to get cheered, but I don't think they're going to chair here though. They're just going to they're dragging him
Mhm.
closer to the journalist and then they want to manually chase her. His bleeding progress has barely started as well, so that journalist needs to stay out of this hermit's sights, because if she gets
Mhm.
spotted, it's very over. She does have two Orpheus to work with, but it's still looking rather grim into a hermit. Walking back to the fire investigator here, picking up Tinnitus at Hunter's cottage, and she is not crouching. Yeah, no, she is found here. Um, charging up towards,
Oh,
almost gets the
barely
palace though.
mistimed. Dang.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I mean, I guess it's a slow pallet break on a god pallet, but it really does not get her that much distance. Oh, good pallet
Oh,
stun.
that was good. That was great, actually.
For sure. We
Mhm.
do have 4 stuns though, so this is looking kind of difficult for this journalist. Unfortunately, she does go down. Um,
And
I'm not sure if he knows
now
where the
it's-
fire investigator is. Oh, you can see him.
we
Oh,
still we had tinnitus for the slightest little moment there, but we have no clue where fire investigator went. We are hiding, waiting, and playing hide and seek. Journalist is knocked on the ground. 60% is the percentage of healing. It will not go up, sadly.
I think getting a dungeon escape here is going to be quite challenging, as fire investigator cannot pick up items, and hermit does have 4 stuns to work with to prevent it from happening. But yeah, so it does look like the fire investigator is moving towards the journalist for healing here, maybe. Doing a
Possibly.
really good job hiding. Hermit is just walking around the map, going for a little stroll, as old people do. If the journalist gets healed and then gets downed again, she is actually going to.
She's going. Yeah, she's dying instantly. This one escape might be doable, actually.
Yeah, it might be doable now. If the fire investigator just makes their way on over to the dungeon and the journalist manages to bait chase, doing a really good job hiding from this fire investigator, though he does pick up Tinnitus, and here you can see him in the corner of his eye. Probably going to go down here then. He does still have blink as well. Ooh, unfortunately, he misses his stun here, though he has another stun to work with. That should be the down. No need to blink. Maybe if he crawls over to the dungeon and the journalist can delay her death for as long as possible, though it might be a bit challenging. You don't crawl that quickly, and Herman might be aware of this as well. Yeah, he's not
Mhm.
crawling towards the dungeon. He's just standing where he is. I mean,
Yeah.
standing.
Consa is not rocking that beautiful sticker, sadly.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, our crawl is going to be deathly slow.
Ooh. I mean, he does have borrow times. I do think that has sticker actually, but still, at the same time, the scroll to the dungeon is
Oh, wait, they
very
moved it.
Yeah, they
Oh
moved
god,
it to.
I'm getting old. Sorry.
They moved it to yeah, no, you're used to the old Persona tree. It's fine, okay. You
Holy
and those
mother of old gen.
together, you know. Yeah. You're as Uncas Hermit. Derogatory.
Yeah.
Journalist
so
is
good.
just hiding here. I do think that's
And
smart,
it's
but
working.
yes, she needs to hide for long enough for this fire theater to crawl to the dungeon. But at the same time, right? I don't even know if he's going to make it over there. He might. It is a battle against the clock. He's crawling, but oh no, Herma is walking there. No, Grandpa is going to.
Is he
figure
just
this
going to
thing.
take him away?
Oh, he's just gonna take him to a chair, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It would have been
And I
hilarious to
guess
just pick him up and drop
Yes.
him like 5
And then
meters
just
away.
so he can't crawl to the dungeon anymore. And then just like
Ooh.
let him dream. These one thing about
Oh.
the some
There's journalist.
survivors is that they're hiding really well. Unfortunately, she just gets spotted out here. Like that fire investigator earlier, like with his hiding, was really good. Oh, a drop down hit, extra aura points, and that is a surrender.
Mhm.
Really well played from both teams here. As I said, an exceptional job hiding from homelessness here, and I think really well played from Hermit as well. Though obviously that first chase I think was a bit too short for the survivors to get anywhere with it. We had hopes, and there was a slight chance for a one escape, though it is very difficult against a Hermit, especially when you can't heal. But overall, very well played.
Yeah, I second what you just said. The deciding factor in this match came extremely early, and it was the first chase, which was very quick. And while it didn't spread that much damage around across the board, it was effective. It was definitely effective.
Yeah, for sure.
It
was very
doesn't matter how many people are damaged after the first chase. As long as you have someone on chair with Hermit and the ciphers are like 40, that's gonna be a long match
Yeah.
for sure. And
Yeah.
eventually a win. Okay, we're getting ready for the second half of this first round. Starting at a 5-0 for our score. Blood
Blood
Angels,
Angels right
Blood
away.
Angels leading our first match.
Yes, though obviously, homelessness's Hunter can take it back and get that 4K, making it a round tie. Who knows what's going to happen? I'm really excited for this.
We could be guaranteeing a. Wait, this is best of 5, right?
No, it's best of 3.
It's still best of 3. Wait, this could
It's
guarantee
best
a
of 5
round
next
3.
week, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I remember reading something about best of 5, but I forgot when it changed. But yeah, this could very well guarantee a round 3 if they tie. It all depends again on homelessness's Hunter. It's going to be hard, of course. Getting a 4K is always hard.
Yeah, and especially round 1 in this meta. It's not that common anymore to get 4Ks round 1 anymore. Or it's not as much of a given as it was before. But I believe that they can tie this, okay? They got this.
The map is very interesting in this situation because
Yes.
we don't often see a Darkwoods. It might very well be possible that the map pick was mostly based on trying to get the other team, catch the other team off guard. You never practice that much on Darkwoods because no
Yeah,
one
for
likes Darkwoods. Let's be honest. Do you like Darkwoods? I don't, and I'm pretty sure no one else in this in the spectators likes it. Or
There was
Ah.
in IVT there was a lot of Darkwoods. So actually, when I was prepping for a tournament once, we were using IVT to practice, and we actually played a lot on Darkwoods. So me personally, I don't have anything against Darkwoods. It was kind of common, and it was okay for Goatman as well. But at the
That
same
is
time,
true.
it is Darkwoods. When I see Darkwoods in rank, I just scream. I hate the map.
Yeah.
It's up there with like
Mhm.
Chinatown, and I don't know. I don't like Chinatown or Darkwoods. There's so many maps that I just despise that you just never practice. But
this was a pick from Blood Angels. Maybe they had practiced a lot on Darkwoods beforehand, and they just need like, no, nobody practices Darkwoods. Like, it's okay. As you were saying, just to catch them off guard. I think
So we have the players ready,
yes.
it seems. And we are probably getting ready to lock in the choices and start our bans and picks phase.
Yes. Oh,
Ugh. Yet again, the stakes are high. This is the quarters finals, and this is the second half of a match that was a 4K. We have to even out the playing field. That is going to be our last objective. We want to go to a beautiful 5-5,
yes.
ideally.
We are. I mean, me personally, I'm always cheering for the team with the least points because then we can get more rounds, and that means we can commentate more, and then we can talk longer. Because self-centered commentary vibes.
Yeah, this is the kind of greed they were describing
Oh.
in Leviticus, I think.
Oh wait. No. Why am I catching strays? You're the greedy one, okay? Not me. Not me.
Oh, that's true.
I'm just letting it be known, okay?
Takes
like-
one to know one, they say, I think.
Exactly. Like never let an Italian call you greedy type shit. Um,
never let someone from Genova call you greedy. We invented banks. One of
oh.
the biggest flexes of like my people, like the guys where I come from, is inventing banks. We invented greed, basically. That's crazy.
Oh, that's...
3/4 of the global problems are our fault indirectly. I'm not proud of that.
I mean, you can be a bit more nationalistic than that, I think. So like,
I mean,
own
we
up
make
to it,
good food. That's enough.
yeah, like spaghetti.
Yeah, come visit Genova. Pros, great food. Cons, we invented banks. Okay, time to stop it. It's time to ban. It's time to
Yes.
pick. Out goes Priestess, out goes Lanternist. Pretty standard.
Pretty standard. No Doctor Ben. Do you think we will be seeing a Doctor from Blood Angels here? No, we are not. We're seeing the Seer and Meteorologist picks, followed by what bits? What do you think? What do you think?
Mhm. This might be... yeah.
Merc has to go.
I was expecting a Rescuer to be banned. We already have a Survivor that can turn the first chase into a 3-hit situation. So maybe Doctor might be redundant, especially because as of now, the Survivor's comp, which is Seer, Meteorologist, and Acrobat, is lacking a dedicated Rescuer, which I could easily see. We are barely negative in the decoding department. We could afford a proper Rescuer. We're getting rid of the Escapologist, that's very interesting. And here comes the Forward, exactly. Forward can... Oh,
We think Forward is taking more of a primary rescue role here, right? Because they didn't really have a dedicated Tide Turner.
Gotta be.
Is that what you were saying earlier? Yeah,
Yeah.
probably running a Tide, going for stun on chair, who knows? Might also go for the harass as well. Forward is actually a really strong curator. Though only issue is that he has that big fat decoding debuff. We could also be seeing a Tide on both Acrobat and Wendy. They're pretty strong with Tide Turner as well. But I'm not sure. Not sure.
and
Seer might
as you were saying, we are probably going to see a Tide on both Acrobat and Forward. Looking
Yes.
at the names.
Yes, for those who can't see the names, aka everybody watching, we have a Tide plus BT name on the Forward's name and Fly Tide TR on Acrobat. Meteorologist is just running a standard restrain build, and
Seer
Seer
is
is
running bird flu.
well, now they're
we
running.
switched off. We're off the bird flu. We're onto the Sewer slide.
That's
These names
wonderful.
are crazy.
This year has some
I
amazing
swear, I need like a quarter of this year's creativity.
names. Oh, real.
Corpsey wise, if you're listening back to this after the match, on God, share, please.
Wait, of course you guys. You should do a build reveal. Like you just show all of your names. We will be listening. We are curious to see what
We
you've
will
got.
be listening.
We are
And-
always listening and watching, and we're streaming the Wuchang from feed. Very expected from feed.
That's-
They've played Wuchang in the past.
I mean, I know, but seeing Wuchang in round 1 is still bewildering. 5 minutes
Exactly.
ago, I said that round 1 is moving away from just pick meta, and it's slowly evolving into go specialty, pick anything you can guarantee a 4K with. And Wuchang is kinda iffy, because it's Darkwoods. There's plenty of 2 stories areas on which the umbrella might not always be consistent. I mean, control works in this map. It works wonders. If you catch a survivor like in the middle of nowhere in Darkwoods, it's just dead. At the same time, I was never a Wuchang believer. You can call that pessimism, and I will say you're right. At the same time, though. Interesting.
Right. You won't be able to umbrella on top of a lot of these survivors because they do have those two-story areas to work with. I think, and also another issue with Wuchang is his no presence chase. Might be a bit challenging going into somebody like an Acrobat Wendy. They might be forced to chase the Seer here, but that is going to be a 2-story chase like in Hunter's Cottage, which
Yeah,
is still also pretty challenging.
And
I
that's going to
don't-
be a 2-story chase with 3 hits.
Yes.
Gosh.
And it's a
Possibly
full
4
time
if
as well.
it goes too long. Oh, that's very hard.
If we're looking at the
Like-
builds, we were briefly touching on this earlier, but I just feel like I can go over it. We have a Tide Borrowed Time on the forward, Tide Flywheel on the Acrobat, Borrowed Time Flywheel on the Wendy, and a full Kite on the Seer. Might be anticipating chase here. In terms of like instant umbrellas that you can do on top of the survivors, I think maybe going for the Acrobat, Wendy, or Seer. I think this Wendy might spawn upstairs, but I think both the Acro and the Seer actually spawn on ground floors here. So those might be pretty viable. But I'm expecting him to chase the Seer here because, you know, you don't really want to go after an Acrobat as he has a very strong kiter.
There's no way a Wuchang, even a good Wuchang, can catch a Flywheel Acrobat on first chase.
For sure. I don't really think that's an option unless you know that that Acrobat is like incredibly bad. But I don't really expect that from survivors that we're seeing in the quarterfinal here.
Yeah, exactly.
Most likely going to be a Seer chase. They won't have Bird available for the first like 20 seconds of the game, depending on how long it takes for that Bird to survey the
That's
entire
relevant
area.
versus Wuchang. That's very
Yes,
relevant.
for
on
sure.
Hey, oh no, we're not going for Seer. We're actually on Acrobat.
Yeah, maybe
That's
going.
encourage. Oh no, we're
what a
baiting. We're baiting.
Phase. Ooh, baiting on the Acro and actually going for the Meteorologist here. I thought they would go for the Seer. Oh, forward. No, this is looking like a Meteor Chase. There is no way Wuchang is going to chase a forward, or they're umbrellaing.
Yeah, back to the Seer.
The Seer does make a lot of sense. He will have Bird up soon though. Blink is up in 20 seconds. They are running a pretty standard Insolence Detention build, very necessary in this comp as well. Insolence is nice because it gives you tolerance, which reduces pushback, so it's going to be a bit more difficult for the forward to harass, especially because this Wuchang has Blink and not Excitement. Hitting through
Same
the
for
pallet here.
Meteorologist, by the way. Oh,
The Seer got a bit scared and actually owled early. Might have been a Blink predict, but Blink isn't up yet. So I think they were just scared of getting hit through the pallet. And that is a hit through the pallet drop here. They do have Blink to work with, especially now that the Seer has no owl. They still have a flywheel for the Blink, though. Unfortunately, they won't be able to get that. And they go down really fast down, especially into this comp. For a Wu
that was
on the Seer.
that was very good. That was just very, very good. We've got a first chair at around 50% ciphers. We've got an outstanding 80%er there. But forward is already here on rescuing duty. Time to get some value out of that Tide Turner.
Yes, when we do still have Tide on the Acrobat as well, so I mean double Tide is just really good. Does he get that for free? Probably not. Oh, that's a hit in the pallet.
Oh.
Unfortunately, they didn't get the pallet in time, so that is the rescue. That's good. That's good. Wuchang is so dramatic. I got a bit dizzy because his entire camera decided to shake after he got the Palestine. And that is the down on the Seer. I think that was a terror shock. We can't tell because it's high turner though. The forward is
And
going
we are
back
already
on-
rocking full presence.
Full presence is really good on Wu, especially for that camp. You can, he's currently black guard, so you could just swap onto white guard and then guarantee the stuff. But at the same time, you know, it's a flywheel acrobat. You can flywheel the max presence, which is really good. He is just
We didn't
looking
spot
around
the acrobat.
here. Yes, the
Damn.
acrobat did not get spotted. Really good job hiding. Unfortunately, the umbrella didn't register them. Here we see the acro. That's a hit. No
And
blink
it's a stuff,
available.
I think.
I
No, just kidding.
I don't think so. Maybe
Oh,
if
just
they'd
barely.
instantly umbrella, they could have gotten it, but unfortunately they didn't. That is a pallet break here. No, swap. Ooh, that was really well
Oh.
played from the Wu, preventing him from vaulting as well. That should be the down on him. He doesn't have anything to work with. Not a double
Yeah,
down
and back to
though.
swinging.
Cypher is on 1%, 80%, and 7% starting a third one here. I don't know if it's smart of the acrobat to start a Cypher that early. Yeah, instantly getting off. Teleport is back up in 7 seconds, just using that Soul Siphon to get somewhere. The forward is still working on middle Cypher, you know, that's the one they started at the start of the game. Really goes to show how slow of a decoder forward is. Gets a bit scared when the Wuchang holds their umbrella there. The acrobat does still have flywheel and a lot of balls to work with here. Really smart from this Wu. Unfortunately, the acro prevents that that bell from getting them because they cancelled it with the vaulting animation, and the forward is going to the rescue. He does still have like 70% bolt to work with, and the ciphers are looking decent. Not really all that well, but at the same time, you do have a forward for harass.
I think the game plan from now on is going to be have a forward rescue mostly scatheless, which is going to be hard, very hard. The Hunter has a blink to work with. That's going to come into play eventually.
True.
Beautiful stall there. Forward is going to have to keep supporting.
We might just see a
Ideally.
blink pickup trick here, or
Where-
just try to down them here. Yeah.
Oh, but we
Ball
force the
starting
ball.
max presence, that's smart, but at the same time, he should be going
And he's
down
dead.
here, especially if he gets soul
Yep.
siphoned.
Oh,
Oh.
he's not.
Good ball. Blink
Kind of
the
blink.
ooh, and that is the death on the forward with the meteorologist being forced to move in here. No last cipher being decoded. The ciphers have 1% and 4%. It is definitely not going to be primed in time. Forward is probably going to get picked up by the Wendy with a cloud here. Oh, it does look like the cloud missed a bit. He's being made to bolt back into it, and Wendy is going in for this rescue. The forward might get picked up too to avoid the cloud from getting off, but I don't think so. His self heal will
It's-
be ready though. No, it's not. So, oh, that was a bit of a mistiming. I think if they'd communicated that better, you could have self pickupped into a full health from the cloud, which might have been a bit more ideal. But at the same time, you do still get this rescue really good. Forward is on last cipher though. This is forward on last
Oh.
cipher. It is accelerated, but you know that's going to take quite a while, especially as this acrobat just got down and they're dead on chair.
Yeah.
No flywheel.
Every time I see a Wuchang being played, especially when it's fried, it's at least the second or third time I've seen fried play. It's always a step towards making me change my mind about Wuchang.
on how bad Wuchang is? Yeah. For sure. Freed plays him really beautifully, honestly.
Yeah.
The Meteor is just hiding here. Forward does still have Bolt to work with. Meteor on last cipher is definitely way better than Forward on last cipher. He's trying to spot out survivors here. Is that... He's opening a chest, which you can't actually hear. I'm wondering if the Wuchang heard that.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
just close the chest here. Doesn't want to get absolutely tickled. He does have borrowed time, and Bolt to work with. So if that cipher can be primed in time, we're probably going to be looking at a 1 escape, which would still be an overall round win for Blood Angels. So you might actually see this Wuchang teleport back to that last cipher, though they are getting a bit greedy and committing to this forward, which could be a bit detrimental for them as accelerated decoding is so incredibly fast. Misses the
Oh,
bell,
this-
you're into a ball.
This guy's fast. God, like 5 seconds more would have been almost enough to
Yeah.
hang.
Unfortunately, they don't get that pop though. But the good thing about this is that the Wu is forced to chair, so we still have potential of a dungeon escape. It is no detention because the Cypher hasn't popped yet. So that means that the Meteor can take 2 hits. Oh, Blink
Oh,
drops
no!
down! Ooh, but
And we
unfortunately,
barely missed the second charge. Dang.
Wu Chang's hitbox is big, but it's not that big, I guess. But unfortunately, this is going to be the down on the Wendy. That Blink drop down, though, really well played from Freed here on these stairs, and that is going to be the 4
Oops.
elimination, making the first round a tie. Going on the swings here, trying to aura farm. Who do you think won the aura farming contest? Okay, Lolsey got a Blink drop down, on the final down, and Freed went on the swings. It's actually the same
mean,
spot where they got the final elimination.
True, but at the same time, if you consider that Freed both got the swings and the blink double hit,
Oh yeah, true.
I think Freed barely has the edge.
Yeah, I think they actually won the aura contest here. But it's
Just
very close. It's very close, and the
Just
overall
barely.
round is unfortunately not on aura farming points. It is on elimination points. So currently it is tied with a 5-5 Blood
Mhm.
Angels versus Homelessness. And we will soon be seeing them pick maps and starting faction and potential subs as we are entering into round 2.
We already see that there are no subs from the Blood Angels. Still waiting for a confirmation from HLN, and we have the CEO of Painter switching in.
Subbing for
into
Aki
Aki.
Funko here. No more Aki. Very unfortunate, but we are obviously seeing, our favorite painter main, Elijah, on the Survivor team. Do we know which faction is starting?
They have to pick.
Oh, they have to
I
pick
think.
it. I think these people should be a bit quicker so that we don't need to talk. Just kidding.
That was evil.
I'm joking. I'm
You're
joking. I'm
still
joking.
banning maps.
Blood Angels is banning the map, and that means that Homelessness is picking the map. And our
We are banning Arms Factory. Hell yeah!
Our Woods is going to be a global with an Arms
the
Factory
place.
ban, which is real as it's so real. I hate Arms Factory. It's such an annoying map, especially when you're playing Hunter. I'm not sure if Blood Angels is playing for their Hunter or Survivor team to play better here, but I just think Arms Factory overall is just very annoying. We might be we're seeing a Ever Sleeping pick. Really strong map.
Okay.
I love Ever Sleeping. Amazing map. Really fun to play on. Kind of basic, but it's like very popular. And the kiting routes there are pretty simple. Though I would say it's a bit easier for hunters, so they might be going for their hunter team, the hunter to play better here.
In general, when discussing Ever Sleeping, I always end up saying the same thing, which is it's a weird map because it's always like either it makes your character or it breaks it. Like some hunters, those who do well on Ever Sleeping just do wonderful. They are practically unbeatable. Those who don't do well in Ever Sleeping are just don't bother, don't even try. It's weird because I feel it's one of the few maps that truly has this uneven split on the Hunter faction. Overall, most hunters do end up benefiting from the big empty map.
Yeah.
But there are some things you have to keep in mind. It's large. You cannot allow a priestess on this map ever. You have to be mindful of where survivors are. It's hard. So, just a reminder, we have global bans now because we're moving to round 2, and
Yes,
Fried
everything.
is going to hunt back to back.
Yes, it's Blood Angel Survivors versus HLN Hunter here with Wu Chang on that global ban. I'm not sure which other hunters Freed plays. They do have everything hidden, obviously, because we don't want to give the other team an advantage. So it would be nice if they tell us who they play, so we can be prepared. Because I have a terrible memory. As for the survivors, it's just the same survivors. I'm wondering what kind of build names we'll be seeing from Corpsey here. With their 2 previous really good build names. I'm super interested.
I mean, we're moving on from Sewer's Light, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
That was wonderful.
I mean, obviously you're going to call your no BT built sewer slide, but of course you need to write it with sewer and slide, because why would we not? Ooh, we love Corpsey in this house. And from Free, they had a pretty interesting name as well. It was like it had a parentheses, but the parentheses was broken in half. I thought that was quite funny.
Oh.
Um,
I remember seeing Italian profanity in Con's build.
oh, oh.
I will avoid saying it out loud, but it was incredibly funny. I was holding back from just outing Cons as a blasphemous individual. Don't worry, they are very common in Italy.
Why is Cons catching strays? Hello? This
No,
sounds
the strays. This is just pure respect. As I
Right,
said,
right.
takes
We
one to
love
know one.
profanity in Italy, I guess.
Gangster knows gangster.
Rolly calling himself a gangster. Okay. Okay, no. I'm just
That's a stretch.
We move
Gotta
on.
be honest,
Let's
that's a
move on,
great
guys.
stretch. Okay, let's move on. Time to ban some bans and pick some picks. Oh
yes,
god.
pick some bans, ban some picks. We are seeing 2 survivor bans here, followed by 1 hunter ban. I wonder who Frida's going to ban, and it just looks like they're banning Indians. Might have a slight connection issue. Honestly, I'm just watching this timer tick down. 3, 2, 1.
No bans. We are
Those
not
survivors
scared.
were banned here from Reed. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. That could be a bit difficult because on Ever Sleeping, Priestess.
You don't want
Bird-
priestess?
Yes, and now Priestess is open. Actually, not seeing a hunter ban either. I wonder what is going on. No, okay, they're banning Smiley Face. Smiley Face on Ever Sleeping, quite annoying. I think this might be a bit of a connection issue from the hunter's side, though.
Likely.
I'm not sure.
We still haven't seen anything in the matchup chat.
But I am quite curious what's going on here. Maybe they're just very confident in their hunter. Who knows? Though this does strike me as a bit weird. Luckily, no priestess pick. We're seeing a magician and a psychologist. I wonder what's going on with this hunter here. Okay, we are seeing a mercenary band. They have
Okay.
connected here. But I mean, okay, sure, 2 bands. That's fair. I wonder who their 3rd survivor pick is going to be.
Well, not a mercenary for sure. That's the
Oh
only ban
yeah,
so
and
far.
it's not gonna be another psychologist or a magician. Oh, we're seeing a first officer pick. Makes sense. Makes sense. Solid rescue. We might need to see a priestess ban here though, or the 4th pick will be a priestess. If I'm guessing correctly. Oh, they're just. Yeah, no, they're banning again. I thought they'd
Uh-huh.
locked in no ban once again. I am a bit paranoid. Oh, puppet ban rights. Okay. Might be seeing a priestess pick here. I'm manifesting. Very rare that you
Doctor
can see.
maybe?
Oh, doctor as well.
Doctor would be great here. Kind of redundant with a psychologist possibly. But other than that... Oh!
Seeing a warrior
We
pick.
have a decoder. This is going to be a very fast comp. Like, first officer is one of the few rescuers that's like completely dedicated to its role and still gets some of his decoding back.
Yeah.
This is going
For
to be
sure.
very fast.
I wonder who Frida's gonna pick as hunter here. In terms of builds, we're seeing knee tied on magician, rescue on psychologist. Okay, no, they are going on restrain. Hey sailor. Okay, Corpsey ways with these iconic names. Ooh.
I'm going to build a shrine here in Italy dedicated to your build names. Hey sailor!
Oh. Sewer slide. Ooh, and then there was the other one. What was it called? I forgot.
No, it was bird flu.
Yes. Oh my god.
The
And we're gonna
bird
make
flu.
like the 3 pillars. And we're making like a holy trinity of build names here. Those 3. Ooh, that's where it's at. The other team, like the other survivors on this team, clearly don't understand what's going on with build names. Like default restrain. Like no. We need everybody to have Hey Sailor names. Okay, Corpsey needs to do like a how to make funny build names to entertain the
Mhm.
commentators in parentheses here. We need a class on that, and we're seeing an ant pick. Pretty standard. Solid on Ever Sleeping, good hunter, pretty default in terms of who they might go after. First
Yeah.
officer is actually one of the rescuers that you can chase with Anne. That obviously does have that
Mhm.
slow chair time, so it's most likely a guaranteed tie. Even if you do chase him, unless it's like a very fast out. Wait, what were you gonna say, Rolly?
Yes, seeing Anne is usually just, even without looking at the Survivor team, it's gonna be a tie.
Yeah.
This is very interesting because Psychologist is going to be incredibly useful. Since, as you said, First Officer is one of the rescuers that truly have a bad time against Anne. It is very possible that he just might get ignored, and yeah, you can just afford to have him rescue. You can just try your luck, and usually, if you play your cards right, you can stuff the dedicated rescuer, which is
That's true.
a rare instance in this game.
In terms of builds, we're seeing a full kite on lawyer, borrow time tide turner on the first officer, broken windows and tide on the magician, and borrow time broken windows on the psychologist. Broken windows is like one of the best traits. Flywheel gets destroyed by Anne, low key, but broken windows, you want to keep that distance from Anne, especially when she's no presence. She only has one jump to work with. You can even fast vault away from the cats, really good for the survivors here. So it might be a bit difficult to chase any of these survivors. Psychologist is usually a guaranteed tree side for Kite. Lawyer is on the other side of the map. Magician also does really well into Anne. So I'm assuming though, if you were to guess, it's either first officer or psychologist that gets chased here. If it's psychologist, then you do still have 2 times to work with. But as you said, first officer can get stuffed against Anne. It's not way too difficult. He is a rescuer. He has slow decoding. But into an Anne, is he really a rescuer? His rescuing isn't all that much better than any other survivor, honestly. So it depends how they play this. Oh,
Especially if Anne goes for psychologist, the long game that the team can play might end up being incredibly damaged. If you get rid of psychologist, it's going to be way harder to heal your rescuer for the second rescue. And even then, despite all of that, it's still first officers versus Anne. So there's a huge possibility for it to be a double down or just a stuff. So we are rocking Dahlia, if I remember correctly. Beautiful beat here from the Sherlock Holmes crossover. And we're hopping straight through our
straight on
magician.
graveyard here, going for the magician. It's actually Insolence Detention on the
Oh no,
Anne
we want
here. Oh, we want the lawyer.
the lawyer.
I think Insolence on Anne is definitely a choice. I haven't really seen that a lot, but it could work. Anne, when she has that first presence, makes her chase a lot more viable. That cross is really good. Usually you'd be seeing something like a confined space, but I guess if you're chasing corner house here, it doesn't really matter. You don't really need to confined either way. As most hunters just opt for the drop down there. Already gets a cat here, does have one jump to work with. Oh, and it's warp as well. Warp is up in 6 to 7 seconds here. Unfortunately, they fail their jump here, and we will see a warp out. Unfortunately, the lawyer manages to dodge this warp into a pallet drop. It's triple fast pallet break, by the way. Triple pallet break, double berserker.
And it shows.
Yes,
Second
that's what I was
cat,
gonna say.
but lawyer is rotating just so well.
Really.
Barely avoiding the stun there as well. But we're going to
Seeing
have to
another-
shut him off.
Seeing another ability cancel. I mean, flywheel is up, but unfortunately this Anne is having a bit of a hard time getting this hit on that lawyer. And that is a broken windows triggered as well. You can see how broken windows really plays well into Anne. Look at how much distance he made. He actually made it over to these gate pallets here, even though he got catted very early. If he didn't have broken windows here, he would have probably gotten stunned through the pallet after he bolted. And in terms of ciphers, basically 3 are already done. A jump here into the drop. We're seeing that first presence.
Oh, flywheel!
Beautiful flywheel from this lawyer. Now the Anne knows that he is full kite, but she is having a really hard time with this first chase. Ability cancel. It's not like he can use his flywheel anyway. Ooh, and a palace up. This is looking kind of grim for this. And she already used her warp as well, having a bit of a hard time chasing down this full kite lawyer. Might need to swap targets here, but it is a bit too late. If I'm
The
being
third
so
cipher has
honest.
just popped. Dang.
Oh, he uses his pocket watch after he's gotten catted, though. That is a bit of a bad decision from this first officer here, going for that double hit with Cat. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get it. When you play first officer into Anne, you want to use your watch to avoid the cat. You don't want to you don't want to watch after you've gotten catted because you know the Anne can see your highlight. But maybe the first
exactly.
officer was not aware of this. Might just warp to force to stun here as it is graveyard, and that is a bit difficult to counter with Anne. Yeah, pallet drop here. Warp is up, but at the same time you might want to save that trade. Ooh, good down. And it's
Mhm.
basically
And the last cipher is at 60%. This is our
Yeah.
first chair. It's looking grim, to say the
very,
least.
very grim. Warping on
We are
over
going to warp.
cipher. Forcing the magician in early here, which is a well play from this hunter. Just jumps
That is-
here, no wand. That's the hit on the magician into max presence. Good, good. The lawyer cipher is on 70%. If they do go back here, then you know both psychologist and first officer have borrowed time. So you know when they pop that cipher, that's going to be primed. Both of them will be able to get up. I mean, obviously they had no way of knowing, but you know the magician had no borrowed time. And so if they somehow hacked the system and just knew, then they would have been in a bit of a better situation here. Going for the first officer who does get their pocket watch off here might be a bit difficult for this Anne to deal with as they've already used their warp as well. This is looking like a 1 kill. Luckily the first officer isn't going to be able to get dungeon though, so it's not going to be a 4 escape, but a 1 kill is still a bit
Mhm.
bad for our hunter. But that's really, really well played from Blood Angels here, getting that 3 escape. Giving them
Absolutely.
three points, right? And the hunter gets 1 point. The hunter's team.
Mhm. Yes,
Um,
3 and 1.
which means-
Lawyer was incredible this match. Wow.
Yes, for sure. That lawyer was
gaming was
breaking that
out of
and
this world.
ankles. Yeah, and that full kite was like really, really good. You know, that flywheel kept him alive. That broken windows kept him alive. Overall, just like really.
Mhm.
I think that build was certainly necessary, and it was good for him
No.
that the ant also swapped off because you know they managed to get a good pop in with borrowed time as well. The lawyer, amazing job.
Mhm.
And we
Not
did see
just
some-
during the chase, but even later. The reason the cipher was was primed already, and that was the backup cipher, was that lawyer was free. And the moment you let the lawyer free, you get snowballed if you weren't losing already.
Yes.
That was a rough situation. And the survivors all played wonderfully. Wonderful awareness from the magician not going to rescue after the first hit because he knew that Han had placed the cross towards
Yes.
there. It would have been a stuff.
Yes, exactly. So
Like
that was
it
really
takes some good
Exactly.
awareness to avoid that kind of traps. That was wonderful, just wonderful from the survivors. But now it's time to run it back. Lodzi is here for the second round, and he has to beat a 1 escape, a 3 escape.
Yes, so if he gets 4 escaped, you know, HLN wins this round. Though I really can't imagine a world where somebody gets 4 escaped here. Might be a bit biased, but I don't. If Lodzi gets 4 escaped, okay, you owe me money, Rowie, okay?
Me?
You owe me so much money. Yeah.
I
I'm
owe you
betting.
money? What
I'm
for?
forcing you to bet. Because I'm forcing a bet. Okay? If
Well,
Lodzi gets 4
uh,
escaped, you give me money, thank you. You know, because I want money.
If he doesn't,
Okay.
you give me money though, right?
No.
That's so stupid. Wait. No. Okay. Let's work out our
Okay,
our
no,
betting
but-
conditions.
Oh. You just don't like you don't want to join this one-sided bet, really? But as I was saying
Me?
earlier, in terms of characters that Lodzi might play, you know, he is a very versatile hunter. Looking at his badges, if you look at the post badges, we have Ivy, Hola, Wags, Wheel, Gamekeeper, Bonbon, Goatman, Peddler, and Opera all open here. You know, in terms of what's good on this map as well, Goatman is certainly an option. Ivy is certainly an option. Wax Artist, Bonbon maybe it's a bit big of a map, but I do think he'd be able to work it out. Same with Opera and Hola, obviously.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
good.
every time I've seen Lodzi play in tournament, it was always a control-oriented hunter. Like
Yeah.
when Lodzi wants to lock in for tournament, he's usually going for that beautiful good old reliable control pick.
Also, he's gonna play
And-
Mad Eyes.
I mean, that would make me very happy. But if that isn't the case, which is what I expect, we might see, if I remember correctly, I have seen his Nightmare, Ivy, absolutely. Unless they ban her, which is a possibility. Let's see the
Expect
Hunter
Ivy
ban
ban.
from Homelessness.
Priestess Lantern banned, by the way. The Homelessness Hunter ban timer is running out. A Holo Blue is banned. Might be seeing an Ivy.
It's
pick
good,
here,
it's good.
Might be seeing an Ivy pick. That'd certainly be interesting. You know, I have a personal hatred towards Ivy because
No!
yeah, yeah.
But she's
Let
so
me-
cool.
Let me continue, okay? Whenever I get Ivy, like, you know, when my random stone ban Ivy, because I ban Ivy every single time, I somehow manage to get downed in less than 50 seconds. And it's so
Dang.
embarrassing. It's so sad. Like, you don't get these sweaty S badge Ivies. And when I barely
I
know how
don't.
Ivy works, ooh, that's horrible. That's actually horrible.
That
You
is
see,
true.
Your Gravekeeper pick here. Seer and Ivy, that's a bit of a 50-50. You can actually stare at her feet to farm owls without making your corruption go up. Mechanic pick as well, and Puppeteer ban. Puppet is decent into Ivy now.
Yeah, absolutely. Puppet is going to shut Ivy down in general. Like,
Yes.
Ivy mostly relies on forcing her first chase flowchart. Like, first chase, wonderful. You get the first hit with the Scream, the second hit with the Blink, and in the meantime you try to spread as many stones around the map as possible. And Puppeteer completely destroys that because it's going to delay your hits for so long.
Yeah, and you can pop it and then force to 100, and then it's like, what's Ivy gonna do? That's a really good Ivy counter. So, you know, seeing that ban, you know, it might be an Ivy and Bulmer ban though. If they are going for an Ivy pick, is a bit odd because, you know, you could just stone on over to the Bulmer if they want to coffin. But
Yeah.
he's just a really strong character for getting ties. And also dungeon escapes. So, you know,
Mhm.
maybe
In
that's
general,
what
we want to avoid the for escape, right?
yes,
Banning
obviously.
Embalmer is always good in these kinds of situations when you are clearly striving towards a specific result. Speaking of our survivors here, we are seeing some incredible build names. I think Homelessness might even have the edge over our dearest Corpsey.
No, let
And
me.
here's the shadow of time and space, Ivy Lawson. Ah,
Yes, it is the Ivy we were talking about. Okay, let me go over the build names really quickly. Morpheus, aka the Meteorologist, is running Teeth Licker. Mechanic,
mhm.
aka Konsuka, is running Persica Sui. Gravekeeper, aka Fluffy Evil Bear, is running Grave Booty. And Story Elijah, aka Seer, is running Edgar Broken Heart. I don't think they're playing Edgar, but you know they're running the Edgar build.
I think
Which is very good character for Elijah here.
that's it. I think that's just a build that Elijah has for characters that are not Painter. Like, I'm sad I wanted to play Painter, but I cannot for this or that reason, and so the build is just called Painter Broken Heart. That's hilarious.
Because it's like, oh yeah, no, I wanted to play Painter, but you know, my baby girl.
But you didn't allow me to. Ah.
Oh, wait, true. And we're seeing
I mean-
Ivy spot mid left here. Ooh,
It's good not to play Painter into Ivy, gotta say.
Painter round 2 would definitely be a decision, especially when Goldman and Ivy and Fulla, you know, all the big three are open. That's generally something you want to avoid, obviously. I personally just don't really want to play Painter into that. Definitely a bit smarter to opt for the meta picks here. I'm expecting this year to get chased here. What do you think?
Yeah, either that or Lolzy is sending the shadow straight to Mechanic.
Oh,
We have seen the homelessness survivors focusing on hiding before, and I think they should kind of keep that mental image in mind and play this early game hiding. I don't think we want our mechanic to be found
wait.
if
the
Lolzy
mechanic
is
does
going
have
to
time.
look for it.
I'm
Oh,
just gonna-
thank.
The build.
kidding.
Okay. Flywheel borrow
we want.
time. no, Fly will borrow time on the Seer. Fly will borrow time on the Wendy, Tide Turner, and borrow time on the Gravekeeper, and then full clay on the Mechanic. You know,
Oh, we've got
Persica's
so many
really-
flywheels.
Exactly.
We
he
have
loves
so
flywheels.
many flywheels. This is going to be rough, actually.
That's for sure. Flywheel into Ivy can be a bit, you know. And we're seeing a detention trump card build from Lulzy here with Blink, which is up in about 50 seconds, you know, as it is at the start of the game, dropping hot early, running towards a corner house with, it looks like the Gravekeeper is preparing for chase here, sending the Shadow Yithian
Oh.
over to the Mechanic, who's hiding a bit, though I think the bot will be discovered here.
Yeah, there's the bot.
Yeah, bot.
Found it.
Bot.
We're just gonna
Kill
break it.
bot. Gets the
Patoink.
presence. Patoink. And you do also get that notification on where this Mechanic is. She can't hide anymore. They know that she's in corner house. They might just want to get another bot out, sending their main body on over to corner house here. And also, you know, our absolutely amazing Yithian making a bit of a sandwich here, you know, sending the Yithian in one direction, the main body in another direction, and getting a leech on that Mechanic. First presence being up as well. Good scare from the Ivy.
This is 60 already.
Yes, they might just go for a blink hit, and then, you know, get the down with the stun afterwards instead of doing a stun into blink. So I'm not quite sure. Good
Oh.
flywheel from the Mechanic here. I do think this
We
is
can
gonna
scare.
go down, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they still have the blink up here, which is a bit unfortunate for our Mechanic, who doesn't even have flywheel to blink predict. Sending the Yith on over to our favorite Decoding Seer, who does still have an Owl. Will we see an Owl? You know, Owl blink predict, you know, our absolute favorite. The Meteorologist is decoding upstairs, and the Gravekeeper is decoding in the middle, you know, which the Mechanic is kind of running towards, which might be a bit bad as it does disrupt decoding. But, you know, the bot is out. Fun fact. It too
And
sorry.
careful.
Upstairs. Ooh,
Here's
blink-
the. Here's the owl.
Ooh, I think the owl came before the blink. You know, the chicken or the egg
That
here.
is
I think it was
possible.
the owl. But
it was
obviously,
the
you know,
owl.
if you're a bit in the moment here, it might have been a bit difficult for those to actually react to that existing. And in terms of presence, you know, max presence is up when this Mechanic gets downed, which is going to be a bit unfortunate. Just scaring
Ooh.
away from the window. That is not the down. A good pushback and rock death, which actually allows her to survive for a bit longer, though I think this might just be the death here. No, we are actually seeing a pallet break. I mean, a drop into a break, but that scare is on 96%. It does make sense that the Wendy is here to support. Her scare progress is quite high as well, though, and she is running away. I think the Mechanic gets the Volt here. Is Tram on its way? I'm not sure.
Cons is doing a wonderful job right now.
Yes. Really good kite so far.
And we
Though,
still
you know,
have Alpha Bot ready. Don't forget.
yes, the bot is still, you know, ready upstairs. No blink to work with as well, but I think that scare progress being on 98 is just
Oh,
kind of sad for Losi.
Cons
Ooh,
forced
that's
that.
fair.
Oh no.
No,
was,
unfortunately, Losi just gets this down. Oh, the Ivy scare is so long. It's like wax artist in terms of time. Like, that could not have been, you know, X amount of seconds. I don't know how long it lasts. I just know it lasts long enough to kill
It's
me.
2.5 or 3. I don't really
2.5
remember. But
seconds? That's like
Yeah, it's pretty
14
long.
seconds, bro. That was
I
actually
mean-
insane.
that's long. We
Yeah.
have the bot out. There's 2 ciphers left. Full
But it's
presence.
max
We're
presence.
getting a hit there.
Wendy, is that a free rescue? Nope.
Yes, it's going to be
I
one.
mean, yeah. I
Almost.
thought that they wouldn't get it, but you know that is the free rescue here. Already healing with the bot, though you know
Oh, the
that bot is
bot!
dead. Death to the bot.
Patoink.
That's what I just said. No more bot. Though the survivors are doing quite a good job going towards that 4-person endgame, which you know that's something you want against Ivy. If you have a 3-person endgame, you might kind of die. It's very, very, very bad. They have 2 ciphers started, 20% and 51%, with Losi committing to the Mechanic here. I'm not sure why the Yith ran away from the mech here. Going for a bit of a scare into Leech. Cons
yeah.
is still alive though and might actually force out Blink here. Who knows?
Mhm.
Flywheel is up as well. Flywheel to the pallet for knee jerk, maybe? Ooh, nice! That should force out Blink. Yeah, ooh, good job from
That was
Cons here.
wonderful.
Really,
Especially
really
because Cons was at 59, so he wouldn't just get screamed to die. This is a wonderful endgame situation, actually.
Yes,
The secondary cipher is at 70 right now. There's another cipher at 70 in case this becomes a slow game.
Yeah, the Wendy is already moving towards that cipher. Losey is establishing blocks on both of these ciphers though, but it's very difficult. You know, Ivy can be basically 14 places at once, but it will still be very difficult to pressure both of these 80% ciphers. Oh, that could have been a Palestine, though. I mean, you don't really look behind you against an Ivy, so they had no way of knowing that. That they're getting global injuries, you know, the full Kaido mech might be a bit challenging, but it does not look like Lolsey is aware of where this mechanic is at the moment, though we are, because we are all seeing she went on the tram actually. And I don't think
Konsuka
she
has
was-
disappeared.
Konsuka is far, far away. Nobody will know where Konsuka is going. Maybe
Oh,
them running up.
Lodi does.
Wow, they kind of ran into Lolsey here. Cypher is about to be primed. The Cypher is primed. It's on 99. They might just need to pop it. I'm not sure, you know, because the shadow
really.
is. Okay, hit into a pop.
Pop.
Ooh, nice. You know, Lolsey should have been aware that this mechanic had full Kai. I do think he could have maybe tried to commit to her endgame, instead of just going for that hit on the meteor. Who is not on the gate? Not waiting out the tension though. They're a bit impatient, I think, with this endgame. Gate is on 40% and 4%. Luckily, Cons is running away from the gate. Really smart, you know, because they can teleport to the gate at any time. Ivy did get nerfed, however, so you know she can't. You can break the rock kind of early. Mech is going to unleash cooldown. Really smart of them to send someone who's not the mechanic on the gate here, you know.
Yeah.
because She is dead on
Yeah,
share,
you
and
want to keep mechanics safe here.
yes,
That's your
we-
top priority.
Oh,
I mean, we were trying to get a for escape, and this might be almost possible. Like, it's...
yeah. Looking at this now, of
incredible.
course, is very possible. But at the same time, it is an Ivy endgame, so they need to be playing this very slowly. The tension is out, and 50 seconds are actually healing. Healing avoids Crows, really smart against Ivy, and they're very patient with the gate. You know, the Gravekeeper can go on gate, because, you know, he does have Shovel. So he's a bit more brave when it comes to approaching the gate, and the Hunter as well. Though we do see the Meteor move in for the gates here. She should be a bit more patient, though. Yeah. She's walking towards the graveyard here. The other survivors are not yet at this gate. The Yith is positioned there. Everybody except the Meteor is full health. You do see the mechanic run in for that, though. Who she is getting Crow. I mean, it's not like Lolsey doesn't know where she is, but that can still be a bit annoying for the survivors to deal with. Actually, just going for that on the mechanic here.
Oh! We're finally trying to get this mechanic down once and for all, and finally we're going to blink. Ending the beautiful performance from our cons.
That's really unfortunate, though, as the tension just ran out.
Yeah.
But I do think this is going to be a dungeon escape from our seer here, which makes it a tree escape, I think. No, get out, Twin, why are you not running out? Oh, might be seeing a double
There's
wing.
nothing to be done. Oh no! Is it enough? Is it enough? Yes, it is.
Ooh, that is enough. Oh my god.
Was beautiful.
My toes were clenched for these survivors. Oh my god.
Mhm.
But we're actually
For
seeing
real.
another round time. Oh, that's so wonderful.
Oh, we're looking at an
Oh.
overtime. No, wait.
Oh no, that's so sad.
Yes.
Oh, this is going to last forever.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? You know, I have so many
no.
so popular and stuff. Like this Friday evening, I was gonna go out partying. I was gonna like be cool, but I guess I'm stuck here with IDV. Ooh,
And an
so
Italian.
unfortunate. And that's true. I'm spending
I'm
my
sorry.
Friday evening on VC with an Italian in front of a captive audience. Ooh, that is actually.
I'm so
really
sorry for
cool
you.
right here. I'm sorry for
I wasn't
myself.
going to do anything, but I want to have dinner at a certain point today. So let's hope this doesn't prolong into a 17 rounds of overtime, which is, by the way, impossible by the rules. We know that if the overtime round gets even yet again, we will see a like a win by time. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
if I remember correctly. I'm going to check the rules right now. I remember it was sent recently because there were situations like this one. If I'm allowed to state the rules as written, if the points of the team are still the same in the tiebreaker, the number of escapes of both teams during the halves when they play Survivor will be compared. 1. If one or more survivors escaped, the match duration of both teams would be used as the basis for deciding the winning team. The team with the shortest time wins. Second comma. If neither team escaped while playing as survivors, the match duration when they played as Hunter will be used as the basis for deciding the winning team. The team with the shortest time wins. So, to put it very shortly,
Thank you. Please, Rolly, we need this. We need this. I
So-
didn't understand
yeah.
what you said. Down for me.
yeah,
please.
to make this very short, whoever kills faster wins.
Oh, thank you. We do condone murder as well. So, get those kills as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Also, I just wanted to say, that was like a person. I think I would, if Persica was watching this, I think she would be very proud of Cons for that Losikai. Ooh, so to you. Looking back at it, ooh, that was so good. They
it
turned
was.
into Persica. They were Persica on the tram. Ooh, it was so good, very well. Stop the Cons glaze? It's trigger?
I mean,
Aki,
gotta
what are
say-
you? How dare you? Cons is my goat, bro. I love
on,
Cons.
he did a wonderful job. That's what we can say for sure.
He didn't even get hit by a tram. No, he took the tram. Only noobs get hit by it. The strong ones actually get on the tram. They hit the tram. The tram doesn't hit
That
them.
is true. That is
That-
true.
Very true. I'm preaching.
That's
in
as
terms
true as
of-
it can be. So,
Also, Bamima fucking Rekko. Okay. Aki fucking Fungo, bro. Oh my god.
Bamima fucking Rekko. Oh god.
What kind of name is that? That's not
Bamima fucking Rekko. Like Rolly fucking roll.
Rolly fucking roll. The rolling of the rolling rolls.
That's
You saw Aki fucking Fungo psych flop? Ooh, wait. No. That psych was really good.
that was not a flop.
It was-
Come on.
It was
I mean,
okay.
it was
okay.
suboptimal.
Losey hacked. Losey was hacking.
Yeah.
You
True,
hear
true,
from-
true.
From our commentators, we're accusing Rolly fucking roll. Exactly. I got
Yes,
off work
exactly.
ready for this. I think you might need to go back to it. Get that money, send me the skins. Ooh, thank you, thank you in advance.
Dang,
wait.
I was risking it big. If they had for escape, they would have had to send you money.
Yeah, exactly. And I was sitting there like, oh, please for escape, and there was only a 3 escape. I wanted the money. I need the money, bro. You're an evil Italian from the city that invented
yeah.
banks. No, you should.
True. Like I was looking at Cons getting chased in endgame, and I was there rubbing my hands like those nasty flies when they go. I was there plotting and scheming, hoping that Cons would be eliminated, and so happened. No, just kidding. Yet again, we have to congratulate Cons for that incredible performance.
Yes, and
So-
congratulate Home Business for their beautiful 3 escape. So substitutes. We are seeing Angel get subbed out for Siegfried, I think. Wait. Okay. Angel is being subbed out for Siegfried. Now, what that means,
Yes.
don't ask. Rolly can explain. My brain doesn't.
If I
who's
remember
playing?
correctly, Angel was the hunter.
But this is
what's
Blood
it
Angels.
called?
Isn't Lolsey the hunter?
No, wait, no, it was Lolzi. I am tired and Italian. So, we are seeing a survivor switch out for Siegfried, basically.
I see.
not that hard. Mhm.
And I don't think Homelessness has any subs here, which is good, because then I don't need to wrap my head around what the hell people are saying. In terms, they were asking about the map bans. We have a Ever Sleeping and Darkwoods on global band. I'm not sure who's selecting and banning maps though. We'll probably
Um,
see it shortly.
HLN
Oh.
was banning. We have banned Sacred Art, and we are going to the Moonlit River Park. Time for some joyous fun for
Roller
new
coaster
stages.
gaming. I
Roller
bet.
coaster gaming.
Okay, once again, you owe me money if they take the tram from first to fourth stop. Okay.
Like
To make me
consecutively.
rich, guys. Yeah, no, directly from first to fourth or fourth to first. Okay. If they do that,
okay,
I
I'm
get
fine
money.
with that. If that happens, I'm going to send you the entirety of a single cent. But all
I'm
of
gonna
it.
be rich. I'm gonna be rich, guys. Oh wait. Let me get Consequence out. Ooh. Stop.
Dang. There's some
Oh,
evil doing there.
yeah. You
We're
know,
saying
this
some
chat is
nasty
very
stuff.
doubtful. Hans IDV no tram hit equals you scammed us.
You scammed us.
The only person getting scammed here is, Voli with these very one-sided bets.
They're
let
not
me just-
one-sided. If you you get money out of it. I get the sheer thrill of gambling
Losing
and
money.
getting scammed.
Yay! I thought you said it wasn't a scam, and now you're saying I'm scamming you.
No, it's not. See, you have to think of it as a multi-layered thing. The first layer is you're scamming me, which is true, sadly.
Oh,
The second layer over that is that I'm enjoying the scam itself because it all gets enveloped in an outer layer of gambling, which I do enjoy. Thanks
I think
Balatro for
players,
thanks Balatro for ruining my life. Okay, we have
Entering-
our global bans. It's
Yeah.
a lot of them.
I was gonna say, entering round 3, we actually have 8 survivors on global band and 2 hunters with a hermit Ivy
Mhm.
banned on global. I don't know. I'm just gonna list the survivors that are global banned, but I don't think anybody's going to catch it. But we have a journalist, gravekeeper, and then there were some others, but we are unfortunately starting, so I won't actually be able to list them. there was a psychologist too. Okay. Anyway, moving on.
Mhm.
Priestess band. It's Moonlit.
Priestess and Lanternist.
Makes
It's
sense.
Moonlit. You don't
Completely
want
valid.
that evil, fucked up map-wide support. You don't want that evil, fucked up, map-wide teleport. That's normal. We're getting rid of Fulabaloo. You don't want that evil, fucked up jump over the river.
Actually,
This is
Moonlit.
very standard. There's some
Breaking
things that
wheel.
never change. Oh, that's interesting.
Breaking wheel
We're
ban
leaving
on
Clown
Moonlit.
open.
Makes sense? Yeah. I'm not sure if does Lucy play Clown? I think he's booked better earlier. Has he played Clown in the past?
Possibly. I mean, Clown is pretty simple.
Yeah.
It mostly revolves around your ability to map control without
And
having.
Lucy, map control
Mhm.
freak,
Yeah, in
could
fact,
have put out. Oh,
like, Clown is very fast. That's
no
truly
way!
going to be enough.
No way, Smiley face is fast. Oh, that's insane. Yeah, Acro puppet pick.
Acro
Oh.
Puppet, that's very good. Puppeteer is going to be a saving grace in this match. Because
Yeah.
every character I can think of that's going to be doing well in this map does pretty terribly against Puppeteer. I think the only exceptions I can imagine are Wax Artist, which is still pretty iffy. And
Black Artist
well,
is all right. But
yeah,
yeah,
it's all right. It's not ideal
not
because
the best.
he's not that fast. But having low obstacles is going to help you. You can wax all over the place, basically.
First officer
There's no
band
walls to bother you.
and a magician band. Yeah, no walls. Really good as a wax artist, because you just
Mhm.
avoid that the main issue with wax is that you cut line of sight, and then what are you gonna do as a wax artist? You can't wax them if you have no line of sight. You're deep fried. But on Moonlit, oh, that's kind of easy to deal with. But yeah, no, he's a very slow hunter. So
Mhm.
getting across the map can be very difficult. Oh, Antiquarian pick. I'm not.
well- You're
I'm not
gonna
an
be happy
expert,
about
you
it.
but like you know if oh and Consica, my god, I mean I'm not biased, but it's great.
Consika, your player.
Yes,
Truly one
yes.
of the players of the team.
For sure, you know, like go to mechanic gameplay. I feel like I'm spiritually intertwined, whatever, with Consuka here. You know, we do play all the same characters. I love this.
I think we can also confirm the theory that we had before with Elijah's build names. Because
I
this
miss
one is called
Edgar.
I Miss Edgar.
I miss
So yeah, I'm pretty sure every build for a character that isn't Painter is just called I Miss Edgar. I want to play Edgar. Why not Edgar? Or just Edgar Broken Heart. Like that's goated. That's some true dedication. Morpheus is here rocking a Death Wish.
And Mercenary, aka Fluffy Bear, is rocking Merc. They call me the Merc.
Uh,
Oh, for the have fallen what her eyes don't. Okay.
How do you think you're supposed to read the Cons's
Uh,
um,
Cage, Minchi, on God. That's how it's read.
That's supposed to be Kagaminki, probably short for Kagaminkia. I love you,
Oh.
cons.
Is it an Italian?
Yeah, it's yet again bad Italian
Ooh.
words. Oh, and we're
Ooh,
going opera
ooh.
singer.
Wait.
Time to
Did you
be
just make me
dashing.
say a bad? Did you just make me say a bad Italian word? Ooh.
I mean, you
I
barely say that. Don't worry.
I know. Don't worry.
Plus, it's
I-
not that bad.
I made sure to. But yeah, no, it's opera singer big, you know. I love opera singer. And
Mhm.
Korean is opera, you know. Pretty solid. You get that disarm, though. Obviously, she's very fast. Kind of difficult to mind game. Puppet into opera does have broken windows, so pretty nice. But you know, he does get hit quite fast. You know, because he's an opera singer, she's very fast. He just puppet, either bait it out or hit it. You'll still be able to catch up. Merc is also like you get some distance with the Alpha Pass, but you know, Opera just kills the distance. And Acrobat as well. I think Acrobat and the Antiquarian are the ones that are going to fare the best into this Opera, especially you know because Acrobat can't remove the dash. And you know, okay, wait, the builds, right? Live build, borrowed time on Antiquarian, borrowed time and knee jerk on the Puppeteer, Flywheel Tide Turner on the Acrobat. Maybe that was why it was called Death Wish. And
Yeah.
you know, time Tide Turner on the Merc. No full kite Merc. I wish. I love full kite Merc. It's secretly meta. Was playing it in QM. All wins.
Oh no.
Hey.
Gotta say, it's interesting that Puppeteer is the one being kept safe here. I mean, there aren't any frail characters here, which is kind of weird considering we're already in round 3. This is probably like an indication that we want to have Puppeteer stepping in the action of the game like later on during the match. We're like keeping him safe to have him go all out later. We want someone to body block. We want someone to make this Sangria's life hell.
Yes. We do love seeing body blocking puppeteers, especially when they get to stand in pallets. So not all the pallets on this map are like all too strong. I do still think that it's definitely an option. Who do you think is gonna chase the Acrobat or the Mercenary here? If you were to guess.
I'd say Acrobat. Like, chasing Mercenary might be effective since you're getting rid of the Rescuer. So, as I said, oh
Dear.
no, we're going for the
Actually
Puppeteer.
going for
Yeah.
two story here. I didn't expect that with that spawn, but you know, Opera is really fast, so it doesn't really matter.
Me neither.
You still get that distance. Oh, messed up a dash here. That's a bit unfortunate. Forced to do a walking simulation for 6 to 7 seconds here with the Puppeteer already having rotated into God Kites.
Yeah.
Pretty good area for Sangria, so you can just very quickly dash over here. But you know, it is a 4-hit survivor with this puppet. Oh, and blink trump card detention on Sangria here. We can just see how quickly she can maneuver around these obstacles when you go on that side. It's like very fast. So generally when it comes to Opera pathing, you don't want to do standard like how you'd normally kite people. You want to intentionally avoid areas with a lot of shadows, which can be a bit difficult, I guess, on roulette. But there's some like specific areas, like the back of God Kite there, that you kind of want to avoid.
when it comes to kiting her because she can catch up very quickly. Like you can see, that's what I was talking about. How quickly Puppeteer gets hit.
Ooh.
Because, yeah, that's a really early down. Like even though he could take 4 hits, Opera Singer is just so fast. Like you get the first hit, no hit acceleration boost as well because it's Puppeteer, and
True.
the attack recovery is not that fast. But it's not like you're not really able to get anywhere, especially when you don't use the hits to transition. You used to stay in the same loop where you just get hit over and over and over again, which is
Yeah,
definitely
exactly.
very challenging here for the Puppeteer.
It's pretty remarkable that the chase went this well. We are seeing
Yes.
the first Cypher's pop, but oh, here's the Merc. Hi, beautifully stalled rescue. We still have these pallets to play around. We are trying to use them to force a blink. Exactly.
I mean, of course, Blink is a good Blink, but at the same time, I think maybe the Puppeteer could have anticipated this and tried to Blink Predict. That is unfortunately max presence for the Opera Singer here, and they're sending the Antiquarian in, I believe, for the next rescue. Or they could be making the empty cell, I'm not sure. She is moving towards North Bridge. They might heal. I think they're just selling this poor, unfortunate Puppeteer doomed to die on this chair. I'm not sure if Losey realizes this. It does look like he's just patrolling the area. Sees no Tinnitus. Might just go towards the Cyphers here. Definitely a good call considering, you know, nobody's actually rescuing. And now nobody will make it over. Oh, okay, he is flipping back. But as I was going to say, if he'd actually committed to the anti here, nobody would have been able to rescue anyway.
Yeah.
This does buy them time to reset, but they only have 4 Cyphers started, and they don't have all too much progress. The Blink was forced out. That means the Antiquarian is free to kite and disarm, but it is a max presence Opera Singer. Very, very fast hunter. Could be a bit difficult to get those stuns. You can see the Opera Singer mind gaming it by walking back and forth. Unfortunately, a bit of a missed flywheel here, and that is a hit. Max Flute, though. Might rebound.
It's very hard to fly wheel against Opera Singer. She's fast.
Yes.
She's got one of the fastest swings in the game. Oh, beautiful stab there. Going to prevent, but we are not going to disarm.
That is really unfortunate. I don't think Losey has tolerance either, so it's just a
No,
bit
he
of-
doesn't. He doesn't.
It was just
So-
really unfortunate. I think that was like the very edge of Antiquarian's hit range, like pushback range. If he had had that stab, she would have actually been able to get that disarm. Though it's very difficult to kite an Opera on 4th stop as well. I think a lot of these areas on Moonlit, especially when it's a max presence Opera Singer, are very difficult to deal with. The Merc is going in for second rescue here. The Acrobat is not allowed to use their Tide Turner yet. The Antiquarian does have rebound though, 50% flutes. No flywheel, but yeah, no, as you were saying, I think Opera Singer swings has to be one of the fastest. Do you think it's faster or slower than Smiley Face?
It's a
You know,
bit slower than Smiley Face, if I remember correctly. With Smiley being the fastest in the game, so
Oh, right.
we're in that range. Okay, disarm
Unfortunately,
ended,
that's
and Cons is
solid.
going back down.
Palette. Yeah, and she has used all of her flute now, so that rebound is looking a bit difficult. They're not healing, they're decoding. And this Acrobat will unfortunately be spotted from pretty far away, probably forcing the Mercenary off the Cypher here with this chair. Yeah, he's going to another Cypher as we speak. Abnormal.
Oh, we
swap.
have abnormal. This is truly one of the ways to cement the lead that the survivors could have picked. We have a pretty big advantage from the Hunter now. The switch to abnormal kind of killed all the little momentum the survivors had. That was very good
Yeah.
from Lodzi.
Oh, that's a hit on the Acrobat. But even though it is a body block, you see this Antiquarian is just running in the open, and the Opera's dash is back. And that pallet, he does make this pallet drop. Does make it to the other pallet as well, though, you know, unfortunately, it's just a pallet mind game here. It's very difficult to play with this pallet as well, because, you know, you can't really stand behind it like normal. They are
Yeah.
at 4 Cyphers left. I'm not sure why Losey decided to hit the air here. The Bridge Cypher is at a sad 2% at the moment, and the slugging game has begun.
It's time to play hide and seek, just like in kindergarten. I was
Hide
not
and
very
seek.
good at it.
Oh. I mean, at least you can be good at hide and seek in IDV. You know, when I'm pissed at a hunter,
Yes,
I just
exactly.
try to hide for the rest of the game, just to waste your time. I am quite petty. I don't think we will be seeing any intentional time waste here from the survivors, but you know.
Especially because, remember, no, actually, if the hunter is what we are going to judge by, it's going to be ideal to waste the Hunter's time, especially in the next match. If we get a next match. But that depends on what's going to happen next. So, we are looking for Acrobat as of now, but he's nowhere to be seen. Where are you, little Acrobat?
It's actually a haunted house, but Loki is parading around circus ruins here. Dungeon is there, I don't think he saw it. Headed towards haunted now. No, tonight as he might be a bit confused as to where the hell this Acrobat is located. You know, HLN doing a good job as always when it comes to hiding. Though,
I'm pretty sure HLN actually stands for Hiding Legends. I'm going to confront the players about this inquiry, because that's just gotta be it, right?
Sure, like, and they get all the codes through here, though I don't.
Oh no! Is it the 1 to 4? Do I owe you money? Do I owe you money? Oh no!
Is it the 1 to 4? No, I. Oh, wait, is it?
Do I owe you
Oh no!
money?
No! I don't get any money. I'm so sad.
God,
They don't
thanks
know.
HLN for not making me owe money to Bamia. I'm broke.
Hiding Legends not getting me any money here. I'm so sad. I mean, I guess it's alright. Really good cloak here from the opera, actually allowing him to get all the way over to this kiting area, forcing this mercenary into mining. I mean, it's pretty shitty ass palette. This should be the elimination on him. It's not like he has broken windows to get away, even if he gets the vault off.
Yes, exactly. So now, back to Acrobat we go.
Yeah, who does not have self heal. The mercenary does have his self heal, and he is almost bled out as well. Is a dungeon escape possible here?
Possibly. So Merc is around 1 minute away from dying, I'd say.
And Acrobat is nowhere in sight. Or Tinnitus range.
Absolutely far from it.
He is currently,
But-
once again, around Haunted House. Which is where he was last time. Lucy was looking for him as well. Abnormally that Cypher? Maybe nope. Keeping him normal. I mean, there's no reason to abnormal it. It's just for extra aura points. You know, that's what we care about. Going for the mercenary who does self-heal. He's going to die in one hit. Lucy hits him now. He is going to be gone from the world.
Okay,
Or-
it's time for Acrobat to start moving straight to the dungeon. If Mercenary gets down, there's a possibility for one escape.
Yes.
So this has to be a very coordinated endgame. If Acrobat gets spotted here, it might be pretty
I
Jover.
don't think he's gonna get spotted here.
No, it
Ooh,
won't.
ooh.
Okay, just get it. Just get it.
No, it's gross! Lucy might know! Lucy might know!
Oh,
no!
no.
Oh, ooh, wait, he just downs him. Does he get over to the dungeon? Does he get over?
Oh no.
Is it-
Okay, Lolzy's going to guarantee the 3k, I guess.
Ooh, that is nice, 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 nice. I got so worried about this when the Acrobat did have crows, you know, because Lucy could have known that he was on the dungeon.
Yeah, but
he didn't know
I'm not even sure Sangria could have made it there in time.
Yeah, that's true.
Like the hit had been given already. That was it. There was nothing to do.
Yeah,
The
for sure.
result was already out. So,
I-
first half of round 3 is 3-1 for the Blood Angels. Yet again, HLN has to 3k to even out the playing field and give us what I want it. Even if I'm hungry and I want my dinner, I want to see it at this point.
I Wait, I'll be right back. Rolly, good luck entertaining chat on your own. Remember, you owe me money. If Coaster is
Um,
used, so let's hope that happens. I will be right back. I just need to take a short.
If it's used at all, damn.
If it's used at all, no, only. if
Nah,
it's
nah, okay, still 1 to 4 or 4 to 1, right?
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Sounds
Okay, okay. It's a bet. It's a bet. So, the matches so far have been very interesting. It's pretty remarkable, I have to say, that we keep seeing these ties. We keep seeing round ties. It's hilarious. Considering that round 1 was a 4K, that's to be expected. Round 2 turned into a win for survivors. And so happened in the other side. That's not something you always see. Actually, that's something you rarely see. If we get another 3 3 kill, this is going to be overtime, which is not something I've seen in EL yet. I am pretty sure it happened. Sadly, I cannot check chat to see if anyone is correcting me. I will go ahead and bet that it has happened like once or twice. In general, it's very hard to get to an overtime scenario because it's just so hard to have both the rounds and the points tied. But we're doing it. Like, they are working for it. So now, Freed is locking back in as the Hunter. We don't have a Wuchang, we don't have an An. Both are global banned. There's 2 Hunter bans to be considered, and like 80,000 Survivor global bans. Should I state them very quickly? I will. So we banned Seer Meteorologist, Acrobat, Forward, Magician, Psychologist, First Officer, and Lawyer. I am out of breath. I shouldn't have tried. That was utter failure. If you are disappointed in me, you can mail me complaints. You will find me in the European League Discord. You can find me on Twitter, I don't use Instagram, but I guess you can find me there. Like, if you have complaints, make sure, I know, tell me I suck, tell me I'm bad. I will cry about this tonight. But now that we have gotten the boring self-deprecating humor out of the way, it's time to get ready, because our second half of round 3 is probably about to start, and I'm starting to miss my co-commentator. Bamima, where are you? It's so cold and alone in here. There are no switch-ins from either team. I'm pretty sure there's none remaining, if I remember correctly. If I don't, that's my fault. Okay, yeah, the win condition is don't tie. Just don't tie the round. It would just be so hilarious though. Considering this is the last match to qualify for the semifinals, it would be just hilarious to see it going to overtime, and I'm hoping that's what we see. So, we're locking in for the bans and picks phase. Priestess is out, and so will probably the Lanternist. No, it's Priestess and Mercenary, taking me back to 2021. The Hunter bans are going to be Smiley Face, which we already saw, if I remember correctly, and Hermit. We don't want to slow this down. First 2 Survivor picks are probably going to... Oh no! That's not what I expected. Gotta be honest, we have an Escapologist and a Doctor. Doctor is going to be very good, very consistent. She is one of the best survivors in the game now, and I still can't accept it. Escapologist is good, reliable, great for rescuing, and great for mixing up the Hunter. We are going to ban Archer, locking in Fire Investigator. Get rid of one of the most consistent harassers in the game, that's always good. We might see a Speedster from Freed. That's usually the kind of Hunter that bans Archer. We are lacking 1 single ban, which is going to be Prospector, which is interesting. You don't often see him banned, but you have to consider there's like 8 global banned survivors, which is reasonable. We are lowering the power level overall, and we're picking Prisoner. Ooh, okay. This is very interesting. We have some good decoding overall, especially if Fire Investigator goes fondling around the Hunter for a while. That's going to give him his bravery boost to decoding. We have Corpsey yet again.
Hey, I have
with
returned.
Oh, hello! I missed you so much.
I miss myself too. Don't worry. I've returned, and I think I got summoned by Corpse's build name. You know, it's Daddy.
Yes, that is possible. That is
Ooh,
here.
we love.
Are you Daddy?
We love Corpse.
Yes.
Wait, what? No, 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 no,
I
no,
mean-
no, 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 no. I mean, I am, but don't.
Like
tell me
you appeared the moment Daddy's here
Hey.
appeared on screen. Like that was
Wait.
some great timing.
That's very true. We are entering the round 4. I'm pretty sure you've
Mhm.
discussed everything. It's not like I heard it, but yeah, no. Holy Fast
To make it
here.
very quick, second
Yeah.
half, third round. If they tie the round yet again, we are going to overtime.
mean,
Corpsey
oh
on
no!
Escapologist makes sense considering the full name is Corpsey Weist, which is which is Efron's surname. We are still waiting on the Hunter's pick, which is not going
Oh?
to be a smiley, not going to be a smiley a hermit.
Not a smiley face or a smiley? No way.
Yeah,
Or a
neither a
hermit.
smiley nor a face.
Or
And oh, Nightwatch.
Hermit- Night Watch.
That's
Very
interesting. That's interesting. That's
here.
very, very interesting.
For
So,
sure.
having Nightwatch here can be a bit of a pain. Especially with Doctor. Doctor can just keep rage baiting him. Nightwatch is already pretty limited in palette mind games. He goes fast and that's good, but that's just it. We are in green ping. Doctor is a monster as of now. It's going to be very hard for Fried. Very, very hard. Remember, we have to see a 3 kill from the Hunter to go to overtime.
Yeah, because you know,
And-
if they win this round, because all the other rounds have been tied, this round would lead to the win for Blood Angel, right?
Win by points. So,
Yes, win points.
we are probably trying to snipe the Rescuer here, which I can see as a very viable strategy. There's another Tide in the team, which is Fire Investigator. But other than that, I think this is one of the best things you can do to guarantee a 3k. You have to try and burn the Survivor's resources in the long game.
Yeah.
Get rid of the Rescuer, get rid of Tide. That's rough. That's going to be very rough. But they can do it, and keep in mind, if we are going after Escapologist or Fire Investigator for that matter, it means that Prisoner is walking around free,
Oh.
despite the lifelong sentence or something. I'm not sure for how long Prisoner
Why-
was
why is
condemned.
Prisoner free?
Yeah, why is he walking free? Dang. He's a criminal.
Exactly. We might see the Night Watch chase him too, you know, who
And
knows?
you know who else
Um,
is a criminal? Doctor. Both in lore
Yeah.
and in game now.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, you get me my hate for Doctor. You know,
Oh.
whenever I see a Doctor in rank, I go Peepers. And I chase her
You
first.
go
and then make sure-
peepers.
Peepers counter Doctor, okay? You're just a
That's
hater.
true. I
you
mean,
don't
that's
understand.
true. That's true.
It's very true. It slows down her healing. It
Mhm.
makes her very visible around the palace. Like, you know where she is. It just makes the mind games way more difficult for her. We are seeing the teleport up, down. Oops, sorry, from our Night Watch here, and they are going for the Escapologist. You know, the
Mhm.
Escapologist is the one with the decoding debuff, and you have a prisoner up here, so this decoding is going to be incredibly fast.
Yeah.
And you know,
Okay. Taking the long route.
Yes.
And
Oh.
ooh, just barely misses the hit.
Oh,
Dang.
yeah. That's very
We're fast, we're
unfortunate.
fast, but we are not fast anymore.
Not fast
Beautiful
enough
stall there on the
compared to
window.
Soul
Oh.
Vault. But you know, no terror shot because it is Escapologist, and we are seeing that confined space on this window. That should be another hit. Good hit, good hit. Might have been trying to bait out that
Do we take the
flywheel.
coaster? I think we do. No, we're not moving towards it.
I mean,
Uh,
it looks like
Escapologist
they're
is
going
gone.
for it, but you know,
Oh no,
Escapologist
Fried has
is
no clue
gone.
where he is.
Smoke.
Escapologist
Ooh.
is gone. He's just gone. Or,
Oh,
just
he's,
kidding, we found
he's
it.
back, he's back, he's back. Oh, the rage bait doctor
Uh-oh.
is here. The doctor has arrived to take all the hits.
It's time to bait some rage.
For sure, for sure. That is first presence on the Night Watch. They just hit the doctor and then they leave. You know, that's very sad, you know, whenever that happens, because now the doctor is just going to be full health and she is back to body block, but that should just be
Oh, no.
down. Good slowdown for from our Night Watch here. The only issue is that the fire investigator is decoding on the other side of the map. He won't be able to go for this rescue, especially because he does have wanted order on him. Probably just seeing the doctor go for the rescue here. If I were to guess,
Great
prisoner,
use of escapologist's chair swap. It
Yes,
was
for
very
sure.
important to have. Trying to save me some money. Thanks, Fried.
Fried, why? Fried, why must you do this to me? Let them take the coaster from first to fourth stop, and I'll be. Oh, I thought that was enough, but that. No, not a farm. Ooh, okay, okay.
That's basically a farm.
That's basically a farm. We will see the.
But we're going away.
She's down. No, I'm pretty sure she's gonna die here. Yeah. Ooh, unfortunately, the doctor just go down. That's a double down. Maybe that's like the issue with sending the doctor to go rescue, especially when the hunter knows where the doctor is coming from, that she has no tide turner. I mean, doctor with tide turner is definitely a choice, because then she can't heal. But her not getting that heal off was really sad for her. She does have fast self healing though, and the fire investigator is already positioned for this rescue. Though he does get spotted out here by Fried. Just going to stall this a bit. Tries to force the pallet mind game. Okay, good ball into a pushback. Go back, pushback.
Keep in mind that this is Fried versus Siegfried, which is pretty hilarious.
Yes! The Fried versus Fried showdown, bro. You're so
But
right.
Escapologist is dead. This is all from Corpsey.
Yes. No more daddy. Daddy left. On God. Just using his final resources. It's not like anybody else can pick them up after he dies. Smoke screen. Maybe printing out warp girl. I don't know. Fire investigator is staying hidden here. Very smart, very smart. He does still have a ball to work with. Two ciphers are being decoded though. Issue with prisoner might just teleport onto the prisoner here. No, teleports onto the doctor.
Exactly.
I think the prisoner would be a better chaser than the doctor. Because
you kind of want to get rid of the doctor, I guess. Like, you don't want to have her free in the end game, considering that she still has both her healing vials.
But at the same time,
she's just rage baiting. Oh no!
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't really want to chase the doctor because she can tank multiple hits. But at the same time, I don't think we're at that much of a risk for the ciphers being prime in time. So I might have been a bit
this is a
overestimating how
hit.
fast accelerated decoding is. No.
Oh,
the
beautiful
the
mind
pallet
game there,
thing,
but it's not
That's
going to
just
be
gonna
enough.
it, yeah. The prisoner is forced to rescue. Oh, actually, might be going for some harass here. Who knows? Are we going for the pallet? Nope, not going through the pallet, but he's positioned himself well for this rescue. Fire investigator cipher is on about 50%, and that is actually final cipher. Doctor has borrowed time. She needs to body block because if the prisoner goes down, they're going to stay on the ground because they don't have borrowed time. I do glaze borrowed time. I actually over glaze it because when they don't have borrowed time, it's
That's right. And
but
keep
the
in
thing
mind that Fire Investigator here is decoding with a slight buff with the coding speed.
because he
of
has
his
been
passive. Yeah.
hiding. It's actually
Yes,
a
the
whole
anti.
3% decoding debuff. I just checked.
Oh!
Yeah.
Barely doesn't make it.
That
But
was
the Cypher is going to pop. We
Helper is in 10
need
seconds,
at least 2 more people down.
and
We have to kill this doctor quick and then TP to the gate.
I don't think he makes
if
that
we-
though. I think he just needs to go
Oh!
for the teleport here instantly.
Just
Yeah.
TP.
Roller coaster.
Oh, no!
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Do you think they turned the stop back off? Oh, I'm manifesting both stops. Oh. Okay.
No, just one.
I'm so sad. But it needs to go from first to 5. Can I not comprehend this? The
And
doctor
I think
already
this
has
is most likely
a
going to be a tie.
tie, which means that it is a win for our favorite Blood Angels. Here might actually be a dungeon. Let's give them this right here. Nope, no dungeon. Gate is on 80%. Might just reset their cooldown here, cheerleader style, and teleport all over to the gate. But I do think that would be considered hacking and actually get them disqualified.
We'd rather avoid that.
So unfortunately, this is a tie. Which means that
Barely
Blood
missing overtime.
Angel moves on. No overtime. Semifinals concluded here. I mean, there is a matchup tomorrow, but there is concluded for
Yeah.
today. Blood Angels is now moving on. Oh, congrats to them. Well played from this Night Watch, honestly. Like, I think they had a chance at HBK, but the survivors played it really well. Had they known
It was so
that
close.
they
Dang.
were so quiet, they might have actually been able to squeeze out a win. But at the same time, have no way of knowing that for sure. No flywheel had been used and no broken windows had been confirmed. You didn't have that line of sight to notice the speed buff either. So but honestly, really well played here from survivors and hunters. The
Yeah.
hiding legends will go down in history as the best
The
fighters
hiding
in this
legends, that's
tournament.
true.
And I think highlighting more from the hiding legends performance here, aka homelessness. That's who I'm talking about. You have that blink drop down on the staircase from Freed's Wuchang. Ooh, that I still think about it, and it's just it's engraved in my memory as an absolutely amazing performance. Wasn't mostly Hunter throughout all of this, playing all three
Yes.
rounds?
Yes.
Excellent.
Both
excellent.
hunters remained for all the rounds. That's
Yes,
some
oh
crazy
my
commit.
That is a very good commitment here. Me with my hunter pool of 2, I don't think I could stay for that many rounds. If you ever face me in tournament, expect that Geisha and expect that Wax Artist. I just gave away my hunter pool, but who cares?
And then expect to switch out.
Oh yeah. You'll get beaten by Geisha round 1, maybe tie against my Wax. My Wax is really bad. Round 2, and then swap out round 3, and then you'll get destroyed by meta. Because I just pray that my team is good. I love getting carried by my teams. But yeah,
That
no,
works.
really well played from both teams here. Congrats
Gotta
to
say,
Blood Angel
the
bringing on.
the true MVP in this last match was that tide turner on the second rescue, because that single tide allowed the survivors to catch back up on so much decoding. If you look at the match,
Sure.
like before the rescue and after the rescue, there's an universe of difference. Before the rescue, they were actually risking the loss, so the overtime. After the rescue, after the rescue, it was not feasible anymore. That was just such a good tide.
Tide
And that's
Turner
why
is
Tide Turner
just
is
a game
strong.
changer at times. The Tide Turner actually changes the tides of the game. See what I did there? I deserve
Yeah, I
money.
see, I see, I
Now
see.
give me money. Just kidding. 6-7 Wax Bumima fucking Reco. I think that's what we should leave it at. I read that in the chat. Thank you for your insight.
Very valuable, gotta say.
Well played from the teams here. At least there was no Feaster gameplay. I'm happy about that.
What
I don't want-
No.
Hey, Rolly is a Feaster player. I must throw shade, okay?
Checks out. Well, I guess it's time for us to say one last goodbye.
Yes.
Even if it burns, even if my heart is struggling
Oh.
to say it, it's time to say ciao ciao. See you
all the-
tomorrow with our next match.
Yes,
Woohoo!
yes.